We are live at Coletco. Welcome, everybody. Mike Massey, first on the chat. Not surprised. I got Otis here next to me. I have not been here in more than 24, 48 hours. Just scarfed down my food. I'm earlier than normal because I've slept most of the day. So I'm feeling pretty good. And I'm ready for a full Friday night of action, 8 hours straight. So let's go ahead and share Otis. Laura, I have totally destroyed your Taylor Swift display. I'm sorry. I apologize. Next time you host, I'll let you completely redo it. Redid it. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? Otis is this. Y'all, I'm watching Otis tonight, so he's here until his parents come back. They did not want to leave him. They hate leaving them locked up, and when they go to dinners and stuff, or take Finn to visit people, family and friends, sometimes they take Otis, but sometimes it's just a little bit too much. So Otis sometimes has to stay at home. Instead of staying at home, you know what I do? I drive by and I pick them up. That's going to be our new thing. So if Tanner and Addison ever has something to do, I'm just going to drive by and pick up Otis. So I've got Otis. He has not ate, but he's had 5 treats. And we're ready to start selling stuff, right, Otis? That's right, Chad. We're about to sell this entire store. It's thundering and lightning and storming. He did not want to go pee earlier, so hopefully you don't have to go pee anytime soon, buddy. Sean is back. So I've been out of the news. Man, a lot happened to me yesterday at the concert. I'll have to tell everybody now and then tell everybody again tomorrow. Y'all have no idea. Very few people have no idea what I went through yesterday at that concert. Oh my gosh. It was a near disaster I went through at that concert last night. Probably the most stressed and nervous I've ever been. I'm just glad I'm here, and I got to see Paul McCartney last night after everything I went through. Holy mackerel, did I have a night? Did I have a day? That's why I didn't do any morning videos. When I got off the interstate last night, I went straight home and went to bed. It was probably one of the most stressful concerts I've ever been to, up until I actually got to the concert, or got in the concert. So I'll tell you more about that in just a second. Laura stack. All right, this is stuff Laura ordered. Okay. This crate was shown once Thursday. Arrived Thursday but not shown. Possible pre-orders wait list. Friday new arrivals and Hatchet Ed crates. Oh boy, we got a full lineup tonight. Okay, so Thursday, John crates shown once, both in stack. Wow, Laura's like documented everything up here. I didn't even have to ask her. I was about to ask her to come back here. Laura, you did a much better job than Paul. Usually Paul don't tell me anything. Okay. Let's get the first crate. So let's see. Thursday, there was no videos this morning. I apologize. Like I said, I went straight home and that happened. And all right, so I posted a video. It would have been Thursday morning, the morning of the concert. And that's still up front. Let me go up there and get that. Okay? All right. Here we go. Ah, dun, 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 dun. Ah, believe them bones around me. Some say we're born into the grave. Come on, Otis, get up and get yourself a big bone. Bones. Otis wants a big bone. Come on, Otis, and get yourself a big bone. Otis. 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 Got you a treat. Okay, here we go. There's Otis's bone. There you go. Just like Alice in Chains. Them bones. All right. Okay. So while I'm getting everything shared, I'll tell y'all about my experience at the concert. It's worth me making a post to inform everybody just in case it happens to somebody else. So I get to the concert about 12 hours before doors, or 12 hours before showtime. I got there about 8 o'clock when they said you could start lining up because I had a general admission ticket I bought through StubHub. I paid about $800 for it, a little over $800. I've had it for about 2 months, if y'all know. I bought it about 2 months ago on StubHub. Had a general admission ticket. I show up. The box office opens at 10 a.m. There's people lining up to get in line at the box office because there's rumors they're going to start selling tickets at 10 a.m. I met somebody there that I know. He's a customer. His name's Landon. Landon was first in line at the box office yesterday morning. I said, hey, Landon. We talked for about an hour. He was in line at the box office. The box office opens, John. He buys a ticket for just $300. People from the venue start coming out, and they said, if you bought a ticket from StubHub, it's fake. You will not get in. There's already probably 100 people outside, and people start panicking. Half the people there bought tickets on either StubHub or SeatGeek. So there's chaos outside of the arena. Half the people there have fake tickets. I show them my ticket. They're like, yeah, you won't be able to get in with that ticket. It's fake. It was sold on StubHub. No tickets were supposed to be sold third party. They're fake. It's a fake link, blah, 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 blah. So Landon has his ticket, and about that time, everybody in line at the box office says, well, they sold out of tickets. So it's a sold-out event. There's no tickets for sale, and my ticket's fake. And this is like 9 o'clock in the morning. Show don't start till the doors open at 6:30, so I'm stuck outside. And the only thing they tell us is we might release more tickets at 1 o'clock. So I'm sitting around all day, not knowing if I can even get inside of this concert or not. People keep showing up over and over, and they're just like, everybody's finding out that their ticket's fake. So for about 4 hours, I'm watching nothing but hundreds of people show up and find out their tickets are fake, and there's just like chaos. So that's what happened. I got in line, and they started lining people up that bought bogus tickets on StubHub, and 5 hours later, I finally got a ticket at face value, and I've got a refund from StubHub. So I got my $900 back, and I paid $300 for that one. So I saved $600. But for about half the day, I was worried I couldn't even get into the show. I stood around all day. But luckily, Landon was there. He's probably going to be watching tonight. I told him he would be. Landon, are you on? He probably is going to hop on. We spent all day in Nashville, and then we were about 10th in row for McCartney, and it was exhausting. And John's got some amazing 45s tonight. 4 boxes full of 45s. And, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Oh boy, 45 night. Prince, Cinderella. Did I see Jello Biafra?
You did.
I seen Jello. I seen The Cult, Plasmatics. Wow, this is great stuff. It's gonna be a fun night here at Coletco. So, all right, here we go. Let's start sharing the feed. So, long story short, if y'all just missed half that story, for half the day yesterday, I was down in Nashville not knowing if I could even get into that concert after finding out that I couldn't get in, that my ticket was fake. So there's one thing to learn from this. If you're going to buy a ticket on StubHub, especially for a highly sought after event in a small venue, you might want to make sure that the tickets are transferable. Because, see, everything on StubHub that was sold for months was fake. So I'm surprised the news station wasn't down there, because between 8 o'clock in the morning and when doors opened, thousands of tickets were sold on StubHub that were fake. Because we noticed there was a lot of people there, and then slowly everybody started realizing all their tickets were fake. And the guy on StubHub I was on the phone with, he said they're overwhelmed with refunds. So it has been, that was a night to remember. But what's crazy is up until when doors opened at that show last night, you could have walked up and bought a ticket. So all that hype for months about tickets being $1,000 and people paying $1,000, you could have walked up that night of the concert and bought one for $300 right at the box office, pretty much up until when the show started. So they basically didn't sell any tickets. They probably sold a legitimate 1,000 tickets to that show, maybe 1,500. They kept it it was very small. I mean, the floor was pretty amazing. You felt like you was in a room with Paul McCartney. I think he enjoyed it too. He mentioned it 2 or 3 times. He's like, this is amazing. He's like, I feel like I'm just in a small little room with y'all. So, and yeah, non-transferable. So if you ever go to buy a show, for a ticket for a show, make sure they say they're transferable, because people can just create a StubHub entry and say they have a ticket, sell it, close their account down if they get the money, and then they've scammed StubHub. So they really hadn't scammed the buyer, they've kind of scammed StubHub. So for months, all those tickets sold on StubHub and SeatGeek were all fake. And thousands of people were disappointed, because I noticed, I was like, man, there's a lot of people showing up for this to be such a small venue. And then you'd slowly see people walk up to the box office, and then they'd be like, dude, what? My ticket's fake. What? And then they'd be panicking, because they was like, how do I get in the show? I've flown in from Nashville. I mean, I've flown in from St. Louis. I've flown in from wherever. Okay. So be careful buying on StubHub. It is pouring rain here in Lebanon, and we're about to get this show started. And one more place to share. Sorry for the delay. I haven't got to tell many people about that. I haven't got to tell really anybody. I was texting my family and friends and was like, dude, y'all will not believe this. I texted Tanner and Seth about 9 o'clock, and I said, well, my ticket's fake. I'm probably not going to get into this concert. Luckily, I met Landon down there. He's from Nashville. We walked all over Broadway. We walked all over Nashville, actually. He basically took me on a tour of downtown Nashville. I did a lot of walking. I knew I'd find at least one customer down there. I usually do. All these shows, it doesn't matter if I'm in Denver, Dallas, Nashville, I usually find a customer. It's pretty amazing. I don't think I've been to a concert lately where I hadn't met or found a customer I didn't know. So. And we're almost ready to get going here. I've been talking this whole time. So, yeah. So essentially, nobody paid for an expensive ticket last night to McCartney. All those people that were in there, no one paid $1,000 for a ticket. There was no expensive tickets sold at that concert. There's no way, if you did, that you couldn't have got in. So, all right. No, I got to get in last night. It was just after a debacle. I had bought a fake ticket. Me and hundreds of possibly thousands of other people had bought fake tickets off StubHub. So, all right, let's find this Thursday morning video. And Thursday, this is it right here, right? Yep. All right, we're looking for Sugar Hill Gang, Alice in Chains, Ozzy, Alice in Chains, Depeche Mode, Ozzy, Pink, Brian Wilson, Offspring, Mastodon, Weezer, Sugar Hill, Five Finger, Ozzy, and Alice in Chains. All right, here we go. John has brought a ton of 45s up here to me. If y'all like bidding on 45s, this is going to be a great night for that. We got, of course, the advertised auctions, and we still got Japanese that has not been put up. So let's get started. Since I did see Paul McCartney last night, let's put up the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. My favorite song he did last night, Band on the Run. That's a good one. Heading out, John. Thank you as always. Be careful. It's pouring rain and dark. Pouring rain and dark. I hate it. All right. So we have Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35 start. There is the insert. There is the original inner sleeve. Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, Japanese press with Obi. Now this is with some of them. Sometimes it's not. This is a pretty cool book that came with some of them, but it's not with every copy of Hollywood Bowl that I get. So that's pretty cool to see. $35 start on that. Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, EAS 80830, Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35 start on that. Okay, yeah, I'll do Kiss Lots later. Let me figure out where they've been unboxed at. So we got several crates of new vinyl, plus probably stuff Laura showed last night. I'll show again to refresh my memory. Let me figure out where they've, quote, unboxed Kiss Lots. They're right over here. Okay, there should be 25, so they're going to go to the first 25 pre-orders. And then you'll know if you're getting one, because this would have been the last day. If not, the rest will probably be next week. So by tonight, you'll know if you're going to get billed tonight or next week for the Kiss Lots. No Metallicas this week, and the next two going up are Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. The next two lots are going to be Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. We've done Black Sabbath, Kiss, Metallica. Next two are Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. And that should do us for a couple more weeks, or maybe a week. And then I'll have two more next week. There's about 5 crates of new vinyl, but I think a couple were from last night. Delivered last night. So, yeah, we'll have a pretty good selection, okay? The Beatles has a bid for $35. And here we go. And let's get started. Next auction is this. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Daylight Again. CSN is a Japanese pressing. Some great songs on this one. Let me get my trash can a little bit closer here to me. If not, that's going to be annoying all night. There's Otis. He's walking around trying to figure out where Tanner and Addison is. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Daylight Again. This is a $35 start as well. There's the insert, there's the cover, and Obi. The Kiss Lots are $59.99. They are going to be billed probably... half of the pre-order is going to be billed this week, okay? I'm going to go down the line. So if you were later on the pre-order, you're probably not going to be billed this week, but they are coming in, I promise. So let's get started. This was a video that was posted Thursday morning, the day of the concert, so I wasn't here to tag it Friday night, okay? So here it is, and this actually did sell. The Brian Wilson box set is sold to Dan White. If anybody else wants one, it's Brian Wilson live at the Roxy Theater. It is a 3LP red, white, and blue splatter, and this is sold to Dan White. Brian Wilson box set, $64.99, and those will be going up. Any Rush and Ozzy in the future. Every band you can ever imagine will be eventually posted for pre-order. any band you could ever imagine, even Cattle Decapitation. Ace Frehley, Space Invader. Ace Frehley is going to go up for $39.99. Ace Frehley, Space Invader, $39.99. There's one left. It's 2 LP colored vinyl. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl has one bid for $35. CSN $35. Tyson, if you want a Kiss lot, you won't be billed until not Monday, but probably the next Monday. So let me know if you do want one. And then let's go ahead and get started with these 45s. So when John cleans up, when John starts organizing the back room, when John, spends a day to figure out what's in this store, he usually finds a lot of cool stuff. I'm telling y'all, we don't know what we have here in this building. I think if you don't know that by now, then you hadn't been watching very long. We really don't know everything that's in this building. So when we kind of do a cleanup, when we know they're on their way back from a collection, we end up finding an incredible amount of stuff. So here's the Cult Revolution EP. We found a big batch of great 45s. This is a double EP 45 from the Cult, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Put down Tyson Morgan for a Kiss lot. Tyson Morgan for a Kiss lot. Yeah, Alice in Chains up for pre-order. That's a big announcement. I actually saw it last night before I fell asleep after getting back from the concert, and I was like, man, I hope this is available so I can schedule it in the morning, because I know some people's going to get antsy and want to go ahead and pre-order it somewhere. So luckily, they already had it up on our main website, and I posted it. So the Alice in Chains pre-order's up. Let's try to get to 200 pre-orders. I mean, we're at 100. I bet we can get to 200. I bet we can get to 200. So next thing is Depeche Mode playing The Angel. Depeche Mode is $39.99, and this one is sold to Melinda Gerhardt. She got that last copy of that. If anybody else wants that, let me know. And then over here, we have Pearl Jam Vitology. Pearl Jam Vitology is a 2 LP, and Pearl Jam is $38.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP new and sealed for Pearl Jam. So the last bid over here on the Beatles was 40, which means somebody got outbid. Austin Latham has it right now at 40. Stanley Richmond bid 40. Austin Latham, you're out on the Beatles. Let me know if you want back in. Next is Ozzy, No More Tears. This is $39.99. Ozzy, $39.99. That is available. By the way, the Kiss lot is $59.99. No guarantee on when you're going to get invoiced, though, okay? I'm basically saying it's for sale, but you pretty much, I can't tell you, nor will I ever tell you when you're going to get a bill for it, okay? That's the best thing I can promise you. I'm sorry it's that way, but I know it's sitting right there, but there's more on the way. There's 25 in this building, but they're already spoken for. That's an awesome item, I know. So if you know you want one, but you're not panicked about when you're going to get billed for it, just go ahead and say, I'll take one. Otherwise, I really can't promise when they're coming. Butters A871 says, mark me down. I'll mark you down. Thank you. Let me figure out where Otis is. I'm in charge of watching a dog tonight, too. There he is. He's walking around up front, probably looking for Tanner. Otis, why don't I get your cot out over here, and you can lay down right here so I know where you're at. Let me get this from underneath this table. I'm in dog duty tonight, Laura. Otis, you want to heal? Okay, good. He listens to me. Thank goodness. There's your good bed. There's your chew toy, and I'll go get your box of treats here in a minute, okay? I told Tanner, I was like, this is probably the biggest responsibility I've ever had in my life, other than having to run a business. I was like, boy, they've put me in charge of literally one of their children. So, oh, man. Over here, Beatles is now at 45. Stanley Richmond, you've been outbid. I have Alice in Chains, and this is Mad Season. Or, excuse me, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Screaming Trees, that's Mad Season. $39.99. Advertised auctions about 7, maybe even sooner. Probably sooner than that. Probably 7 or a little before. I think somebody might have got an Ozzy, No More Tears. Yeah, Dustin Riviera got the last copy of Ozzy, No More Tears. That is sold. Otis is a golden doodle. Otis is a golden doodle. And so they went out to a dinner and didn't want to leave them at their house. So I went and got them. And he's kind of just walking around in circles, probably trying to figure out where Tanner is. Also, we have Memoirs of a Madman. This is a 2 LP. This is essentially an Ozzy greatest hits. Aussie Greatest Hits, it's Memoirs of a Madman, $38.99. And then let's put John Bergenstorm on an Aussie No More Tears waiting list, okay? John Bergenstorm, if you're okay with that, those will be back in next week. Now, over here, the Beatles, the last bid is a final call. It was with Austin Latham at 45. I'm going to make sure Stanley Richmond's done bidding. We can go ahead and make Crosby, Stills, and Nash a buy now. And the Colt, the last bid that came in on the Colt, the last bid on this was Nick Bargeron at $35, which means Matt Nichols, you did get outbid, okay? Crosby, Stills, and Nash can be bought for $35. 4 boxes of Great 45 auctions tonight. So hope everybody's ready for that. Exciting. The first one's already a hit, the Colt, and there's more coming. Looks like we're done on the Beatles Hollywood Bowl. I got Japanese stuff to auction and a lot more where that coming from. John Barkenstorm says he's okay with that waiting list. That's great. And that means we can order more for everybody. Kicks is $39.99. And if we missed it, whoever's tagging, Butters over on Twitch, Butters did want a kiss slide, okay? So like I said, $59.99, but it's one of these items I can't guarantee you when they're coming in. So you're not going to get billed this Monday. You might get billed next Monday, and I've got to figure out how many they're ordering. At this point, I probably have more orders than ones I even have ordered. I probably need to go back and purge and double check that because we just keep selling them and keep selling them. Aussie Black Rain, we're automatically going to have a waiting list for this. This one's also sold to Dustin Riviera. Let's make a note to start a waiting list for this right now. Actually, this is the only one sold, but we need to go ahead and order more. Aussie Black Rain is $36.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash was Daylight Again. Daylight Again on CSN. It's available for a buy now. And we have Depeche Mode Live 101. And Depeche Mode's a double LP, $44.99. All right, time for new auctions. The Colt is sold to Nick Bargeron for $35. Thank you, Nick, on that. And let's go ahead and sell Austin Latham. Austin Latham over here. Austin Latham over here on the Beatles for $45. $45 on the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. $45. Let's put that in a new sleeve. I'm going to tag the first 25 pre-orders for the Kiss lot here in about 20 minutes, okay? 25. We got 25 in. I think there's over 50 pre-orders. So there'll be more in next week. But right now, those are at... those are 20. The first 25 are going to be tagged here in just a second. So I don't know who got what yet. We're about to find out. I wouldn't go anywhere. Kicks, Cool Kids is $39.99. Yeah, and somebody asked about the Rolling Stones box set earlier. Somebody asked about a Rolling Stones box set, and then Jerry just asked about one too. Let me figure out who asked about that Rolling Stones box set. The one we had is sold, okay? So whoever asked about that, it is sold. It is one. I forgot. Let me see if I can see it laying over here. But I'm going to have to order more, Glenn. So, yeah, I don't have it. The one that I did have got sold. So, I honestly don't know what happened. Or I do know what happened. It's sold. I don't have any more, though. So, if anybody wants on a wait list, I think they were $99.99, right? Somebody bought one, $99.99. I don't know where all the sold stuff is. There's no telling. It looks like they started alphabetical order over here. So let me jump over here and see. Here it is. It was sold to Tyson Morgan for $99.99. So it's still available. I mean, it's still, we can still do a waiting list is what I'm trying to spit out. $99.99. Glenn or Jerry Stone, if y'all. Now, there's a chance my distributor had those on sale. So if they're gone, I probably can't get any more on those on price, but I'll try, okay? I can maybe look it up. So we have the Plasmatics. This is called Money Suit or Monkey Suit. And then we have Plasmatic Squirm. I don't know how it came, but probably just in a plastic sleeve. I don't think this ever came with a cover. I think it just came with a plastic sleeve. Plasmatics is a $10 start, okay? So let's... update the title. I could have swore I changed that. Evidently, I didn't. So let me change the title up here. Because thank y'all for acknowledging that. How do I change it? Okay. And there's that. Getting in the mood, the swing of things. Getting our early requests and questions out of the order while the show's getting warmed up. Plasmatics is a $10 start. So let me go back down the line here. Kiss Light, John Durden, the Ed Sheerans came in. Yes, you got tagged for one of those, I think, on Wednesday night. Glenn on the wait list for Rolling Stones, and Jerry, if you want one, let me know. I can probably try to pull it up right now and find out. Depeche Mode Violator is $29.99, and Mastodon Remission. And then Husker Du box set, Blue Box, live recordings. I'll look that up right now as well. Mastodon is $33.99. I'm going to start making notes right here. Husker Du, and then there's a new Dio box set coming out with their early albums on colored vinyl. Okay, and then let's make a note for Stones box. When I miss 24 hours here, it's like chaos. So I tell everybody I can rarely take a day off because I'm so assumed with ordering all the new vinyl, then I keep pretty much a lot of it stored in my head. So my next year, I got to get us a system where if I miss a day or two, Laura or Paul can come in and they can take care of ordering stuff, waiting list, and pre-orders. So like in December, I'm going to be gone a few nights, maybe 4 nights even. So they're going to have to like make sure we get all the pre-orders, waiting list, etc. Okay, and then we have Beatles Greatest Hits. This is $35 start. Here's another Beatles auction on Japanese vinyl. We have an insert here, and there's the cover and Obi. Now, this is a different flag series than most. $35 on this one, and that is number 32, okay? And then over here, we have Plasmatics, and this has one bid with Chuck Yeager for $10, okay? And I don't know, usually those Alice in Chains box sets are sold through the websites. I'll check. They're usually sold through the websites. I don't know. We've got the green vinyl up for pre-order. Also, we have Rascal Flatts Greatest Hits. This is a 2 LP, $29.99. Rascal Flatts Greatest Hits. Ozzy Scream, the last copy of this was sold, and Ozzy Scream was sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you on that, Jeremy Todd. And we have Trisha Yearwood, Christmas Time, green vinyl, new Christmas album, $29.99. So, yeah. So a lot of those Alice in Chains box sets are only sold through their website. So since they've been doing those box sets, we have never been offered a chance to buy a box set wholesale. I've actually myself ordered them through their website. Now, we have the green vinyl up for pre-order. If no one wants to buy that kind of deluxe packaging, we have the green vinyl up for pre-order. All right, and then here is another Japanese pressing. This one is Billy Joel and Innocent Man, a $25 start on that. That's LP near mint minus a pristine, insert, shrink wrap, Obi, and hop sticker. Okay, now I think we're good to go. I feel like I was on that crate for 25 minutes, but I did address a lot of questions and concerns. We're going to read through it one more time quickly. The Plasmatics is sold to Chuck Yeager for $10. If you haven't heard, the word on the street is Coletco's got a great batch of 45s going up for auction tonight. Like Motley Crue, Girls, 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 with the original picture sleeve, the vinyls in about VG Plus condition. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Here we go. First thing is this. We have Ace Frehley Space Invader, $34.99. We have Pearl Jam Vitology, $38.99. That's a 2 LP. We got Rascal Flatts sold to Paul Brothers. That was a 2 LP Greatest Hits. We're now so out of that. Mark Weiss has the Billy Joel for $25. Motley Crue has bids for $10 and $10. No one's bid on the Beatles. It's a $35 start. Mad Season is $39.99. That's a 2 LP. Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman, which is essentially an Ozzy Greatest Hits, $38.99. We have Depeche Mode 101, a double LP, $44.99. Chris Meisner on Pearl Jam Vitology. That's sold to Chris Meisner. Also, Kicks Cool Kids, that should be on gold vinyl, $39.99 for that. Depeche Mode Violators, $29. Mastodon Remission is $33. And Trisha Yearwood Christmas Time on green vinyl, $29.99. Okay? The other crate with a lot of claims is up front. I'm going to go get that. Matt Scheiker did get Mastodon Remission. Thank you, Matt Scheiker. That's sold to you. He got that from the video. And yes, 2 waiting lists for Rolling Stones, Glenn and Jerry Stone. And here in a minute, I'll try to see if they're in stock. I probably can give y'all an answer on that here in about 5 minutes if the chances of us even getting one of those is possible. So I'll start checking on that right now, okay? And then I'll probably give, that way y'all aren't worrying or knowing and et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's go knock out the other crate. We have one more crate from like Thursday, and then we're going to go ahead and get right into all of the newest stuff. Some stuff technically new from yesterday that I didn't get to see. I want to go ahead and go through that, make sure everything got pulled and tagged and showed and priced right and et cetera, et cetera. And we've already sold 2 or 3 Kiss lights tonight. Here, when I get done with this last video, I'll go ahead and probably knock that out right now. That way everybody knows, because it's probably been one of the most anticipated items that I can remember in a long time, is that Kiss light right back there for sure, 100%. So I'll show you who got those first 25 in just a second. Otis, if you follow me back here, buddy, we're going to have some treats, okay? We'll do some treats. This next crate's pretty solid. A lot of stuff's already sold out of here, but there are extra copies. Okay? There are extra copies. Come on, Otis. Come on, buddy. I'm bringing your box of treats back here. Every time somebody buys a record, I'm going to give you a treat. You'd be stuffed like a Christmas turkey. I did not say fishbone. I did not say fishbone. No, I did not. No fishbone here. Okay. Otis, here you go. Here's your milk bone. Here you go, buddy. There you go. Mm-hmm. Nice. Those smell good. I could eat one myself. Okay. All right. Here we go. Definitely different blankets. Yeah, those are coming soon as well. Didn't want to turn me up too loud. Crank it. People will be saying, hey, man, what are you watching? You could be like, I'm watching Chad over at Coletco. Okay. Okay. Y'all might be in luck on those Stones boxes, okay? Yeah, y'all might be in luck. It looks like y'all are going to be. As long as they ship them, they're in stock right now. Now, there's literally very few left, so they could run out before they get to me. But we're going to go ahead and say they're shipped or they're ordered, okay? Now, let me jump up here to the top and figure out what's happened. Okay, so the first thing is Chris Meisner got a Pearl Jam Vitology. Jerry Stone on a Rolling Stones box. Which Beatles is up for auction? Motley Crue 17, Motley Crue 20. What is the track listing for the Beatles? More info on the Beatles. Chris Meisner got a Depeche Mode 101. Let's also sell one of those to Chris Meisner. I have 3 left if anybody wants one. Thank you, Chris Meisner. There's that. Motley Crue 25. How was Paul McCartney? What was the Fishbone record? Motley Crue 28. Beatles 35. What is Rage Against the Machine? The Battle of Los Angeles, $29.99. How was the Paul McCartney show? Can you tell me how the Paul McCartney show was? Beatles is at $36, and Motley Crue has a final call now. So Motley Crue, Sarah Weiberdink, $28. We have over here, we have D.K. Evans at $40 on the Beatles. And Billy Joe earlier just got 1 bid, and let's go ahead and sell this. Billy Joe, the last bid was Mark Weiss for $25. Let's go ahead and sell it to him. Okay? Thank you, Mark Weiss, V-I-S. That's sold to him. Let's tag that and put it away. And then let's also go over here and show Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz is $29.99. That is available, and we have 1 copy left, $29.99. Weezer Hurley, one was sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, $34.99, and that is available Also, we have the Beatles now at $40 with DK Evans. That's going once, going twice. Will Robinson, let me know if you want back in. And Motley Crue, I think everybody's done. Sarah Wyberdink, $28. I think we're done, okay? There's the track listing for Beatles. Craig just shared it. And also we have, do you have Count Chocula figures for sale? I don't have any more Count Chocula figures for sale. They should have me a waiting list over here. We have about 4 people on a waiting list. We showed those last night. I got some more toys. I got some more toys in too. M&M stuff and really cool stuff. Let me see over here. I need to see if these things are in stock right now. Okay, good, they are. Okay, so let me figure all this out. So I got a Hurley last night. Okay, so the most recent comments are Rage Against the Machine is sold to Chris Meisner for $29.99. Okay, the Beatles got a bid for $40. Then Jeff Brandt RTO put 1+ of each Wings and Cranberry CDs. Jeff, those came in on Monday night. You've already been tagged, and those are already in the system. Those came in 5 nights ago. Those came in on Monday night. Count Chocula, Jerry, I'm about to tell you the status on that in 30 seconds. And then Scott Dwallow said, and me, I got a Hurley last night right. I was not here last night, so honestly, I have no idea. Okay, and then Mike Owen says Ozzy. That was for Blizzard of Oz. Thank you, Mike Owen. That's so do you. And then Laura says she did not show any of these records last night. Yes, she didn't. So I don't know when you got, we had those on Wednesday night maybe Wednesday night. Okay, and then let's go ahead and sell Motley Crue. Motley Crue, the last bid on this is Sarah Wyberdink for $28, and that's sold to her. The Beatles is at $41, and DK Evans is out. We're about to sell that as a final call. Now, I don't know if you've been invoiced for one or not. There's a good chance you could end up with 2 on your invoice. Let me just see if I can find you right now, because honestly, there's probably a chance you've already been pulled for 1. Okay? And I'd rather find out right now than having Ed have to put it back, because then I'm going to have to order more, and then I'm probably going to end up with more extras than I need. Scott Dwallow, everything should be keyed in. You've already got 1. I'm looking at your invoice right here. You've already got 1, okay? You've already got 1. So that is still available. That is still available. Let's put up another auction. Otis, you almost got stepped on. Next auction is this right here. I seen something earlier, Jello Biafra, which looked pretty cool. But how about we go ahead and put up Exploited? I told y'all there's some cool 45s tonight. The Exploited Attack Alternative. The Exploited is going to go up for a $10 start. Attack Alternative. $10 start. The Exploited Attack Alternative. $10 start on that. Alice in Chains Jar of Flies. Make sure you're in on the pre-order for the new self-titled album that's been out of print for a long time, okay? The self-titled Tripod album is finally getting an official reissue. Official reissue. These Jar of Flies are $24.99. Black Sabbath lights. No status update yet. How much is the Kiss light? $59.99. No guarantee when you're going to be invoiced. That is a display model, not for sale right now. That is a display model, not for sale right now. But if you do want one and you don't care when you're invoiced, I'll sell you one. No guarantee when you're going to get billed. I do not have them in stock. Those are not in stock. Jerry Stone on Count Chocula. Yes. Count Chocula figures were a hit. I'm going to show those again because I may order some in just a second. All right, Jar of Flies. I think we sold both copies of Dirt. Alice in Chains Dirt was sold to Dustin Riviera. And then the other one over here, Alice in Chains Dirt, was sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Okay? Exploited is now at 10, 11, and 12. The Offspring Ignition. The Offspring is sold to Scott Dwallow. Sell that to Scott Dwallow, $24.99. Sugar Hill Gang. Sugar Hill Gang is sold to Chad Snyder. Now, the next thing is if anybody wants an Offspring, it will be a waiting list. And then we already have somebody on a waiting list from the video. Troy Robinson said waiting list for the Sugar Hill Gang Zoetrope picture disc, okay, which is $46.99. The exploited is 12 and 13. I'm pretty sure you got a jar of flies, yes. And then the Beatles over here is sold. The Beatles is sold to Will Robinson for $41. Will Robinson, $41. Scentless Apprentice also wants on the waiting list for a Count Chocula figure. We're going to hook y'all up with that sometime early next week. Ryan Eaton says he needs an Alice in Chains Dirt. You've got it. I'll put you on a waiting list. Sounds like I got a lot of reordering to do. And then we also have Corrosion of Conformity, America's Volume Dealer, $34.99. Clear with white swirl, $34.99. So the exploited is at 13 with Hessen Session. That's Attack and Alternative by the exploited, $13. The Chicago Christmas album, whoever asked, I'm sorry, red vinyl, $29.99. Red vinyl, $29.99. That's for the Chicago Christmas album there, okay? Thank y'all, and good night. No, I'm joking. Okay, let's go ahead and put this up. Rob Zombie is going in the back. This is $33.99. Record Store Day Essential glow-in-the-dark vinyl. $33.99 for Rob Zombie. Okay, Brian says he wants on a wait list for the Kiss Light, and he says cancel on the Kiss Light. And then Susie said she wants a Kiss Light. And then Chicago is sold to Mike Owen. And now let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up for a $1 start. Let's go ahead and get this out of our system. Your Nightly Dose of Asia. Asia Astra is actually a really nice copy. It's near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's a solicitation card. It has the insert, and it's a beautiful copy. Asia is a $1 start. That's now up for bid. We got 2 copies of Mastodon. This is the Hunter. Mastodon the Hunter. And I don't think this one was claimed, so both copies should still be available. And Mastodon the Hunter is $36.99. I also have Offspring Smash. Got to keep them separated. $24.99 for that one. And I have 1 copy of Ozzy Diary of a Madman. Ozzy Diary of a Madman. That is $29.99. David Pitt says he wants a Kiss Light. And just so you know, no guarantee on when those are going to come in and ship, okay? We've got 25 in this building right now. We're about to tag them. First thing of new business tonight. First thing of new business tonight is tagging those Kiss Lights, so we know who's definitely going to be getting one. The Exploited is officially sold to Hessen Session for $13. Thank you on that. I got to check on the other serial figures. I'm going to do that. Corrosion of Conformity Wise Blood is $49.99. And we have Alice in Chains Facelift. Alice in Chains Facelift is a 2LP, $38.99. $38.99. John Bergenstorm on Offspring Smash. Self-Esteem is on that one too. Let's put up another record in the back for Deco. And let's go ahead and put up 2 more auctions. Next record to throw up in the back is another Christmas album. Oh, Louis Armstrong, he wishes you a cool Yule. A cool Yule. And that is on red vinyl, $34.99 for Louis. Okay, next over here is Corrosion Conformity Deliverance. Great album. 2LP clear vinyl, $54.99 for COC. Pink Misunderstood. We did sell a copy to Kathy Hodges. Pink is $34.99. We have 1 copy left. John Bergenstorm wants an Alice in Chains Facelift. And then Empty Matt wants on the pre-order for Tripod. I'm about to offer that exclusively to YouTube people in just a second. I'm going to type in y'all's names live if I have to. And if you're on Facebook, we'll send the link, but give me 1 second. Right now, Depeche Mode Black Celebrations, $29.99. The high bid on Asia is $6 with One Unique Journey. $6 on Asia. If you're not One Unique Journey, you do not have the bid on Asia for just $6. $6. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the UK Subs. Keep on running till you burn. The UK Subs is a 7-inch single with picture sleeve on blue vinyl from the UK. It's on blue vinyl. Jim Records. UK Subs is a $7 start. $7 start. Courtney Duncan gets that last copy of Pink. Mike Owen on Depeche Mode Black Celebration. If you're on Facebook, I'm going to ask you to actually comment on the pre-order because that's going to get you an order. Barring some unforeseen accident, like they allocate that record, it depends on where you're in line on the pre-order, at least for the first shipment. I doubt they ever pull that record, okay? Y'all know how Alice in Chains have been. Their albums have been in stock. After they finally get them in production, they haven't been pulling anything. So, but if you want one the day they come in, you need to get in line right now. Counting people who've bought doubles, we're approaching 125 pre-orders, including because a lot of people have asked for 2. I think one guy asked for 3 copies. So it's a big deal. It's been out of print since the mid-90s, 1995. That's 30 years. It's been out of print. So Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is $36.99. Also, we have Blind Melon, self-titled. That has their big song on it, No Rain. This album also came out in the 90s, so it's pretty tough to get OGs of. $38.99. And here's that new Five Finger Death Punch Best of Volume 2. And this one is officially sold to Dave Kavanaugh. Thank you, Dave Kavanaugh. That's sold to you. And then we have Kiss Ace Frehley. This was sold to Darren Wortman. There should be new copies in tonight. That is his solo album. I'm in need of love. Wow, 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 wow. So I have that copy sold to Darren Wortman. If anybody else wants one, let me know. UK Subs was a $7 start. No bid yet. Do I have Tame Impala? Jerry Stone, I didn't miss you there. I was just thinking. I don't think we do. Lord, do we have that or have access to that? And then over here, we have Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is officially sold to Melanie Clausen. And Melanie, I saw your message come in today, so let me do a formal apology on the videos not being posted this morning. I did one thing that I hate doing. I did not post any videos this morning. And it just kills me because I know there was probably dozens, if not hundreds, of people going to the group this morning to find those videos, and they were not posted. So I apologize. I came home from the concert after an epic night. And for those that asked me how it was earlier, I wasn't ignoring you. I knew there was going to be a lot of people ask me, so I was going to try to do one big update here in just a second. That's sort of Melanie Clausen. And let's update the video. So everybody that posted Thursday morning on the video got everything they wanted, except Tom Kelly. Put him on a waiting list for Ozzy Black Rain, okay? And then we got Troy Robinson on a waiting list for Sugar Hill Gang Zoetrope. Everybody else got everything they wanted. And, of course, we had some other waiting lists as well. So Asia's up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We got some stuff here from the $15 tab stuff that Laura has gotten ready for us tonight. And the first thing we have is this right here. Let's do Dokken Tooth and Nail. Dokken, this is a 1984 Specialty OG VG condition. VG condition. This is a $15 start, okay? $15 start. Dokken Tooth and Nail. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you this. The first thing I'll say is the concert was unforgettable. I was in a small venue with Paul McCartney. I counted, there was about 10 people in front of me. Those are the people who had early admission. I was 24th in line to get in, general admission. So that sums up that night. Epic, amazing set list, 2 hours and 40 minutes, nonstop playing. Beatles hits, Paul McCartney hits, Wings hits. I feel like I could have reached out and touched him at some point, but it was amazing. He was just like right there. So when he walked out, it felt like I was in some kind of simulation. The story that I told earlier while I'm bringing over a new crate is when I got there that morning to get in line. Yesterday morning when I got there to get in line, I found out my ticket was fake. So every ticket sold through StubHub for the last couple of months were bogus. You could not get those. You could not get in if you bought a ticket on StubHub. So pretty much all morning and all day, I was on Venue trying to figure out how to get into a sold-out concert where nobody was allowed to sell tickets. So I was there at 8 a.m., and from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., I didn't think I could get into the concert. So it was actually a big ordeal. Hundreds of people were showing up for hours finding out their ticket was fake. Because there was a lot of people who paid $1,000 on StubHub to get in, only to find out their ticket was fake. Now, keep in mind, people were getting refunds through StubHub. and I've already got mine, or mine's is being processed. But if you did not, buy a ticket through Axis, you could not get into that show last night. So they finally opened up and released more tickets at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m., and I finally bought a ticket. This entire story would take me about an hour to explain everything that went down, but it was a mess for a long time. I was sick to my stomach because I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get into that show last night. I mean, for hours. I was waiting in line, waiting for them to release more tickets. So it was pretty much a mess. Yeah, it wasn't fun at all for a long time. For a long time, I didn't think I could get into that show. So, all right. Now, let's update what's happened here. Okay, so over here, UK subs did not get a bid. That's on blue vinyl. A $7 buy it now on that. UK subs, a $7 buy it now on that. The last bid on Asia was a final call to Mike Owen for $18. We started at $1. Asia's at $18, and we're about to sell. The last bid on Dawkin was two people. Tim Rory bid 15, and Nick Bargeron bid 15. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Now let's go up to the top and figure out what happened, okay? The first thing that happened in questions, do you know when the Death Metal logo Coleco shirts will be printed? Sometime next week. Melanie Clausen got Rob Zombie. Chad, since I'm new, how long does it take to get an invoice? If you bought something Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, you'll get an invoice on Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, you won't get an invoice until Monday. So if you bought anything this week, you won't get an invoice until Monday. Jerry, let me know if you want on that Tame Impala waiting list. Okay? Allison Chains is sold out on their website. Go pre-order now. Tony McDaniel on an Aussie lot. There's no Aussie lots yet. Doesn't exist yet. Dawkin 15, Dawkin 15. Gerald, you already got a Zoetrope pre-order on like Monday night. Gerald, you got a Zoetrope picture disc on Monday night. I did not wait in line. I walked all over Nashville. I went and had lunch. I had a chair. We made friends. I pretty much never did really wait in line all day. We was out walking around. We walked around Nashville. I never was actually waiting in line. I never did really even use my chair, maybe for like a half hour. There was so much drama with tickets. I didn't have time to wait in line. I didn't know I was going to be even waiting in line. I didn't think I could even get into the concert. So, yeah, it was a pretty fun day. I never was ever, even though I was down there for 12 hours, I never did really ever wait in line for anything, except for maybe new tickets to be dropped. But somebody pretty much came out there from Axis and said, hey, if you bought a fake ticket, line up. We're going to release more tickets and sell everybody who bought a fake ticket that's still here. Because obviously the hardcore people, they were hanging around like devastated, like me. Like, holy crap, I'm not going to be able to get in this concert, am I? This is sold out. I bought a fake ticket. It's sold out. You can't buy them anywhere else except right here at this box office. So we were pretty much tied down to wait and see what happened. And I was 14th in line, and I got one. All right, so over here, we have Prince. I don't think I've ever had this before. Why do you want to treat me so bad and Baby? Prince is a $7 start. Why do you want to treat me so bad and Baby? $7 start, okay? Now, I bought on Sunday and got invoiced on Monday. If you buy Monday through Sunday, you get invoiced on Monday. Yes, it's 7 days of unlimited shipping. Okay, Asia is sold for $18. Asia is sold for $18, and that is sold for $18 to Mike Owen. There's that. There's this, $18. Let's put that in a new sleeve. We're done with that. Okay. Boom. I've not touched the Kiss lots yet. I've got to right now. I've been thinking about it almost every day for about 3 weeks. Ed has informed me we've probably received between 3,000 and 5,000 messages about them. Emails, phone calls, telegraphs and telegrams. We even had one guy mail in a letter and said, I would like a kiss lot. Please give me every information you can on it. And I was like, holy crap, we better get going on these kiss lots like ASAP. I mean, for somebody to literally mail us a letter, I was like, oh my gosh. Here we go. So let's go ahead and bring this up right now. Docking. Let's update Docking right quick. Docking is a 1984 U.S. specialty OG pressing in VG condition. The last bid on Docking was Tim Rory at $17. Tim Rory at $17. Prince, the last bid on Prince was 3 people bid $7. 3 people bid $7. Courtney Duncan was first. Courtney Duncan was first. Okay, let me go ahead and grab a crate of new stuff that was actually here last night, but Laura did not go through it because there could have been possible waiting list and pre-orders. So let me go ahead and do this right now. She left a note here. It says, arrive Thursday, but not yet shown. Okay, so that's that. And then let me go get the kiss lights. Let's knock this out. Then there's going to be, I'm sure, another wave because we don't have as much. But yes, you only get invoiced once a week. It's $8 in limited shipping. Okay? $8 unlimited shipping. Let's see here. All right, kiss lots. All right. Okay. All right. So here we go. Also, I got to show these cars that came in, these toys, vinyl, hatcheted crates. We got a lot to get to, okay? We got a lot to get to. I'll try my best. I'll try my very best not to be a jerk, but I'll put it this way. If I answer more questions, we're probably not going to be able to have a show tonight. But I'll try my best to keep it manageable, okay? I'll try my best to keep it manageable. I might have to close the press conference in a second. All right. So, let's see. How many's in here? There are 25 in here. Okay. There's 25 in here. Besides me getting them all out, I'm just going to read through everybody that got one. Okay. So, the first 25 people that's going to be getting a kiss lot: Jackie Ray, Scott Corcoran, Jamie Diaz. Mark Morris, Melanie Clausen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. George Jones, Jennifer Schrader, John Martinez, Jen Cast, Matthew Sherritt got 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. I'm not going to like Gerald Whitworth because they still need another one, okay? So we have 1. Here's everybody that got one. 25 have sold. Jackie Ray, Scott Corcoran, Jamie Diaz, Mark Morris, Melanie Clausen, George Jones, Jennifer Schrader, John Martinez, Jen Cast, Matthew Sherritt got 3. Stanley Richmond, John Lang, Scott Markheim, Greg Gabbert, Ed Hickey, Ken Crooker, Bill Samus, Chuck Egger got 2, Jeff Renartio, James Hicks, Paul Brothers and Colette Whitworth, a.k.a. Gerald Whitworth, with one, and then we'll have to get them another one. So next on the list is Gerald Whitworth, Jeff Church, Brad Waits, Clay Moore, Stephen A. Young, John Yarborough, David Polkey, Edwin Riviera, Robert Matthews, Tracy McFadden, Scott Smith, Stacey Smith, Jamie Butler, Christina Curtis for 2, Brent Robley for 2, Larry Bartle, Sherry Darnell, Glenn Butch Rhodes, Gonzo American, Jerry Stone, Fred Carnell, and Nathan Carter. Plus, I think we sold 2 last night, and we sold about 5 more already tonight. We're talking about those right there. They're $59.99. So that's just basically tonight taking another pre-order. Okay, that's basically tonight just taking another pre-order. I don't have one to physically say sold to you tonight. Not even close, okay? It took us a week to get 25 in. It looks like we've already got 35 more pre-orders, and I've only got 25 more ordered. So I've got to order more, and I can't tell you when they're coming in, okay? I can't. If you ask, I'll be like, I don't know. And I know that kills some people, but I can't tell you when they're coming in. No guarantee. This week, next week, 30 days, okay? That is for this Kiss light right here. And now, the next thing, Stacy is down for one. She's just pretty far up the list. She's down for one, okay? Now, the next thing that usually happens is a bombardment of other bands. We're going to get to them. I can't promise you any other band or when it's happening. But man, there's a heck of a list. The next 2 are Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. Okay? Now, like I said, I'm about to get full-in record selling mode. I'm about to start putting up auctions, and I'm about to start showing vinyl. If you have a question on a pre-order, an album, invoicing, please message the Facebook page. I'll sell you anything back here. You can ask about anything back here, anything that's actually in the crate. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go into full record selling mode, okay? So anything else, I'll try my best to flip out a quick answer. Otherwise, we might be here all night. Quick update on Prince. This is Why Do You Want to Treat Me So Bad and Baby. On the picture sleeve. I don't think I've ever had this before. Calvin Ward has it for $16. Dokken Tooth and Nail. The last bit on Dokken that came in was the following. Dokken J Nutra is at $20. This is a final call for $20. It's an 84 U.S. Specialty OG VG condition, $20. Final call to J Nutra. Calvin Ward has Prince for $16. Final call. If anybody wants on a Kiss light, if you didn't hear your name or you know you didn't comment last night, right now would be the time to do it. Quite right. This is condition critical. An 84 USOG Pittman VG Plus condition, $15 start. Next, Biohazard is Run Out Groove 2LP, $44.99. $44.99. Dokken 21, Dokken 21. Dokken 22, Dokken 22. That is the high bid right now on those. Next thing is this. We have Zeppelin and Maiden. Those will be posted soon. And then Jason Wilski, put him down for a Kiss light. Okay, Jason Wilski on a Kiss light. Biohazard's $44.99. There should be 2 Cranberries coming up, okay? We have Not So Grateful Dead. David Pitts also wants a Kiss light. Prince is getting new bids. Queen's Quite Right's getting new bid. All right, this is Pink, Can't Take Me Home, $38.99. Now, this was a pre-order. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here and get it was a waiting list. Let me get my laptop while I'm at it. And let's grab my Monster Energy drink. And let's go do that right now. I need to do that right now. I'm going to need one. I'm going to need one for sure. There's Otis. He heard me walk up front. Buddy, I'm not going anywhere, I promise. You can lay back down. I'm on dog duty. I don't know where your parents are at. They're out having a night on the town. Let's go back here and lay back down, buddy. Okay. Here we go. I think there was Vladarchek. My memory is telling me Vladarchek on this waiting list. We're about to find out, okay? Okay, let's do this. So, BOAZ, Otis is looking at me right here, buddy. How about I give you a treat and you can go back and resume your nap, okay? There you go, buddy. There's a good milk bone there for you. There you go, buddy. Have fun with that. All right. Laura did a great job. Thank you. I heard she had some technical difficulties. I've got a trainer on hand to handle the press. The hardest thing here running this show is handling the press. That's what they say, like, if you're going to be like anything, like these NBA and NFL players, they get paid a lot to play well, but they get paid a lot to handle the press. That's what Michael Jordan and all them used to say during that. They's like, man, we're getting paid just to basically answer questions. We have Pink. Pink over here is sold to Vladarchek, okay? Thank you. That is sold to the Vladarcheks. Thank you on that. But yeah, I've got to tell Laura, we're going to have to help Laura handle the press, aka the questions. We're going to get her trained on that. Chevelle, 12 Bloody Spies. I've never had this before. B-sides and rarities. B-sides and rarities, $24.99. Chevelle, $24.99. B-sides and rarities, never had that before. And then we had the Beatles Past Masters, which this was a waiting list. The Beatles Past Masters is a double LP, $49.99. Beatles Past Masters, let's pull up the waiting list for this. Catherine Lutz. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? That is sold to Catherine Lutz. There's 2 extra copies there. Let's jump back up the top and see if I missed anything. The first thing I had was Doc in 23, Queens Rock 15. Prince got a bid for 20. Doc in 23, Quiet Right 20. Prince 22, Quiet Right 23. Doc in 25. Biohazard is sold to Joshua Cross. If anybody else wants one, Fred Cardinale, I'll put you on a waiting list. Biohazard Urban Discipline. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. They're numbered. That is sold to Joshua Cross. Fred Cardinale, let me know if you want on a waiting list. Laura just posted the newest Rob Zombie album for pre-order. Next thing on this is, what is the Pink album? The Pink album is sold out. Let me know if you want a waiting list. That was for Sandy Villa. Pink Can't Take Me Home. 2 LP gold vinyl. That was sold to Vladarcheks on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm sold out of Biohazard. Let me know. We have Prince is at $30. Put down Fred Cardinale for a Black Sabbath waiting list on the Black Sabbath lot. Fred Cardinale on Black Sabbath lot. Dawkins has a bid for 27. Dawkins has a bid for 28. Sean Miller gets a Chevelle. Fred Cardinale on Chevelle. There's 1 Chevelle left. Joshua got Biohazard. And then Chuck Edgar got Chevelle. Okay, and then over here. And then Fred Cardinale wants on the waiting list for the Biohazard we just sold. Next is Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. Dangerous Toys is $29.99. Dangerous Toys, $29.99. Cameron Koenig was on a waiting list. Cameron Koenig was on a waiting list, okay? Fred Cardinale does one on the wait list for Biohazard. I honestly have no clue who has the high bids on these auctions. There's been so many bids. Prince was out with Calvin. Courtney Duncan has that for 30. All right, Courtney Duncan has that for 30. That's a final call. And then Quiet Right, the last bid on QR. The last bid on QR, Quiet Right. The last bid on Quiet Right that came in was James Chilcott at $25. The last bid on Dawkins that I showed was Michelle Clements, Jay Nutra, Michelle Clements. Jay Nutra's out. Michelle has Dawkins for $29. Okay? Next thing over here, we have 1 Dangerous Toys left. And yes, Past Masters is a Beatles essential. Some of my favorite music's on here. Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out, Paperback Rider, Rain. None of those songs were ever on the Beatles studio album. So the Beatles had like 3 more platinum albums right here that they never did release. They kind of just stockpiled and released singles. It's pretty crazy. Jeff Church on Dangerous Toys. That's sold to Jeff Church. They're now sold out of that. You got room over here? Okay, I'll move my laptop just in case there's not a crash. And then we have Dave Ferguson first on the waiting list for Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks, okay? First on the waiting list for Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks. Otis is just staring at me and Otis, or Otis is staring at me and Laura like, what are y'all doing? Where's my parents at? And then we got Chevelle, the North Corridor. There should have been a waiting list for this Chevelle. Chevelle, one of our biggest sellers. A huge demand for Chevelle records. Amanda Davis was on the waiting list. Amanda Davis for Chevelle, the North Corridor. Thank you, Amanda Davis. That's sold to you. I don't see any more bids, so let's do it. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $30. Dockin is sold for $28, and Dockin is sold for $28. And that bid was for $29 to Michelle Clements. $29 to Michelle Clements. And then we're done on Quiet Right. And Quiet Right over here, the last bid was James Chilcott for $25. Okay, and then next thing over here, we have Fred Carnell on Past Masters. And the reason Laura was up here, she just delivered all of the rest of tonight's auctions. So we've got every advertised auction up here for tonight and ready to go. Let's go ahead and put up some classic soul with Aretha Franklin. We have a 1967 U.S. Pitman. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. Great Aretha Franklin, $5 start on Aretha, okay? Next thing I have is a big restock of Ace Frehley solo album. Ace Frehley is $33.99. We actually had one in the video, and then I had a waiting list, okay? So I'm glad to have plenty of these in stock. Chris Farrar was on a waiting list, okay? So Chris gets one, and if anybody else wants one, they're in stock and they're available to go. $33.99. Next thing is going to go up right now, and this is a request for Nuclear Assault. Give me 1 second on that. Before we run that one, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and that is going to be Rainbow Difficult to Cure. And Rainbow's a Japanese pressing. It's near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is beautiful. It has the insert, and it has the cover and open. If y'all haven't heard, we're doing them a couple at a time. We have some incredible 45s to auction tonight. A lot of 80s, a lot of Prince, a ton of Prince. The Prince buyers don't need to go anywhere, okay? Here's another one. If I Was Your Girlfriend, Prince. And the B-side is Shockadelic. Really nice Prince in the picture sleeve. That is going to go up for a $7 start, okay? Finishing up this crate is more Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys over here. This is Vitamins and Crash Helmets live. Double red vinyl, $44.99. So Dangerous Toys is the live album. It's called Vitamins and Crash, and Chris Frazier was on a waiting list. Thank you, Chris Frazier. I have 2 extra copies. It's a double LP red vinyl, $44.99. Tim Jensen's tuning in from up in Alaska. Nice. Tim Jensen watching all the way up in Alaska. And this is actually new. This is new, and it comes out on today. It's an import. For some reason, they had to import the colored vinyl. The 35th anniversary, remastered from the analog tape, blue vinyl, Judas Priest Painkiller, $39.99. No bid on Aretha. She's a $5 start. Rainbow's a $35 start. Prince already has bids for $10 and $12. And then our next auction, I even got some Disney stuff tonight. Oh, man. I got Walt Disney's Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree. This is a storybook and record. Storybook and record. It's clean. It's nice. So one thing about Disney or any children's records, usually they were mishandled. Handled, a.k.a. by kids. So they're pretty sometimes destroyed. They colored in them. They wrote all over them. They snotted all over them. They spilt, apple juice all over them. This one actually happens to be really nice, and that's a $7 start, okay? Somebody said I bid $5 on Aretha Franklin. If you did, that did not show up on my screen. The first bid on the first auction here lately has been Fred at 10. Courtney bid 12. Jay Neutra wants a Painkiller. Jeremiah Stasich on Painkiller. Those are sold and sold. And then Joe Delgado's 5 on Aretha. And then Winnie the Pooh has bids for 7 and 7. And now Prince is at 13.15. First crate of new records for tonight. We've sold all 25 Kiss Lights. Those are gone. And we have about I bet there's 40 people still on a pre-order for these, so I got a lot to order. Let's go ahead and put these right here. Hope everybody's been enjoying these. Sorry that it's tough to give exact estimates on delivery, just the way they're shipped and the way they come. There's 3 new John crates over here. We still got plenty of new vinyl to go through. And the next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is knock out this Count Chocula pre-order. So we sold out of Count Choculas last night, or when was the last time I did a show? We sold out of Count Choculas on Wednesday night, I guess, yeah. And we already have 2 people tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and order some more. Here's what we're talking about. They're really cool. They're from General Mills. It's a Count Chocula. And I've got to know, there's one guy that only wants them if I can maybe get the whole set. And I'm going to try to check on that right now. And this is Count Chocula. This is $34.99. Now, we took 2 waiting lists tonight. I know Jerry Stone and maybe one other person. Very cool. Paul Brothers on the wait list. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. And also my phone, it's sometimes really hard to keep up over here. We got an ad going advertising we're buying record collections. And my goodness, there is a message coming in. I know Paul's out on the road. I need to call him tonight if he's still awake, or text him early in the morning. We are getting, I bet there's like in the last 7 minutes since I've locked my phone, there's been 9 people message the page with record collections for sale. It's incredible. And then there's that many people trying to figure out how to buy records from us. So let me take a quick moment to say this. If you're new and you're watching, plus I met some people last night at the concert and I told them to tune in. Hopefully they're watching. If you're new and you're watching, everything is available for sale. $8 in limited shipping, okay? And Patty says, Laura put me on the wait list for last night. Patty K also on Count Chocula, okay? I'll make sure you're down. That was just from the other night. I hadn't seen last night's waiting list. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and order some of those because I know we need at least, we need several over here, okay? And let's update all these auctions and figure out where we're at. And I'm about to get into that monster back there so we can get this show on the road. Now, here is the deal. Here is the deal. Aretha was at 5. Prince was at 13. Winnie the Pooh 7. Prince 15. Winnie the Pooh 7. Winnie the Pooh 10. And then I requested Painkiller last night. I also had Painkiller on the link. This is not the pre-order. The pre-order is $10 cheaper on black vinyl. This is a blue vinyl import that comes out this week. The pre-order for the black vinyl US edition is different. This is $39, and this is a different Judas Priest Painkiller. The pre-order is for a black vinyl that comes out, I think, later. This is new as well. It's an import that's $10 more. There was no pre-order for this record. No pre-order for this record. This one right here, there was no pre-order. Jay Nutra got one. Jeremiah Stasich got one. And I will show y'all the one y'all were thinking of. It's a black vinyl, and it's $10 cheaper, and it comes out much later, or it comes out later. Y'all are thinking of this right here. It comes out at the end of the month. It's black vinyl, and it's $10 cheaper. It is a remaster, and that's everybody right there. Mark Morris, Scott Markheim, Voitosh, Riviera, Chris Smith, Jim Sedal, Crooker, Brian Stutter, Scott Corcoran, Melanie Clausen, Scott Dwallow, Stephen Reeves, Paul Conway, Terry Gerhardt. That's a completely different record, okay? This is blue vinyl. It's $10 more, and it's a UK import. That's the only one I have left, and then there'll be a waiting list, okay? Technically, first in line for it's Melanie, and then Tim Rory, and then Winnie the Pooh 12, Winnie the Pooh 15. Prince got a new bid for 16. And then we have Winnie the Pooh out. Prince is at 18. Kathy wants a Count Chocula. And then we have Winnie the Pooh 12. And then we have, I think we're good to go. Okay, so we'll go down the line and see who wants this last copy. And we can take a waiting list for this one too, okay? There's some people that probably will take both. Let me figure out where we're at. Joe DeGatto got Aretha Franklin for $5. That's sold to Joe DeGatto. The last bid that came in on Prince, The last bid that came in on Prince was Courtney Duncan at $18. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. Courtney has that one for $18. Fred Cardinal, you're out. And then we have Winnie the Pooh. What year is this? I'm going to say like 70, 69, 71. MC 50, 60, 79. 1969, Winnie the Pooh. Clean vinyl and nice book. The last bid I see on Pooh, was Tim Voldness at $15. Okay? Fred's out on Prince. Final call on Prince for $18. Pooh is at $15. Nobody bid on Rainbow. $35 buy it now for Rainbow. Okay? Difficult to cure. Let's move these two 45s over here. And then let's figure out what happened with Painkiller. So this is not the pre-order. The pre-order for Judas Priest Painkiller is a black vinyl that comes out the end of the month. It's $10 cheaper. So Tim Rory, let me know if you want this one. If not, then next in line is John Mincemoyer. Okay? Next in line is John Mincemoyer. And Patty K, was you talking about Count Chocula? If so, I've got you down for one. I'm actually about to lock in an order before these things sell out. And while I'm on here, I'm going to see how many more I can possibly get, okay? And I'm going to start submitting orders right now live. I'm worried some of this stuff's going to sell out. It's getting that time of the year. I'm going to spend like a whole day Sunday ordering nothing but toys and miscellaneous items and stocking up for Christmas, because it is about to get crazy with gifts, people just buying stuff from themselves. It is that time of the year. I've already seen an uptick in demand and questions and claims and pre-orders. It's getting that time of the year, folks. Christmas, the Christmas shopping season is here. First thing is this, Winnie the Pooh 16. Tim Voldness is back in at 18. And then let's go down here to the bottom. And Tim Rory says, go ahead and sell that one. Okay, so John Mincemoyer, here's the deal. This one is definitely sold to John Mincemoyer. If anybody else wants one, go ahead and resubmit your comment for the blue vinyl. Now, it's $10 more. It's $10 more. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay? So that is sold to John Mincemoyer. Let's go ahead and sell Prince. That way we know there's not two P's up for auction. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan. And Courtney Duncan gets Prince for $18. And that's the high bid on Winnie the Pooh right now. It's also at $18. And then Stanley wants Count Chocula, also, if you can get the complete set. That's kind of the thing with Chris Knapp. He kind of the same thing. He just kind of didn't want just one, maybe if we can get all of them. So let me see what I can find out over here, okay? I don't know if they're actually making others like that or not. So I don't know. I like the stuff that's like advertising food, maybe because I like to eat. We're about to find out, okay? All righty. See what's going on over here. I don't think they've been made. Yeah, there they are. Okay, Frankenberry's back ordered. And I think that's the only two they've made. I don't think they've made them all, honestly. Okay? I don't think they've made all of them yet. So the only thing I can get is Count Chocula. I'll definitely back order Frankenberry. But, yeah. And then I'll check on getting others, okay? All righty. So that list is getting pretty long. There's 7 on the way. It looks like they're already going to be sold. But if you just want a Count Chocula, that would be the best thing to start with. It looks like the others are gone. Now, I'll check on the others, okay? I'm sure like maybe through official websites there's more offerings, etc., but I'll have to keep you updated. Okay, so we'll do this, and let's see. How do you spell Booberry? They might have it different on here. Hold on a second. Not like the same packaging. There's some kind of glow in the dark thing, but not like the same packaging. It looks like no, not the same kind of thing. Not the thing that opens like this. At least they don't have them. Okay, so Tim Jimson on Count Chocula and Winnie the Pooh's at 19. Anybody else on anything in this crate? We're averaging literally a half hour per crate. That's pretty bad, so maybe we can pick up the pace. We have the Beatles Past Masters. There's one left for $49.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. Keep reminding me of requests so we can get to them. I'm going to go ahead and put this down. I know we don't have to have a request for this to get bids. This is the Cult Sonic Temple. The Cult Sonic Temple is a 1989 U.S. specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in shrink wrap, a $50 start. Chevelle, the North Corridor. Chevelle is $24.99. We have 2 of those left. Ace Frehley, the solo album, is $33.99. I have a bunch of those left. And then Dangerous Toys. Get these while you can. One of those crazy, highly requested artists. Double LP red vinyl, Vitamins and Crash Helmets live, $44.99, okay? Next thing is this right here. Winnie the Pooh's at $20. Mega Blast, let me know if you want back in. Let's put up another $45 for auction. Boy, we got a whole, look at all these Disney records coming up. For those before, so y'all don't go anywhere, look at all the Disney stuff coming up. Pete's Dragon, The Rescuers, Mickey and the Beanstalk, The Hobbit, Pinocchio, Wizard of Oz, Brer Rabbit, Dalmatians, Dumbo, more Mickey Mouse, The Black Hole. That's all storybook and record Disney 45s that are coming up. Right now, Winnie the Pooh is at $21. Tim Voldness, it goes back to you. Let's go ahead and put up another quick single right quick. And if you want to bid on this, please put Prince. We got some Prince tonight I've never seen before. Here is Prince. The New Power Generation. This is New Power Generation Part 2. It's a German pressing. Beautiful. Prince is a $10 star. Please go ahead and put Prince because they're still bidding on Winnie the Pooh. And Mega Blast, $21. Jeff Brent RTO wants every light box that we get in, regardless of the band. He says he'll take every light box that we get in, regardless of what it is. And then Dangerous Toys is sold to Randy Jr. Tabron. Okay, the Colt's up for auction. It already has a bid for $50. And let's add another auction as soon as I set this off to the side, okay? Dangerous Toys is Vitamins and Crash Helmets live. It's a 2 LP, and that is $44.99. We got plenty of new stuff, and we got Hatchet Ed stuff over here, too. I'm going to set the newest stuff right here. I've got a couple other toys, too, and I love stuff like this. It's licensed, like character toys like this. So let me show these, and luckily I just had the prices pull up because I have no idea where my invoices are from last night. Most of them are over here in the crates, but just so I can get an update on pricing over here, let me make sure. Let's see here. Yep. Okay, I think these are both 39. We'll have to do them for 30. Let's see here. Let's do them for $39.99. Okay. I have Lucky Charms, Lucky the Leprechaun, and a 1949 Ford Anglia. That's pretty dang cool. And then I really like this one. This is M&M's, a red M&M, and a 1964 Ford Econoline van. So Lucky Charms and then an M&M van. How cool is those? Those are $39.99. New die-cast, $39.99. Lucky Charms and the Ford Econoline van. Die-cast. I've got those two there. All right, let me grab this other new crate over here. And this says Friday New Arrivals. I like the sound of that. And it looks like everything's priced. And let's get started, okay? I got cleaning cloths in too, which I'm going to show in just a second. All righty. $39.99 M&M van and Lucky Charms. Let's set those right over here for a second. Okay, so before I put up another auction, let's update these three. We updated Dangerous Toys. We sold one to Randy Tabor, and there's one left. Winnie the Pooh got a bid for 23. Prince got a bid for 10. Prince got a bid for 10 as well. All right, and then we have Scott Dwallow wants Dangerous Toys vitamins, okay? The waiting list was Chris Frazier. So it looks like that last copy is sold to Scott Dwallow, unless Brian Campbell wants it. Brian Campbell was slightly ahead of him, okay? And we have filled up a crate of vinyl already, so let me swap out. This is probably going to wake up Otis because he's laying right over here very nicely asleep. All right. So let's put this back here in pending. What's the next last box? Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. Prince got a bid for 12. What is the Cult? I'm going to tell you in 1 second. Prince 12, Prince 14, Prince 15. Prince 15. And then going down the line here. Cost again, $44.99. Double LP red vinyl. Double LP red vinyl. So Winnie the Pooh is sold to Tim Voldness. Winnie the Pooh is sold to Tim Voldness for $23. The Prince single, New Power Generation, import. An import is at $17 with Courtney. Fred Tatum. The Cult has one bid for $50. It's a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's an EX edition in shrink wrap. The Cult is an OG nice copy in shrink wrap. Nothing wrong with it, really. $50 is the high bid. Okay, let's. I forgot to tag Rainbow earlier for Fred Cardinale. Prince is now at 20. Fred Cardinale got Rainbow. First thing we have is Ace Frehley sold back here. Ace Frehley is sold back here to, I just seen it, Mike Ospaw. Thank you, Mike Ospaw. That's sold to you. All right. Mike Massey says he needs a Louis Armstrong, a gift for Dad. Sweet deal. That's sold to Mike Massey. All right, and now we have the Cult at 65 and Prince is at 22. Brian Campbell's going to let me know on Dangerous Toys. And now we need to redecorate the back wall. Let's replace it with yet another Christmas album. And let's put a nice jazz album back there because I know Sean Fairweather's back. And since Sean Fairweather's back, I feel like he needs some Charles Mingus in his life. So there is the Chicago red vinyl, $29.99. And then there's Mingus Acoustic Sound Series, $34.99 for Charles Mingus. Okay? So first thing I have is Cult at 60-65, Prince 21-22, AS2P8, AS2P8, Cult is at 70. We have Brian Campbell does want Dangerous Toys. That is sold to Brian Campbell. No waiting list for Scott Dwallow. Okay? Mingus, Chicago, Outcast, 3 Doors Down. Next thing is U2, The Joshua Tree. A double LP remaster, $46.99. U2, The Joshua Tree remaster, $44.99. Chicago Christmas album sold to David Dull. Master Ma teased me on the Charles Mingus. He already has a copy on the way. $34.99 if anybody does decide you want one of those. I have one Alice in Chains facelift left. Double LP, $38.99 on that. AC/DC, The Razor's Edge. You've Been Thunderstruck, $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, a double LP, $46.99. And I got 3 copies of Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood, 40th anniversary, $33.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else over here. If I've missed a question, I'll try my best to answer it. But Prince is a final call now with Courtney Duncan at 22. I think it's up to Calvin Ward, maybe. Courtney has that for 22. And, of course, the Cult is still getting bids. Bret Michaels Wig has it for $85. Scott Dwallow wants a Dr. Feelgood. That's sold to him. Let's go ahead and put up another new LP auction. And the next LP auction is going to go up right now, and that is David Bowie, Hunky Dory. Nice. It's a 1980 US, 80 US. This album originally came out in 72-ish. It's 71-ish. It's a gold stamp promo. VG Plus, $20 start on that. Okay. Sean Miller on a Motley Crue. That is sold. There's one Motley Crue left. I've got one Smashing Pumpkins Machina. I kind of forgot that they put that back in print. That had been long out of print. Very difficult to come by. $49.99. And then Pink Floyd has been out of stock for a while. We probably have an old waiting list. This is Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, which is a live unofficial, great concert. Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia. And we have a wait list for Delicate Sound of Thunder, Sound of Philadelphia, Kevin Reitz. That's Kevin J. Reitz, I believe. Kevin, hopefully you're watching. You had been on an old waiting list. They finally came back in. Pink Floyd's a 2LP live. They're doing Dark Side of the Moon live, the complete album in order, of course, and then Echoes, $44.99. Okay? Next thing is Prince. Prince is sold, and Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $22. Thank you on that. I've already said hammers up on The Cult. This was Bret Michaels Wig, and 85. Did John Mincemoyer go out? I was going to make sure John Mincemoyer was done. I don't think I've heard. John, did I miss your out? This is a Bret Michaels Wig at $85. Smashing Pumpkins to Kathy. Did you want Machina or Siamese Dream? I'm going to go ahead and pull Machina here. There's that. And then Leslie wants The Cult. John's out, so Bret Michaels Wig does get The Cult for $85. Leslie got Pink Floyd, I mean. There's David Bowie. Charles Mingus is new. It's an acoustic sound series, $34.99. Man, there's some cool Prince singles. Some I've never seen, and some that I like a lot, like this. Man, this one's cool. Look at that. Party Man from the movie Batman. Prince and Fill You Up. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Ken Granger wants, I've never sold this much off the wall before tonight. Ken Granger gets Alice in Chains Facelift. Thank you. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's replace it with another smash. Memoirs of a Madman, a 2LP Ozzy Greatest Hits, $38.99 for Ozzy. Okay. Over here, we have AC/DC Back in Black, $29.99. David Bowie's a final call for $20. The next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and that is Howard Jones, Dream into Action. Let's put Howard Jones up for a $25 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Howard Jones, Dream into Action. It has the inner sleeve, some great songs on here. Things Can Only Get Better, Life in One Day, No One Is to Blame. Probably his three biggest hits on that one album there. 25 on that. We have Green Day, American Idiot. That's a double LP, $39.99. Boulevard of a Broken Dreams is on this one too. $39. And Wake Me Up When September Ends. AC/DC is sold to Randy Jr. Tabron. Or excuse me, sold to Brian Campbell. Sold to Brian Campbell. The Ozzy is $38.99. It's a double LP. Let's sell one to Scentless Apprentice. And luckily, there's another one over here. So let's grab this one to Scentless Apprentice. That one's available if anybody wants it. We just got to get somebody bought in on Outcast. Outcast Atelians is a double LP for $33.99. There's 2 copies of Green Day left, and then Motley Crue Shout at the Devil, $33.99 for that Motley Crue, and then more AC/DC Highway to Hell, $29.99 on that. The start on Bowie is $20, and Tim Rory's in. So final call on Bowie for $20, final call on Prince Batman for $17, Howard Jones a $35 start. Let's go ahead and put up another one of those Disney records I had a second ago, and this one looks pretty cool here, The Hobbit. Oh boy, J.R.R. Tolkien, The Hobbit, 24-page book and record. The vinyl is super clean. It's for a Disney record, that is. Let's see, it may have a couple scuffs on it. Yeah, I mean, it could probably still go EX, and it's much better than most of these look. and it has a nice book with it. So there we go. The Hobbit is a $10 start. James Young on Highway to Hell. I've restocked, as you can tell, a lot of Motley Crue and AC/DC because I see a big demand when we put them up for auction. There's another one, Girls, Girls, Girls. These are all remastered. That one's $33.99. There's Dirty Deeds for $29. And the last couple in here was Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, a Zoetrope picture disc. Wow. I should have put that up. I didn't know this existed. Zoetrope picture disc for Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, $29.99. Also, we have a special request for Mariah Carey, The Emancipation of Mimi. That was a special request for Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That sold to you for $39.99. Greg Smith wants Dirty Deeds. The Hobbit's already at $30. And we have Patty Kay for Youngblood Idols with a signed artwork. Signed insert, Youngblood is $39.99. Wow, a Zoetrope picture disc. Sold to Mike Quadrini of Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down, $29.99. That was worthy of a pre-order. How many Aussies do I have? I have one left. Who asked about it first back here? Randy Jr. Tabor did. That's my last copy in stock for this week. Okay? And then if anybody else... next thing over here is Prince. This is sold. Prince is sold to Tony Freeman for $17. That was the one and only bid. David Bowie is sold to Tim Rory for $20. Tim Rory got that. And then Howard Jones. Somebody said I have 25 and 35. We'll say Howard Jones is a final call to get a bid in for $25. $25, okay? Michelle Clements wants on a wait list for Youngblood. Also on a wait list for Youngblood is Amanda Davis, okay? And somebody said he did claim it. So he said, I would like the Aussie. I didn't see that. Okay, these are sold out. All right, so that is sold to Randy. My bad. That's sold to Randy. And now we need to put Kurt, almost said Kurt Bacon. I'm hungry. Kurt Barron on the Aussie Memoirs of a Madman waiting list. Okay, I better find something good to replace that slot back there. Holy moly, it's on fire, folks. I can't keep anything back there. It is literally on fire. It is on fire. It is cooking back there. I cannot even keep that. It is... I'm speechless. I'm without speech. Okay? I am without speech. Let's put... What can we put back there? Oh boy. What can we put back there? Let's do something I got a bunch of copies of. ZZ Top DeGuelo. Here we go. Rhino Hi-Fi. Cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray. Pressed at Optimal. Heavy gatefold jacket. $39.99. Let's put something back there I've got a bunch of. $39.99. Okay. So over here, just so everybody knows, The Hobbit is a final call to Scentless Apprentice for $30. The Howard Jones record does have a bid for $25. Troy Robinson wants on the Rick Astley picture disc Zoetrope waiting list. Troy Robinson, okay? And then we have next, did I get the Bowie album? You did. Did Marquee Moon? Not yet. And then I think we're good to go, okay? I think we're good to go. Give me 1 second over here. Okay. And then Austin Latham also on the Rick Astley waiting list. You got it. Here's a quick recap. We have U2, The Joshua Tree, a 2 LP remaster, $46.99. AC/DC, The Razor's Edge, $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $46.99. Dr. Feelgood, $33. Pink Floyd, The Sound of Philadelphia, 2 LP live, $44. Back in Black is $29. Green Day, American Idiot, $39.99. Shout at the Devil's, $33. Highway to Hell's, $29. Motley Crue is $33.99, and Dirty Deeds is $29. Okay, The Hobbit is sold to Scentless Apprentice for $30. Howard Jones is sold for $25 to Mike Quadrini. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him, and we're ready for all new auctions. We'll do television Marquee Moon right now for whomever asked. And yes, I do need to drink the Monster back there. Not only am I thirsty, but I definitely need some B12 to rejuvenate my brain right now, okay? So let's go ahead and grab, let's see, Cinderella and Eugene Chanborn with Jello Biafra. So here's Cinderella, Nobody's Fool, an original 80s picture sleeve. Nobody's Fool, nice vinyl. The flip on that one was Push Push. Cinderella's a $10 start. And then Eugene Chadbourne with Jello Biafra, 1994, Overpopulation in Art, and Night of the Living Dread, and Jacquerio Fence Dispute. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Excuse me. Okay. And then over here, we had a request for television. Oh boy. This is a 1977 OG pressing of Marquee Moon. This is pretty dang cool. Television is OG in shrink wrap, and the vinyl's nice EX with the original inner sleeve. So nice EX vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve, and then there is the cover in shrink. $75 start for television Marquee Moon. We have not sold Nuclear Assault yet. No, we have not. No Nuclear Assault has been sold yet. Keyword yet, meaning it's coming soon, okay? It's time for a Hatchet Ed crate, okay? Time for a Hatchet Ed crate, all right? I have a list here of people do not sell to. We had to start canceling some invoices. Couple things. If you don't stay in constant communication and we don't hear from you, we're going to have to start selling your records. Plain and simple. Okay? And we can't have this drug out very long. Very simple. So we've kind of cut that off anyway. So we're clearing up a last few people that's like trying to, but you know, if you say you're going to pay one a week and then you start, we don't hear from you for 2 weeks, then, you know, that means you've made a decision probably to pay something else instead of us, and which means you're not going to be getting records. Okay, there's that. This crate is going to have unpaid auctions. It's going to have new vinyl, and let's get started, okay? Yes, and some people have stayed in constant communication with us. They set us a date, and they stood by it. If you don't set a date and you don't stand by it, you'll start seeing stuff canceled. And then you may all of a sudden notice that Collect Code doesn't pop up in your feed anymore. And if Collect Code doesn't pop up in your feed anymore, and you go to try to search Collect Code and you can't find it anymore, that means you probably can't buy from us anymore, okay? So make sure you stay on good terms with Ed. And especially me, because I control the block button. I'm the final blocker. I'm the last person you have to go through to score a touchdown. This is stuff that either didn't get paid for, got put back, or was mistagged, okay? Which means when they purge, they find stuff that the sticky note didn't get on the right record. I put stuff in the sold crate that actually didn't sell. That happens a lot, etc., okay? Let's update these auctions. Right now, we got Cinderella, Sarah Weiberdink is at $30. The Jello Biafra record has 3 $10 bids. The first person who bid $10 is Scott Dwallow. This is television. Marquee Moon. Television Marquee Moon is a 1977 USPRC Richmond OG. This is real, it's first press, and it's nice and shrink with the original inner sleeve, a $75 start. Okay? Cinderella's at 30, Cinderella's at 33, and Jello's at 11. First thing is morphine good. Now, one thing that happens a lot is we get pre-orders and then people cancel. Okay, that's probably about the worst thing you can do to me. You could, if you want to break my heart, you message Ed and say, hey, Ed, I need to cancel this pre-order. I already bought it somewhere else. And I have replied to a lot of people 100% being a butthole, and I'll say, why don't you cancel it with them instead and order ours? And I'll send that to a lot of people because I'm like, why did you order it in the first place? And then why did you order it a second time? So $29.99. All the Kiss signs are sold out. They won't be available again till probably next week. We have literally a waiting list. We probably won't have them in stock to sell live for a couple weeks. They're just a waiting list right now. So Morphine is sold to Master Ma. Thank you. That was a Rocktober exclusive. Master Ma gets that. We also have Motley Crue From the Beginning. This is a 2 LP compilation. Motley Crue is $38.99. That's called From the Beginning. Over here, Television does have a bid for $75 with McEwen photo. Everybody else is out. Jeremiah Stasich, I have more copies of Morphine, thank goodness. So I will get you a copy as soon as I have them. There may be some in this crate. I know I have more, okay? I won't forget about you. So we got Jeremiah Stasich over here, Jeremiah Stasich. Let's see, Jeremiah Stasich. I can come up with another Morphine, okay? I know for sure they're around here, so it won't be a waiting list. We actually have them in stock. Black Sabbath Paranoid, 180-gram black vinyl, 2012 remaster, $29.99 for that. Disturbed is a 20th anniversary yellow flame colored vinyl. That's $44.99 for Disturbed. It's a double LP, $44.99. Cinderella is sold for $33, and that's sold to Stanley Richmond. Thank you on that. And then we have over here Jello Biafra, Scott Dwallow on $13. Mega Blast is at $14, I think, right? Who has the high bid on Jello? Jello is at $14 with John Durden. Everybody else is out. Michelle Clements on Disturbed, and we're about to sell Television. One bid, $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without a doubt, without further ado, is going to go up. Boy, we still got some cool print stuff. Here's something. This was new. It cost $25 new. Prince, nothing compares to you. 1,984 copies made on purple vinyl. It's sealed. Prince is a $10 start. Okay. Jello has a bid for $15. Television's at $80. Three Doors Down is $29.99. I know nothing about Jello except it says Eugene Chadbourne with Jello Biafra and Eugene Chadbourne with Jimmy Carl Black. And that's overpopulation and art. That's about the only thing I can tell you about that one. Okay? And the high bid, it's Eugene Chadbourne with Jello Biafra. And he doesn't appear on side 2, it looks like. Okay? Brian Connors, you're on a waiting list for Kiss Light. No guarantee when you're going to be billed, but they are coming. Testament, Parabellum. Testament, I think we had like 3 people cancel the pre-order. Don't ask me why. These are, I don't know, because I've marked through the original price. Let me look these up right quick. So Testament over here, let's open this up. Let's open this up and this up. So Testament, and the original price on these were $44.99. Yeah. So this is a fairly new release. Testament's on copper vinyl, $44.99. Copper vinyl, 2 LP, $44.99. Okay. Prince is at $25 with Courtney. J Beach tied them. The last bid on Jello is Ivan R at $15. Three Doors Down is $29.99. And then Television, McEwen Photo, let me know if you want back in. Ivan R has it for $80, okay? Ivan R has it for $80. Now McEwen's at $81. This is a Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. City of Evil's a 20th anniversary orange and red swirl, $36.99 for Avenged Sevenfold. We have one of those, and we got plenty of this This had a lot of pre-orders, so you see how many people, A, canceled or didn't pay for it. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. And then if y'all remember, so many people were trying to get one and worried that they wouldn't when they missed the pre-order. And this whole time, this many people back here either canceled or didn't even pay for it. With all those other people absolutely worried to death they were going to miss it. There might even be a waiting list, $29.99. There's not right now. But if you need one, Killing Is My Business is on silver vinyl, $29.99. Silver vinyl, $29.99. I've got like 5 in stock there. Okay, the last bid on Prince was $28 with Courtney, and now another bid for $28. We need to put up another LP. The Kiss lights are $59.99. They're not in stock, but it's basically like you pre-ordering one, so they'll be in sooner than later. Let's put up another one of those Disney singles I've got over here. Let's do a really cool looking one here with 101 Dalmatians. 101 Dalmatians is a $10 start. It's nice with the book. We've had several of these already tonight. Hobbit was the last one we did, and then Winnie the Pooh, $10 start on that one, okay? Everett Schmidt on Killing Is My Business. If you're a first-time buyer, I need you to register. I need you to fill out the first-time buyer form, or if you're on Facebook like Everett is, just go ahead and send us a direct message. Okay, just send us a message on Facebook and give me your name and give me your email address, and we will invoice you on Monday. $8 in limited shipping. That's sold to Everett Schmidt. Greg Smith wants Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Greg Smith. And if anybody else wants a Megadeth, they are $29.99, okay? $29.99. Oh, my goodness. Look what it is. Faces, Ooh La La. Limited edition, 5,000 numbered. I got to make sure somebody just didn't claim this the other night to get it off the table and then put it back. I'll have to tell Ed to bill them a $10 restocking fee, and I'm not joking. Faces, Ooh La La is $39.99. And then the next thing is Duran Duran's Greatest Hits on white vinyl. This was another big pre-order. I bet there's 2 in here because either A, somebody didn't pay for it, or B, somebody wanted to put it back. Duran Duran's Greatest Hits, that's $39.99. And we have Kicks Hot Wire. Kicks is on colored vinyl. I forgot the color, but it's new from Friday Music, $46.99. 101 Dalmatians is at $12. Let's go ahead and sell the Jello Biafra Chad, Eugene Chadbourne. I think the last bid on this was Ivan R at $15. Sold to Ivan R for $15. That is sold. And now let's update Prince. Oh, that's thank you, Laura. Kiss Light, $59.99. There you go. That's also Laura being passive aggressive. That's Laura being like, the price is $59.99. Stop asking. Brad Bullen on Duran Duran. That is sold to Brad Bullen. That's the white vinyl Greatest Hits. And Sean Miller does want one of those Greatest Hits, okay? There's that. Next is 101 Dalmatians. And the last bid is $12. And then what about over here, television? McFew Photo went out. This is sold to Ivan R for $82. Ivan R for $82. I also need one that says not available, pre-order only. But I don't know if we have space for that over there. Maybe. Okay, and then the last bid on Prince. The last bid on Prince is the following person. Courtney Duncan at $40. I'm going to make sure everybody else is outbid, okay? Everett Schmidt has sent us his information. Thank you on that. And then we have Mastodon, Hushed and Grim. Mastodon's a 2LP clear vinyl, $44.99. And Mastodon the Hunter, $36.99 for Mastodon the Hunter. Mastodon Remissions, $33.99. And then Zach Sabbath Greatest Hits. Boy, I don't know who bought all those Mastodons, but I'm going to find out and figure out who that was, because I remember having those that night. I know somebody for sure claimed like all of them. They's like, I want all the Mastodons. Now, please don't ever do that unless you actually want them. If anybody ever says, Chad, I want all of the Mastodons you can get, I rarely acknowledge those kind of comments, because come Monday, there'll be a message. Hey, Ed, I need to put back Mastodon Remission, Mastodon Hushed and Grim, and Mastodon the Hunter. I actually already had those. And then I see that message and flames come out of my ears. Flames come out of my ears. I'm like, why did you say you wanted all of them then? Triumph is up for bid. This is Triumph self-titled. This is a 1978 UK original, $15 start. Zach Sabbath is $33.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp is $54.99. 30th anniversary. This is 7,500 were made on yellow and green marble vinyl. This is $54.99. $54.99. Entombed. That was a pre-order. This was a pre-order. More cancellations, more non-payments. This is Entombed Left Hand Pain, black and blue merge colored vinyl, $34.99. Entombed Left Hand Pain, okay? First thing is Brian Thurman at 101 Dalmatians. That's at $20. The first thing we're going to do is go ahead and sell prints to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That is sold to you, and that is sold to Courtney for $40 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. 101 Dalmatians is at $20. And then we have Master Ma on Entombed. Thank you on Master Ma for Entombed. And then let's figure out where that metal album is. A lot of people have asked for. We also got New Order over here. I've got Jimi Hendrix. I've got Chicken Shack, Metal Battle, Alice Cooper, Grateful Dead, Motorhead, Nuclear Assault. Oh boy. Here we go. Nuclear Assault, The Plague. This is Nuclear Assault, The Plague, a 1987 USOG with the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition, a $25 start. There's the insert, and there is the original inner sleeve. Just a $25 start on that, okay? Next thing, we have a request for Alice Cooper. 101 Dalmatians is at $22. Brian Thurman and that other person's out. Triumph has for $15, okay? And then over here, we have Sleep's Holy Mountain, green with transparent merge effect, $34.99. That's Sleep's Holy Mountain. And then LA Guns, Man in the Moon. LA Guns is $44.99. Man in the Moon. Also have, what does that say? Wretched Decay. $39.99. Wretched Decay. Black, white, and red. Gray, white, and red. Yeah, gray, white, and red marble vinyl. $39.99. Okay? First thing is this. Let's go back to the top, and 101 Dalmatians is sold to Tim Voldness for $22. Thank you on that. So Nuclear Assault's now up for bid, and Triumph had one bid. Triumph had one bid for $15, okay? Triumph had one bid for $15. Rose Tattoo is also up for bid. Brian Studdard is who has Triumph for $15. That is true. George Burleson said he wanted all the Grateful Dead guitars. He bought and paid for them. Thank you. Nuclear Assault 25, Nuclear Assault 25, Nuclear Assault 40, Nuclear Assault 50. What Japanese records are left? When is the next coin sale? Triumph is at 15. Chad, any Kiss Night putbacks? Austin Latham on LA Guns. That is sold. And then over here, we have Nuclear Assault with another $25 bid. These are all non-payments and putbacks. So if you're curious if somebody didn't pay for a Kiss record, it will be in this crate or the next crate. I wouldn't go anywhere. Next thing is Glassjaw, Worship and Tribute. Glassjaw is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Black Sabbath, that's the green vinyl. We sold our soul for rock and roll, $38.99. $38.99. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. And then Entombed, Wolverine Blues. Entombed is $33.99. That is available, and so is Ed Sheeran, and these have autographed inserts. Good. I'll take all these that I can get. Pink vinyl contains signed Polaroid photo insert, $33.99. Okay, next thing over here is this. We got Mark Stanley on Glassjaw. That's sold to Mark Stanley. And we're about to probably get into some unpaid auctions or pre-owned stuff. We got a few pre-owned records, and then it's getting into the unpaid auctions, it looks like, okay? So there's that. Rose Tattoo's on deck. It has not been sold. It's still available. It has not been offered for bid, but it's coming. Hopefully you do not leave the chat. I would have your eyes glued to the screen. Fred Cardinale and Gregory, I would not leave. I would not swap off. I would not go eat. I would not go take a leak. I would not go anywhere for about the next 15 minutes. Eyes glued to the screen because you're going to miss it. This is Prince. Haven't ever had this one before. Another German import. Prince and the new power generation, Sexy. UK made in Germany. $10 start on that. Never had it. Fred Cardinale on Ed Sheeran. That's with autographed insert. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next thing is White City Graves, One of Us. White City Graves is sealed, $14.99. Horror rock punk, $14.99. I'll tell Jake to add a scroller at the bottom, but all the information on how to register and instructions is in the description of the video. So if you click on the description of the live video on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, it has all the instructions. Just unfortunately, most people don't ever see that. So now the last time I put a scroller at the bottom, I had some people basically say, Chad, if you don't take that off, I am going to absolutely lose my mind. So the last time I tried a scroller, the audience disagreed and it was voted off. So I'll try to get Jake to put one up tomorrow. He should be here tomorrow, and then we'll see how well it goes over. My prediction is we'll have an overwhelming people say, please get that off the screen. We'll see what happens, though. We have Morticia's Lovers, Rock and Roll Overdose, is a 2002 Canadian, $19.99. By the way, Triumph had one bid, and it is sold to, let me make sure, Brian Studdard, right? So I never did unfortunately, hear back from Kevin Cassidy. This is sold to Brian Studdard for $15. Kevin, I'm sorry I lost you there somewhere. And then Prince already has bids for $10, $12, and $15. The Ed Sheeran's $33.99. And Nuclear Assault, the last bid was Chase Arnold at $60. Chase Arnold at $60, okay? There's that. And then let's go over here and find the Rose Tattoo auctioned. Yep, I mentioned that, and then everybody was like, holy crap, you have a Rose Tattoo going up for auction? I do. It's right here. Rose Tattoo, Scarred for Life. This is a 1982 USOG VG Plus $5 start. That's now up for bid. We also have Frank Sinatra, The Night We Called It a Day, $14.99. The Night We Called It a Day, Frank Sinatra. Led Zeppelin. This is a 1977 SRC pressing, $44.99. Led Zeppelin, $44.99. Also, Steely Dan Aja. Steely Dan is VG Plus, $19.99. Michael McCarter says he'll also take it, Ed Sheeran. I've got 3 more over here in another crate if anybody wants one. Okay, I've got 3 more over here if anybody else wants one. And then Focus, Mother Focus, that's $14.99. And then Rush, Exit Stage Left. This is a 1981 UK pressing, no condition. Some of this stuff's pretty recent. I got to figure out who just recently bought all this and put it back. They're going to have a hefty, I'm going to tell Ed, send them a fine for $50, especially if they're still trying to buy stuff. $44.99 for Rush. And then Peter Criss, this is a solo album, an original. It has an original on her sleeve. VG, $17.99. VG, $17.99 for Peter Criss there. All right, let's go back at the top. And Nuclear Assault's at 80, Nuclear Assault's at 90, Nuclear Assault's at 100. Rose Tattoo has one bid for $9, and we have RT for 10. Rose Tattoo at 10. Michelle gets Peter Criss, Rose Tattoo 15, and then Prince and the new power generation, Sexy. This is a German press for a UK import. And the last bid was Courtney Duncan at $15. Courtney Duncan at $15. Anthology 4, I think, is $79.99. It is up for pre-order in the group by itself. And then also the entire box set. Peter, Kathy, you were second. And then Rose Tattoo has a bid for $20. All right, we got several requests for new order. Let's go ahead and do that right now. And Pantera. I hadn't forgot about you, Chase Arnold. We'll do Pantera next. But first, this is a top copy of New Order, something we don't get in very often, Otis. This is a 1989 U.S. Specialty OG Club copy, BMG Direct. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's a $55 start for New Order. That's now up for bid. Rose Tattoo is still getting bids, and now this is, well, it was an auction. Let me just set that right over there. No price on that one. This was $10, okay? $10. It was a new buyer that never did register. It's a 1983 USOG Pittman press of Rainbow bent out of shape. Rainbow is a $10 buy it now, okay? That was a buy it now auction, no bid, and it was evidently a new buyer that never did message us and contact us, okay? $10 on that. Toto was $17. That was an offer I took. It was marked $19.99. So $19.99, this is Toto turned back. It's $17. And then Blue Oyster Cult Secret Treaties. Blue Oyster Cult is EX condition, $25 in shrink wrap for BOC. That was an offer I took. It was marked $27.99. Evidently, this was all new buyers. This is where somebody hopped on, they bought a few records, they never did message us again. We lost them, unfortunately. Never did hear back from them. So first thing we have is Prince then is sold, and Prince is sold to Courtney for $15. That is gone. Are we done on Nuclear Assault? That was a big one back here. Nuclear Assault, the last bid, Chase went out. Master Ma had it for $110, sold. $110, that is done. Master Ma, that is sold. $10, done. See you later. Okay, this is a Hatchet Ed crate. The last bid on Rose Tattoo was $24, and New Order has one bid for $55. It's OG, it's a club, it's a top copy and shrink. $55. No one has bid. We're about to sell it. Blue Oyster Cult is sold to Steve McGee. Make sure he gets that for $25. Scott Arnold said he would do the rainbow for $10. That is sold to Scott Arnold. That was the price. And now Rose Tattoo is $26. Megadeth is $29.99. Killing is my business. Charles Mingus 34. ZZ Top 39. Outcast 33. The Kiss Light is not in stock, but if anybody wants it, $59. I'm going to ask Tanner and Addison, when are they due back? Otis is standing here looking at me, and I'm afraid he might have to go pee-pee. And if he does, I probably need to let him out and go outside and let him use the facilities right quick. Otherwise, he's just kind of staring at me right now. He probably don't know what's going on. I might have to go literally walk the dog like Aerosmith here in a second. We have Voivod for how much? $53. Voivod, Killing Technology, an 87 OG EX condition, $53. $53. Voivod, Killing Technology, $55. I think that's $55. That looks better. $55. That sounds better. $55 on that, okay? Sold to Chase Arnold. That is sold to Chase Arnold for $55. Wow, only one bid, and we're going to give that to Craig Sweden for free. Craig, I don't think I've sent you a free record this week. That will take care of a whole week's worth of volunteer work. Send this to Craig Sweden for $0. Whenever this gets to whoever's tagging, just go ahead and lay that on Ed's desk and say ship to Craig ASAP. $55, $0 for Craig, okay? Thank you, Craig Sweden, for helping us out every night. I greatly appreciate it. He was the only bidder on that. Try to send him at least a free record every week. He doesn't seem to abuse the process either. He only bids. He'll say out. You know, Fred could bid up every auction because he knows probably he's going to get some kind of free token. But at the same time, he's like, well, what if Chad doesn't send it to me for free? And then I pay $800 for a New Order record. So thank you, Craig, for that. Otis, I'll take you outside at the conclusion of this crate. Okay, buddy? I'll take you outside when this crate's over. We're almost done. We're in middle of Hatchet Ed auctions. $25. Stevie Ray Vaughan, an 85 USOG, just $25. $25 on that. $25. I do have a Megadeth still left in the crate, so sell that to Melanie Clausen. Thank you. Japanese pressings for David. David, I have Boston Third Stage, Blondie Eat to the Beat, Cheap Trick, All Shook Up, Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, the Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street. I have not put up yet this Cheap Trick All Shook Up. It's in shrink wrap, and let's put this up for a $35 start, okay? $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. This has the original inner sleeve. It has this insert, and it has the cover obi. $35 start on that. And let me grab a new Disney record here. The next Disney record is going to be Dumbo. And Dumbo over here. Dumbo is nice, and it's a $10 start. Okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan's an unpaid for auction. This is sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $25. Kevin Tays was next, then Kevin Chapman. David Bowie is $30. These are unpaid for auctions. David Bowie is a 72 US orange label with the original under sleeve, and it's nice, EX Plus. Bowie is $30. Ozzy is $37. Diary of a Madman. Diary of a Madman is a 86 US reissue, blue label, EX condition, $37 on that. And we have Black Sabbath Volume 4, a US reissue, no year given, EX Plus. Black Sabbath is $35. The last bid on Rose Tattoo, Kevin Tays out, Fred out. Gregory had it for $30. This is sold to Gregory Roberts for $30. Rose Tattoo is sold. Cheap Trick's a final call for $35. And then next thing is Christopher Jackson. You were next on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Dumbo at 12, Dumbo at 10. George Sherrod got David Bowie. That sold to him for $30. Michael McCullen on Easy. He meant Ozzy. And then Dumbo 13, Dumbo 14. We have Dumbo 17. And we also have over here Black Sabbath Paranoid for $40. A 71 US Pittman repress. OG with Tony Iommi misspelled. That's VG for $40. We also had Van Halen for $25. Diver Down. And we have over here one more record. Whoop, the tape got stuck on it. On the sleeve, thank goodness. $32 for Anthrax, I'm the Man. An 87 12-inch single promo. Anthrax is $32. Whoops. Anthrax is $32. Okay. Dumbo's at 18. Let's go ahead and introduce a new auction. Chad, how much did you end up paying for McCartney after the bonus tickets? And so, yeah, after I got a refund from StubHub, I only had to pay about $330 for my McCartney ticket last night. Because the first ticket I bought was fake, and then I bought one at the box office at face value. Okay, here's our next auction right quick, and then hopefully my mic connects. I'm going to step outside and see if I can get Mr. Otis to use the restroom right quick. This is, I complain every night about people going outside and walking their dogs. Well, guess what I have to do? I got to go outside and walk Otis right quick. He's really trained. He's got a collar on that's got like an invisible... It's like a little vibrating thing, and like they just let him out, and he's like runs out there and takes care of business. So, all right, this is a 92 Brazil OG. Let's take care of some business. 92 Brazil OG, $75 start. Before I walk away, I'm going to make sure we have everything taken care of here. Johnny Hancock got the Paranoid. Okay, there's that. And then does Van Halen have the original on her sleeve? Van Halen does have the original sleeve. It's EX, and it's an OG club, and that is, or it's actually an 82 club reissue. 25 on that, Tim, if you want it. Brian Campbell got Anthrax for $32, and this was EX Plus on this one, okay? And then Pantera's at 100. Toto was $17. It was $19.99. That's an offer I took, okay? Let's go ahead and make Cheap Trick a buy it now. Cheap Trick is a no bid, a buy it now for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Let's get that in a new sleeve. That's Cheap Trick all shook up. $35 buy it now on that. All right. There's that. Cheap Trick all shook up. $35. And there's that. I guess I could have Laura come up here and read through this crate again. We could do that so the show doesn't stop. And I just got to take him outside right quick. I don't want anybody to step away. So... Laura, if you're hearing me, she might come up and just recap this crate right quick and go ahead and call out the rest of these bids. That's a buy it now for $35. Tim Graham was first on the Van Halen. He is going to get that. And then Black Sabbath Volume 4 is a U.S. reissue, no year given. So it's the White Warner Brothers label. White Warner Brothers label, and that's a $35 buy it now on that one, okay? And then Dumbo. The last bid on Dumbo was Robin Glenn. Tim Voldness actually has it for $21. $21, that is, and we'll keep these Disney records going. Okay, and there's that. And let's put that in a new sleeve. And then Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Vulgar Display of Power. Chase Arnold, $100. It's a 92 Brazil OG, and I'm going to tag team in Laura for 1 second. We're just going to recap that crate.
Okay.
Yeah, and those two are up for bid. Otis, let's go outside for a second.
Do I need a mic, I guess?
What's that?
Should I use the other mic or the one that you
Oh, yeah, you need a mic, don't you? Good thinking. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'd be good for the crate.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
walk off and
what?
be like, Laura can't talk. Good thinking, Laura. All right, let's go outside for a second.
Testing. All right. Hello, everybody. We are gonna recap this crate while Chad takes Otis outside real quick. I believe this was a Hash It Ed crate. So first we had Motley Crue from the beginning. This is $38.99. Condition on Pantera. Let's see. Pantera was marked as VG+. I graded this one, so I'll probably look at it and still think that it's VG+, but yes, VG+ on Pantera. Alright, and then looks like Robin has gone out on Dumbo, and Tim Voldness had the high bid at 25 on Dumbo. And next up in this crate, we're recapping here, Black Sabbath Paranoid for $29.99 on 180 gram black vinyl. Next we've got Testament Parabellum. These are $44.99 on copper vinyl. And we've got 3 copies of that Testament. And then next up we've got Avenged Sevenfold City of Evil. City of Evil is a 20th anniversary on orange and red swirl for $36.99. And then I haven't seen any more bids on Dumbo since Robin went out. We'll go ahead and move Dumbo to a final call. And next in this crate, we've got Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. Killing Is My Business is on opaque silver vinyl for $29.99. Chad just took Otis outside. Chad has been dog-sitting Otis this evening, and Otis needed to go outside, so I have stepped in to cover for just a second. Let's see, does Megadeth have live tracks? It does not appear to. It looks like it's just that standard track listing there. Hello, John Rob. Then next in this crate, we have to get Faces out of here again. Someone put back Faces. Faces Ooh La La is $39.99. Limited numbered edition of 5,000 on this one. That Rhino Hi-Fi mastering. Then next we've got Duran Duran Greatest Hits. Duran Duran Greatest Hits is on vinyl for the first time ever on white vinyl for $39.99. I know. Yep. Chad is doing the exact thing that he always tells y'all not to do. Walking the dog. Tim, I still have not found the message yet. If you send it to the CollectCo account, Ed is the only one. Well, not the only one, but Ed is typically the main person who accesses the CollectCo messages. And I know we moved Dumbo to a final call. I don't think anybody else bid on Dumbo. So we are going to go ahead and sell Dumbo for... Ooh, let me see if I can put it. Selling Dumbo for $25 to Tim Voldness. Tim Voldness gets Dumbo for $25. Thank you, Tim. I actually don't know where Chad puts the sold ones. I guess I'll just move it to the side over here. And next in our putback crate, we've got Kix Hot Wire. Kix Hot Wire is that Friday music reissue, I believe. Yes, and it's on like green and blue swirl vinyl. Let me see. Okay, it looks like also we were bidding on this Pantera here, and Chase Arnold had Pantera at 100. He's had Pantera at 100 for like 7 minutes, apparently. So we're gonna move Pantera to a final call. Gonzo Chad is going to be back soon. He was walking Otis.
I'm here.
He's back now, actually.
Thank you. Otis actually just wanted water. He had knocked over his water bowl and knocked over his food as a sign of, Chad, I am thirsty, you dummy. I want some more water and food, right, Otis? So he just he just drank this entire bottle of water. That's what's left after I filled it back up, and he just finished it. So I'm going to go up here and make sure he didn't drink the rest of it. He has drank an entire bottle of water, about like Chad's about to. All right, thank you, Laura, for doing that. He did not have to go out. I didn't even walk by his food bowl till we came in. He looked at me out there in the grass like, what are we doing? I need water, buddy. Okay, so let me fill this back up. He had ate all of his food. He had knocked it over, and he knocked over his water bowl. He was wanting water, not going outside. Good dog. Well, let's go over here and grab one more thing. All right, sorry for the delay. I had to go walk the dog. Like I said, like Aerosmith. All right, we'll give you a good treat because you've been a good dog. That was funny. I've never seen a dog so thirsty. Thank you, Laura, for doing that. All right, now I'll have to take them out in 30 minutes. They said they'd be back in 10 minutes, okay? So Dumbo was sold. I'm assuming Laura called that sold, so thank you on that. And then Pantera, we were done on Pantera, right? Let's see, Pantera, Chase Arnold for 100. I'm assuming she called Dumbo sold, so thank you on that. And now we're back up at the top. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us. Okay, and then Dumbo. There's that. And give me 1 second. Okay. There's that. All right, and then Pantera. Where's Chad? Megadeth have live tracks, not to my knowledge. Volume 4. Did we get through the Kiss lots? Yes, we have. And Pantera 120. Let's see here. Yes, I'm not sure if Dumbo. Okay, so yeah, we've got them stacked up right here. And then Mike Massey wants UK subs for $7. Now, was there active bidding on Pantera? Pantera just had one bid for $100. That's before I walked off. But yeah, Andrew Hawkins had bid 120, but that's since I came back, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and so it looks like we still had Kicks, Duran Duran, Faces, Megadeth, Avenged Sevenfold, Testament, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue. Mastodon was $44.99, Mastodon $36.99, Mastodon $33.99, Zach Sabbath for $33. Yeah, Chase was the one and only bid on Pantera for $100. Whoa, Otis, he's brought me his toy. All right, I'll throw it over there. Go get it. There you go. I'll play fetch with you during the sale. We have Silverchair, Frog Stomp for $54.99. Entombed was $34.99. Sleep was $34.99. Wretched was $39.99. Black Sabbath is $38. Entombed is $33. White City of Graves, One of Us, sealed for $14.99. Morticious Lovers is $19.99. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Gonzo, you have not got a Kiss lot yet. They went to the first 25 people. You have not got one yet, so you won't get one till the next shipment. They went to the first 25 people. You can also pull up the pre-order on Facebook. I liked everybody's comment that has for sure got one. Led Zeppelin was $44.99. That is their debut, of course. And before we go back through the other unpaid auctions, let's get some other auctions going. We got a lot of cool stuff still over here, including Muddy Waters Electric Mud. Muddy Waters is a 1968 Indianapolis OG. It is the black cover variant. Sometimes they're black and white, sometimes they're white and black. Very cool Muddy Waters record here. The stats are a 68 USOG with the black cover variant, and it is nice. EX++ near minus a $65 start. Otis, he didn't bring me your toy back. Come here. Otis. Here. Ooh, pow. There it is. I threw it over there. Next is Steely Dan Asia, VG Plus $19.99. Mother Focus is $14.99. Rush was an original UK for $49. Toto was $17. I don't think anybody claimed that. It was marked $19.99. That was an offer I took on it. And the only unpaid auction was Black Sabbath for $35. We originally started it at $30, and it sold for $35. And that's the only Hatchet auction left there, $35, okay? $35 on that. All right. And Muddy Waters. Here's the only no bid so far tonight. Cheap Trick for $35 and Cross Steels and Ash for $35. And actually, there was one more auction, but I didn't have a price. So it's a Kiss auction, okay? Kiss is a 79 USOG 12-inch single. I Was Made for Loving You. The flip on that one is Charisma, and I don't know what it originally sold for, but how about a $10 start? A 79 USOG. This is Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You. VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, or technically outer sleeve. $10 start on that, okay? Black Sabbath 30. Since that's the only auction left, I'll go ahead and take your offer. That is sold to Scott Arnold for $30. Sweet, great album there. Fantastic album. Fantastic album. Fantastic album. Whew. I'm playing fetch with Otis. I'm throwing his toy across the room. He's going and getting it and bringing it back to me. I'm on dog duty tonight. All right, one Hatchet Ed crate done. More Hatchet Ed crates coming, Otis. More Hatchet Ed crates are coming. Let me clear a path. We're about to do some more. Let's do that. We still got new John crates. And, yeah, let's do that right now, Otis, okay? All righty, we'll do that right now. Give me that toy. Give me that toy. Go get it. He's getting some exercise in. He's been sleeping the whole show. Man, this one has got some unpaid auctions. This has great new vinyl and pre-owned stuff as well. So the second and final Hatchet Ed crate. The second, final, and Hatchet Ed crate coming up right now. Okay, Megadeth is $29.99. We only have those in stock because there was 5 unpaid pre-orders from Hatchet Ed. There was 5 unpaid pre-orders from Hatchet Ed. Give me that toy. Give it to me. There you go. Okay. Here we go. Keith and the High Pitchers, black or colored. Let's put it up for auction right now. I still got up for bid right now. Jimi Hendrix, Chicken Shack, Metal Battle. Oh, Alice Cooper and Grateful Dead. Sorry, there's some stuff that's been requested a lot. I'm just now getting to it. This is a 1976 U.S. repress. This is Alice Cooper, $1 Billion Babies. It's a gatefolded jacket. It does have the $1 billion bill. It is missing the cutout cards. Alice Cooper, though, is a 76 and EX edition, a $20 start. $20 start on that. Okay? Chad's going to drink some water. What the rest that Otis didn't drink. That water is good, Otis. He's brought me another toy. We have Ghost Meliora. This is that newest 10th anniversary edition on green vinyl. Surge green vinyl with the commemorative Papa 3 Mummy Dust Buck. So if you're just joining us on this great Friday night, thank you for joining us. 45 auctions have been great. 45 auctions have been great. We got more coming, including Prince and Disney. And we are right now just like getting into the depth of the auctions. We're not even a third of the way through tonight's advertised auctions. And we hadn't even started showing new stuff, like from pre-owned vintage like John. We still got those 3 crates. And we got tons of great 45 still, like Prince. This is Prince, I Would Die For You. It's really nice in the picture sleeve. Prince is a $10 start. It looks like Alice Cooper is going to sell 1 bid 50. It looks like Muddy Waters is going to sell 1 bid 65 to Brent Robley. He's the only bidder. And then Kiss has bids for 10, 15, 10, 16, 15, 10, 12, and 19. Now Kiss is at 20, and now Prince is at 10. We're going through Hatchet Ed stuff, including the Rock and Roots of Metallica. The Rock and Roots of Metallica is $34.99. And Otis gave up me playing fetch. So let me show y'all what that is what Otis looks like right now. He is next to me, laying on his cot, looking like That's what's staring at me right now because he knows I'm not playing fetch with him. That is the look I'm getting. I'm gonna send that to Tanner and Addison. I stopped playing fetch with him. Yep. Over here we have Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning. Thin Lizzy is $39.99, and then we have George Harrison, Dark Horse. George Harrison is $38.99. George Harrison, Dark Horse, and Kiss live at the Ritz. The Ritz on Fire Part 1. Kiss is $29.99. Here's that new pre-order. Is a Typo Negative, the least worst of. That is the best of Typo Negative, $39.99. Also, Dream Theater, Images and Words. Dream Theater, Images and Words is on clear vinyl, $29.99. Up at the top, Fred Cardinale bumped Brent on Muddy Waters, and Brent's right back in at 67. Prince is at 14. Courtney Duncan, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell Sarah Wyberdink, the Alice Cooper, for 50. Thank you, Sarah, on that. Let's put that away for Sarah. Appreciate that. And there is that. That's going in a new sleeve. Appreciate it. And sold. And then over here, Kiss. The last bit on Kiss that came in is a final call to Stanley Richmond for $20. Typo Negative is sold to Fred Cardinale, the least worst of. Attilian's in the back is $33.99. How much is the McCartney? Well, long story short, when I got there early yesterday morning, I found out my ticket was fake. And I had to spend all day trying to figure out how to get a real ticket and actually get inside the concert. So I had a heck of a day. I've told the story a couple times. It's pretty lengthy, but essentially all the tickets sold on StubHub and SeatGeek were fake tickets. They were only available directly through the box office there, access only. So you could not resell any tickets to that event. So anybody that bought a resold ticket was fake at that show. So it was a heck of a day for me. For about 6 hours, I didn't think I could actually even get inside the concert. It was sold out, and luckily the box office released more tickets. They had us all line up if you bought a fake ticket, and they lined us up and numbered us. And I was 14th in line, and I actually bought a real ticket. So I got my money back through StubHub, and hopefully it's coming. It'll be a while before they actually send it to me, but I actually saved $600 after buying a fake ticket. So actually a horror story turned into hundreds of dollars in savings. The Distillers is $29.99. So the moral of the story is be careful buying resale tickets, even on StubHub. You will probably can get your money back, but if you're excited about going to a show like me, seeing Paul McCartney in a small venue, I was devastated. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to be able to get inside this concert. I've been here all day. I've been here all morning. I didn't sleep last night. I'm not going to be able to get in this show, am I? But luckily, they didn't sell many tickets. They were holding them back for that reason. That's the final word I got. They was like, the venue is holding these back because they saw how many fake tickets StubHub was selling, and they couldn't do anything about it. So it was pretty wild. Kiss has a new bid for $25. Kiss has a new bid for $25. And Prince is at 20. Michael McCullen's out. Muddy Waters, Fred Cardinale asked the condition over here. So Muddy Waters is at 67 with Brent Robley. It is a 68 Indianapolis OG. Black cover variant, EX++ near mint minus. That is at 67 with Brent Robley. It's up to Fred or anybody else. It's a final call. Michael McCullen, you're out on Prince. And Victor Guerra has Kiss for 25. Typo Negative is $39.99. The Distillers is on Red and Black Splatter, $29.99. Sammy Hagar, the Best of All Worlds and the Best of All Worlds band, The Residency. Sammy Hagar is $39. That's on the yellow and blue vinyl. I was about 10 people back, so I felt like Paul McCartney was right in front of me. Yeah. Oh, it was like weird being that close to him. It was almost bizarre. I was about 10 people back because I was still 24th in line for general admission, but about 200 people got in early for early access. So maybe 100 people, 150 people, maybe 200 at the most. I don't really know. but there was already quite a few people in there before we got in for general admission. So Queensryche Condition Human. Queensryche is $33.99, Condition Human. That's a 2 LP. Muddy Waters has a new bid for $68. Muddy Waters is at $68 of George share. This is the Phil Spector Christmas album, A Christmas Gift for You. This is with Darlene Love Christmas, $33.99. And Van Halen Balance. Van Halen is $39.99. Van Halen Balance, $39.99. Brian Reynolds on Quiet QR for Queensryche. That's so to Brian Reynolds. Thank you, Brian Reynolds. That's so to you. Now Muddy Waters is at $75. And then Deftones, Adrenaline. Deftones is $29. We're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. This is stuff that people put back or didn't pay for. It's all available. It's all sticker price. Jay Nutria on Van Halen. Thank you, Jay Nutria. And then Mr. Bungle, that's on orange vinyl, self-titled, $36.99. And Stone Temple Pilots, red vinyl, STP's $29.99. The Cult, Hidden City, $59.99. That's on red and white colored vinyl. The Cult is $59.99. Let's go ahead and sell these other auctions. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $20, and Victor Guerra on Kiss single for $25. All right, let's go ahead and grab another one. The Grateful Dead is next. This is the Grateful Dead Europe. 72. Now, we just sold an OG near mint copy the other night for $100. This is an OG VG condition. It does have the book, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. Brent has Muddy Waters for $75. It's up to George share. Brent has it for $75, George. It's up to you. We have Disturbed Evolution for $33.99 and Skid Row Revolutions Per Minute. Skid Row was the first time that's ever been on vinyl, $31.99. Let's go ahead and grab another new record, and let's do another Disney record. Walt Disney, The Black Hole, storybook and record. We've had a little collection of these all night long. Walt Disney Productions presents The Black Hole, and that's going to go up for a $10 star. Storybook and record. Now, if y'all hadn't heard, we've got amazing 45s tonight. When we get to that 11:30 mark, where we're probably going to be done showing new vinyl, probably here in a few hours, we're going to keep auctioning 45s the whole time. I'm going to filter through them and put up the ones that are available for buy it nows, because I have not been through these. I see a whole box here that's like hit top 40 singles, like Dust in the Wind and Crowded House and Cheap Trick, and even stuff like Shock and Blue and Dobie Gray Drift Away. We'll do some stuff like that for buy it nows later, stuff that's probably worth $6.99 that I'm willing to go ahead and sell for $6.99. The other ones we'll save tomorrow for auction, but there is a Blue Million Prince. I'm still putting up the Prince I've never seen before. This is Prince Scandalous, music from the motion picture Batman. That's another one from Batman. Prince Scandalous. Look at that one. That's pretty cool. $10 start on Prince. Black Holes at $10. Muddy Waters at $95. Skid Row is $31.99. We also have House of Pain, Fine Malt Lyrics, Jump Around, $33.99 for House of Pain. Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits is $33.99. And Tool Opiate is $24.99. Tool Opiate, $24.99 for Tool. That's one of those sealed OG pressings of David Lee Roth Skyscraper, $28.99. And Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left to Fray. Seether's on limited edition Twilight vinyl, $33.99. And Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. Robert Plant, $44.99. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, $29.99. Muddy Waters is at $95. It's up to George share. Black Holes at $20 with Tim Graham. Susie's You're Out. Prince has one bid, and Grateful Dead just has one bid for $30. So a VG copy for just $30, and we're about to sell it. VG for $30. Robin Glenn gets the Skid Row. Let me see who asked about it first. Skid Row. Greg Smith asked about it first. Let me make sure Greg Smith doesn't want it. Next over here is Amanda Davis on Seether. Amanda Davis gets Seether. And then over here, we got Muddy Waters at $96. Michael McCullen gets Ozzy. Prince just has one bid for $10. That's Scandalous. Otis is now fast asleep. He is out of it all of a sudden. Here's Blizzard of Oz. This is $29.99. 30th anniversary, all analog, $29. Well, it says remastered from the original master tapes. Let me refresh that. It might not be all analog, but it is remastered from the original tapes. Skid Row is sold then to Robin Glenn. Thank you on that, Robin Glenn. And now Prince has bids for 11 and 12. Black Hole's a final call for 20. Muddy Waters is now at $96. Brent, you've been outbid. Tool is a reissue, just $22.99. EX edition, $22.99 on Tool. Let's see how much Monster I have left over here and what temperature it is. It's still pretty cold. And Addison, Tanner's wife, said for keeping Otis, she gave me a piece of sourdough bread. Now I think she's fell into the trend of many people since they found out that Taylor Swift has become obsessed making sourdough. She has kickstarted a whole generation of girls and maybe guys who have started making sourdough bread. So Addison has fell into the trend, I think. I think she makes a loaf of sourdough bread about every day. So I got a piece of sourdough bread as a gift for keeping Otis tonight. So I'm going to try a piece of it right now for a little mid-show snack and see what happens. This is dang pretty good, honestly. Wow, that's pretty good. It's got like chocolate or something in it. It looked kind of chocolatey. Holy moly. That's pretty good. So I'm sure Taylor Swift has like generated millions, if not billions of dollars all of a sudden for the sourdough industry. Man, that's pretty good. Not a bad thing. At least she's not like saying, hey, I'm out here trying like meth. I'm out here, at least she's doing something positive. First thing we have is Muddy Waters. And I'm going to make sure Brent did say out. George Scherer had it for $96. Brent, it's all up to you. George has it for $96, okay? We're going to go ahead and say go in final call on that. I'm going to put it back in the sleeve. And then let's update over here for Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead is a 1972 U.S. Terre Haute OG with the book. I'm pretty sure yours had the book too, Michael or George. It is in VG condition. It only has one bid for $30. Prince is at $16.18. And then over here we have Disney. Disney, the last bid on Black Hole that came in was Tim Graham at $20. Brent is back in on Muddy Waters at $97. Yep. All right, so there's Brent. He must have missed that first call. He's back in. George Scherer, you're out. Kiss lights are $59.99. No guarantee when they're coming in. Yeah, at least she did a video saying, hey, I'm out making sourdough bread as a hobby and not like doing Walter White and experimenting making drugs. We have Candle what? This is Candlebox, a bonus disc from the 2023 box set. Wow. So that was a bonus disc exclusive to the box set. You can buy it individually, $29.99. Over here, we have the White Stripes Gold Dollar. Oh, man, $49.99. I hope the guy that I met last night's watching. So this is the White Stripes live at the Gold Dollar. So two guys that was in line with me, actually was a guy, and then he met an old friend when we were waiting right before the doors open. I found out back in the day there was a White Stripes fan club that was pretty dang serious. It was called White Swirl. And this guy in front of me owns a Jack White record that's hand-painted. Do y'all know about this? So as usual, I'm in line with music lovers. I'm trying to exploit my business and advertise Coletco. I found out that there's this whole group back in the day of like some very serious White Stripes fans, and he owns this record that Jack White hand painted. They only made like 10 of them, and he told me I told him I owned a record store, and he was telling me about stuff I didn't even know about. And now there's they've transferred this 04. Most of the members now is like in a big Facebook group where they deal and trade and White Stripe stuff. But he told me what he spent on that Jack White record, and when he told me what he spent on that Jack White record, I was like, here's my business. It's called Coletco. Coletco, you need to join and you need to buy records from me, because he told the money he spent on that Jack White record, and I was astonished. And I was like, oh my gosh, you paid what? And tell me what this is. And here's my business card, because we sell records. But I didn't know it existed. And he painted like 10 of them. Okay, the White Stripes was sold to Patty K. Fred Cardinal was second. All right, that's done. And then over here, Prince. Prince over here, Prince Prince was Courtney Duncan for $18. And let me make sure the other bidder went out. Courtney Duncan, $18. $18. Did the other bidder go out? X-Wing, you were out. Haven't heard back from X-Wing. It does have the red Batman logo on the back. Okay. There's that. And then Grateful Dead over here. The last bid on the Grateful Dead that came in was just one bid for $30. And that was how long ago? Oh my gosh. That was 8 minutes ago. Jay Beach got that for $30. Unbelievable. There was like 3 questions, but that just sold one bid $30. Over here, Muddy Waters is at $105. Brent Robley, you're out. Your bid on Black Hole came in very late, Chuck Haley. Very late, actually. And then over here, we have No Doubt Tragic Kingdom. It's a 2014 blue vinyl, $59.99. No Doubt Tragic Kingdom, $59.99. I have filled up another crate. Let me swap out right quick over here, okay? Let me swap out crates right quick over here. And this is probably going to wake up Otis. Sorry, Otis. I got to stack this right next to your head. And let's fill up another crate, shall we? Whoop. That really woke him up then. All right. So, next thing is Grateful Dead 35. It was at $30 for 9 minutes. Now, Chad, your bid obviously came in late. 3-4 people kept asking about it. 3 different people asked about it, which kept going up. It kept on extending the time. No one bid, though. That seemed like a great deal because we just sold a near mint one for $100 the other night. That's pretty crazy. All right, and then Prince. I lost X-Wing, so let's go ahead and sell this to Courtney. And Courtney gets this for $18, okay? Now Muddy Waters is at $112. $112, okay? If I have liked your comment on the pre-order for Kiss Lights, that means you've got one this week. You'll get an invoice on Monday. If I haven't liked your comment yet, then we're waiting next week for more to come in. Muddy Waters is at $112. I think I don't think I've missed anything, so let's keep going. And the next thing we have is Nita Strauss. This is the Call of the Void. It's on bluish looking vinyl, $32.99. And we have Steelheart. Wow, I haven't seen that in a while. This must be an old order here. Steelheart is $29.99. That's a new reissue. And Epica Omega. Epica is blue and green swirl, sealed, $24.99. Rick Hall on Nita, that is sold. And what is the Muddy Waters? The high bid is $112 with Brent Robley. We have a 68 US Indianapolis OG, the black cover variant, EX++ near mint minus. This is with Brent at $112. It's up to George Scherer. He's the next bidder to say out. Brent's at $112. And then Butters on Steelheart. That is sold to Butters. Brian Call was second. Mike was next on Nita. This is Foo Fighters, $24.99. Now, if George bids, the auction continues. If he says out, I'm going to immediately sell it to Brent. Immediately. So if somebody wants to bid, hopefully you've already sent your bid for more than $112. Our next auction is Motorhead. This is pretty dang cool. It is an 84 UK OG in the original leather sleeve. How cool is this? It's an 84 UK original limited edition with the original inner sleeves, and it's a double LP. Really cool packaging. It comes in a leather bag, silver foil. Motorhead is a $35 start, okay? Now, I'm pretty sure Steelheart is out of stock, okay? I remember when they reissued that, it was a big deal. It had been out of print. Now, if anybody wants on a waiting list, I will order more, but no guarantee. I don't know if these could ever show up. I honestly don't know. So, Brian Call, if you want on a waiting list, or Chad Snyder, but no guarantee. I hadn't seen those in a long time. Corey Ross on Foo Fighters. That one was actually pre-owned. That wasn't a new, that was one that came back through. It might be new because they didn't actually ever seal these. These were actually never sealed. So that actually might be a new record, but it was technically pre-owned. Also, we got My Morning Jacket. George Brent's in on Muddy Waters at 118. And now we got Motorhead. We have My Morning Jacket for $19.99. My Morning Jacket is a Target exclusive on colored vinyl. And we're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. This here is Peter Gabriel, Long Walk Home, music from the Rabbit Proof Fence. Peter Gabriel is a 2017 numbered 45 RPM, only time ever on vinyl, $29.99. All right, let's do some more singles. Man, do we have a lot of cool ones still left over here. I'm trying to knock out all the Disney and Prince. That's took up half the show. Disney and Prince. The next one, Disney related, is Mickey and the Beanstalk. 24-page book and record from Disney, an original, and it's nice. And the book's nice. This is a nice little collection we've had here. Mickey and the Beanstalk, $10 start, okay? And Mike Straws won a candle box. Sorry, Mike, I did not see that. Now Muddy Waters is at $1.25 with Brent Robley. And we have Bjork, Selma songs. Bjork is a 2020 press, and there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Bjork. $29.99 on that. We have Joan Jett EX, $22.99. That's Joan Jett by Joan Jett, or actually, it's called Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, and the name of the album is called Album. Now let's go ahead and roll another Prince. Mickey has bids for 10 and 20. Awesome Prince singles over here. I got a few miscellaneous toys that didn't get paid for, guitars and one Funko. Those are on deck, but let's go ahead and grab another Prince. And this one is called, oh no, it's called I Wish You Heaven, and the other one's called Scarlet Cat, okay? It's called Scarlet Cat, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. There's another Prince single, okay? And then, were you able to get more RSBX? What is RSBX? Okay, Muddy Waters, 125, Brent Robley. Corey Ross was the only bidder on Motorhead for $35. Mickey 10, Mickey 20. Travis Wade got Bjork. Thank you, Travis Wade. Brian Call got My Morning Jacket. That's what a Brian Call. Motorhead has a new bid for $40. All right, Motorhead has a new bid, or excuse me, Muddy Waters has a new bid for $130. Courtney's at 10 on Prince. Lonnie Jolly 15. Muddy Waters 155. Mickey 23 and Prince 20. Okay, next is Tom Petty Southern Accents. Tom Petty is $34.99. This has the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Nick, earlier tonight we took a waiting list for 2 Rolling Stones box sets, and when I checked those, there was only 2 left in stock from my distributors. I went ahead and ordered 3. So if you want on that waiting list in case one doesn't get claimed or one gets put back, they're $99.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, we're referring to the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed box set. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed box set. So that is, it was on sale with my distributor. $99.99 is the new MSRP. So if anybody wants one, let me know. We got 3 people on a waiting list now. Motorhead's at 40, Motorhead 45, Muddy Waters 156. And then Prince, Lonnie Jolly went out. Final call to Courtney for $20. And Mickey, let's go ahead and roll Mickey. And Mickey is sold to Tim Voldness for $23. Okay? Oh, yeah, I got a reminder. Buy Paul McCartney poster. But I was able to score one at the merch stand. Awesome McCartney poster last night. Awesome. I was able to get one from the merch stand. I cannot wait to have it framed. Joey Scarberry. This has America's Greatest Hero. This has Believe It or Not, George is not home. Please leave a message after the beep. That's $14.99. Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer, EX $14.99. Carol, no, I think it's a double LP, 2 SACD, and the book. It's a 2 LP, 2 Blu-ray. I don't think it's the huge one. I think it's kind of the one in between. The name of the Motorhead is called No Remorse. Yeah, it's leather sleeve, special leather edition, double album, compilation, 84 UK original. Scott has it for $62, okay? Prince, let's go ahead and sell that. and that is sold to Courtney for $20. And now Muddy Waters. I knew we was going to have a battle. The last bid on Muddy Waters was Brent at $157. George Scherer, it's up to you. And George Scherer's out. This is sold to Brent Robley for $157. Thank you, Brent. And now Motorhead's at $70. Let's put up some other auctions. So right back into the Disney. Let's do another Mickey. We just did Mickey and the Beanstalk. Here's Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor. Never had that one before, to my knowledge. Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor. Looks like 1968. Nice and with book. Mickey's a $10 start. Huge box set coming from, yes, Topographic Oceans. Yep. The Power Station. This is with Robert Palmer, John Taylor, Tony Thompson, Andy Taylor from Duran Duran. EX 1799 for Power Station. That's an original. The Pretender singles, really cool comp there. That's the original. $29.99. Another Mickey for a $10 start. How about Echo and the Bunnymen? I don't recall seeing this one too much. Echo and the Bunnymen is an 83 OG 5-track EP Near Me and Shrink with Hot Sticker. Echo and the Bunnymen, $25 start. And there's Disney or Mickey Mouse. And guess what? We got another Prince coming. And we got a whole stack of them here. Let's see. What's one we hadn't done yet? We hadn't done this one. Cool one here. And it's another one of these German imports. Technically UK, but I think they're made in Germany from 1990. Prince. And this is Thieves in the Temple and Thieves in the Temple Part 2. Really cool there. Prince, $10 start. Tom Petty is $34.99. That is called Southern Accents. $34.99 for Southern Accents. Also, we have Put Your, what is this? $12.99. It's on red vinyl. Put Your Money on Me. I'm not for sure, but it's red vinyl, $12.99. And we have Tom Petty Finding Wildflowers alternate versions. That's sealed on gold vinyl, $24.99. Okay, last bid on Motorhead was Scott Arnold at $80. He has it, and it's a final call to him. It's a 1984 UK original, leather sleeve, original edition. It is VG Plus double LP with the original on her sleeves. If nobody else bids, it's Scott Arnold's for $80. Mickey has one bid for $10. Prince has one bid for $10. Echo and the Bunnymen's a $25 start. Tony Freeman gets Tom Petty. That's sold to Tony Freeman. And can I see Put Your Money? Yep. Put Your Money. Is there anything on the spine? Oh, it's Arcade Fire. Arcade Fire, Put Your Money on Me. Red vinyl, looks like some kind of single, $12.99 on that. Franz Ferdinand, The Human Fear. Franz Ferdinand's on white vinyl, $24.99 on Franz Ferdinand. And this is our first hatcheted auction of this crate. Duran Duran, Japanese pressing, $35. Duran Duran, $35. Notorious. Men Without Hats, $16. That's an 84 OG, $16 on that. So Shakedown gets Arcade Fire. That's sold to Shakedown. Details on the No Doubt in the crate. No Doubt is a 2014 blue vinyl. 2014 blue vinyl, $59.99. Next thing over here is Noah Colwell and Wildflowers. Noah Colwell and Wildflowers, alternate versions, go vinyl, $24.99. Noah, no putbacks. Noah, no putbacks, $24.99. That's sold to Noah Colwell. Next thing is Motorhead's at $83. Mickey has a new bid for $15. Shannon Mashake on Men Without Hats, that's sold. And then Prince, I think, has one bid for $10. And that was with Courtney Duncan, and we're about to sell it. Echo and the Bunnymen. Fred says, which Echo and the Bunnymen and condition? This is called Echo and the Bunnymen. It's called Echo and the Bunnymen. It's a 5-track EP, Near Mint Minus and Shrink and Hop Sticker, okay? Motorhead's now at 80. Mickey has new bids. Susie, you're out, and Prince has just one bid. And the other unpaid auction was Raven, Mad, $30. Raven is an 86 US OG. It's a mini album EP sealed for $30. Raven Mad, $30. And yes, who asked about Franz? Sorry, Mitch T. Yeah, Mitch T asked earlier too. This is a full album. It's on white vinyl. It's called The Human Fear. No, it's a full album, white vinyl, $24.99. Okay? All right, that was a pretty busy crate. Pretty busy crate there. Pretty cool. And what we're going to do is just do a quick recap. very quick recap. And we have empty mat on Raven. Okay, that's sold to empty mat for the $30 bid. Courtney, the only bidder on this Prince, that's sold to Courtney for $10. And now Mickey is sold for $15 to Tim Volness. And we'll mix it up a little bit. We'll come back to Disney and Prince after the next two sell. Let's put up two different kind of 45s right now. The last bid on Motorhead was $83 of Adam Alvarado. So Corey, you tied him. He came in first. And Echo just has one bid for $25. And we got No Doubt sold to Mike Quadrini. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. And then Mitch T got Franz Ferdinand. This is a Hatchet Ed Ben sticker price. Yes, this is a Hatchet Ed Ben sticker price. Hatchet Ed Ben sticker price. Okay, we're about to do a quick recap. And let's see what else I got over here in this very cool 45 box. Of course, I go right to a big stack of prints. About every one of these are different, too. It's been pretty interesting. Like, about every one of these have been different Prince records. I've never seen so many different ones at once. Here's something completely different looking. The Peeps Stiletto. Of course, y'all know sometimes I grab 45s without doing any research, and we come to find out they're like a $400 or $500 record. So a lot of people immediately go to Discogs and figure out what kind of music, what year, and see if they want to bid on it. This is a $7 start on the Peeps. I'll do that one for $7 because I don't know exactly what it is. $7 start on the Peeps. And then, wow, there's 4 boxes of 45 still. I mean, we might have sold a half a box total, so... You know what? Let's go ahead and put up another Prince because they're right here in front of me, and there's some dang cool looking ones here I've never seen. So what was that one right here? Well, that's Morris Day, actually. There's Prince and Prince related, too. What was that one right I just seen? Hold on one second. Aha. Bat Dance. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Prince Bat Dance, $10 start, okay? Here we are. First thing I have is this. I have Tool. Tool is actually a new... Oh, yeah, somebody got my morning jacket, too. I think it was Fred Cardinale. Yeah, Fred Cardinale got my morning jacket. It was in the back of my mind to pull that for Fred Cardinale. And then Tool was a new reissue, but it's pre-owned, so it's a pretty good deal at $22.99. EX, $22.99. EX, $22.99. That is Tool Undertow, EX, $22.99. We have Ghost Meteora 10th Anniversary Deluxe 2LP, $39.99. Metallica, the Rock and Roots of Metallica, is $34.99. Cosmo Kramer, if you want Tool, let me know. If not, JetBlue 004 does. So the back half of the crate here is some new sealed putbacks. We have not done a single crate of new vintage stuff yet. That's coming up next. Buy it now, best offer. And then I think there's new vinyl that I didn't go through that Laura ordered from last night that she went through. And then there's another crate of new vinyl around here somewhere that also is going to get gone through. So there's a lot to do. I mean, hopefully it's Friday night and y'all don't have anywhere to go. And then later tonight we'll do Buy It Now 40. The time of the night we usually do Buy It Now CDs. I'm fresh out of CDs, so we'll do some Buy It Now 45s. I'm going to sort through them, figure out what I auction for tomorrow, and what I don't want to auction for tomorrow, we'll put up and do for $6.99 or maybe $9.99. Probably a lot of $6.99 though. Okay. So Tool was sold to Cosmo Kramer. 2 people were next. JetBlue 004 on the live Metallica here. Prince is at $35. Metallica just sold. Now Prince is at $45. Over here, what about Motorhead? That's been up for a while. I never did hear back from a 3-way tie. So right now, I have a new buyer over on YouTube, Adam Alvarado, who has had Motorhead for $83. Now, Adam, the only reason I hadn't sold this is because there was 2 or 3 people behind you just by like $1 that never did bid again or say out, and then somebody actually tied you. So all of a sudden, Motorhead come to a creeping stop and I lost everybody. That's the only reason I hadn't called it sold to you. I'm kind of just waiting on some stragglers to make a move, okay? And see, Scott just now telling me he thinks he had it at 83 first. Somebody needs to go ahead and bid 100 on Motorhead and wrap this thing up. So, yeah, see, Scott's had it for almost 7 minutes at $83, okay? Now Corey's at 85. Now it's back on track. Hopefully everybody has done all the research, and now Motorhead's at $85. Motorhead's at $85. So now, Adam, you're out. Now Scott's out. So now the Motorhead auction continues. It's at $85. Everybody has got back on the feed and woke up. And then we have Echo and the Bunnymen. The last bid on Echo was Michael Snared at $28. I have lost Fred Cardinal on this one. Fred, are you still out there? This is at $28. The Prince is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $60, and nobody bid on the Peeps. It's a $7. Tim Voldness gets it for $7. The Peeps is sold for $7. Now Adam has Motorhead for $90. Thin Lizzy, Thunder and Lightning, that is on gold vinyl, $39.99 for Thin Lizzy. George Harrison Dark Horse is $38.99. Kiss Live, $29.99. Ritz, New York, 1983. The least worst of Typo Negative, that's the best of Typo Negative, $39.99. Dream Theater, clear vinyl, $29.99. The Distillers, $29.99. Corey Ross, you've been outbid on Motorhead. Adam Alvarado is back in at $90. This auction will continue. The next auction is going to go up right now. Apollonia 6, Blue Limousine. That's pretty cool. Apollonia 6, that's going to go up for a $7 start. And then our next Disney record is Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit and the Tar Baby. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? Fred said he also bid on Teat. This is going to go back up for bid. The Peeps is at $9 with Fred Cardinal. $9 with Fred Cardinal, okay? That's going back up for bid. Tim Voldness, you're out. Tim, when you bid 7, Fred already had it for 9 for almost 5 minutes, okay? So first thing is Echo's at 30. Motorhead has hit 100. Now it's at 105. Apollonia is at 7. Typo Negative is $39.99. Now Corey's out on Motorhead. Tar Baby's a $10 start. Now Peep is at 10. Apollonia's at 8. Next is Sammy Hagar, the Best of All Worlds Band, $39.99 on that. A Christmas Gift for You, Phil Spector, $33.99. Kiss is Live at the Ritz, 1988, Part 1, $29.99. Deftones Adrenaline, $29.99. Fred, you're out on Peep. Fred, you're out on Peep. Echo's at $30. Going once, going twice. Fred has that one. JetBlue 004 on Typo Negative. Sold to JetBlue 004. Uh-oh, Otis. I heard the front door, and he knew who that was. That was Tanner. And Otis has took off running. His father has arrived. Mr. Bungle, orange vinyl, $36.99 for Mr. Bungle. STP red vinyl, $29.99. The Cult Hidden City. The Cult Hidden City is on red and white, $59.99. And Michael Wood is sold on Kiss Ritz Part 1. Okay. Also, we have Disturbed Evolution for $33.99. Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits, $33. And House of Pain Fine Malt Lyrics for $33.99. Okay. Now we have, first thing, Apollonia. The last bid on Apollonia, Troy Robinson at $8, okay? Troy Robinson, $8 with Apollonia. If you're not Troy Robinson, you do not have this for $8. She went out, and that's about to sell for $8, okay? And then Tar Babies has a high bid, Brer Rabbit for $12 and now $15, which means Mike Strauss is out and Tim Voldness, you're out, okay? And then over here, we have the Peeps. The Peeps is at 12 with Fred Cardinal. Tim Voldness, you're out on that. And then let me make sure nobody else bid on Echo, because I already said a final call on this to Fred. Echo is sold to Fred Cardinal for $30. That is sold. Brer Rabbit's at 16, no condition notes. And then Motorhead. We have Motorhead over here. The last bid on Motorhead was $100. $105 to Adam Alvarado. Now, Adam, since you're a first-time buyer, I need you to go ahead and fill out the first-time buyer form. The link to that is in the description of this video. Hopefully, you don't have any problem finding that. And and let me know when you have completed that form, okay? Thank you when you have completed that form, and we'll get that invoice to you on Monday. But make sure you have completed that form, okay? The Peeps is now at 13. Fred Cardinell's out. Apollonia is at 10 with Troy Robinson. And Brer Rabbit is at 16 with Tim Voldness. Next thing was Tool. That was Opiate for $24.99. David Lee Roth is 28. And Robert Plant is $44.99. Robert Plant and the Ceaseless Roar. Ozzy was New and Sealed, $29.99. Epica, $24.99. Blue and Green Swirl, $24.99. And we have Joan Jett, EX, $22.99. Joey Scarborough, believe it or not, George isn't at home, so please leave a message. Robert Palmer's EX, $14.99. The Power Station's EX, $17.99. The Pretenders was $29, and the only unpaid auction in here was $35. Duran Duran Notorious, okay? That was the only unpaid auction, okay? There's that. Next thing is this, and this, and this, and make sure we got a first-time buyer form filled out. Okay, so over here, Peep Show 15, we have Brer Rabbit at 17, Shannon Mashake on Robert Palmer, and then, of course, Robert Palmer's on Power Station as well, Steve Riley on Epica, and we have Disney at 17 and now 18. Okay, well, that means we have another LP going up. The auction bin is still about half full. We have Jimi Hendrix, Chicken Shack. Let's put up this Metal Battle. This is a compilation, an 83 Netherlands OG. EX edition, Raven, Anvil, Battle Axe, Merciful Fate, Tanks, Venom, Jaguar, Witchfind, Hellenbach, Satin, or Satan, and Satiners, something like that. $20 start on that one, okay? And then Brer Rabbit's at $18 of Chuck Haley. Apollonia is sold, and that is sold to Troy Robinson for 10. And then the Peeps. The last bid on the Peeps, Tim Voldness went out, sold to Fred Cardinell for 15. Now we got a metal comp up, and we're done with that Hatchet Ed recap. I'm going to go ahead and condense both Hatchet Ed crates together, which there should be in one here. And I don't know if they'll condense or not. No, there's not going to be enough room. We'll just stack it right over here, okay? And then let's go ahead. And put up another auction. This is a sealed copy of Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. I like how it has this big, like, hop sticker American flag right on the front. I guess that's what came with it when you bought it. That is sealed, a $25 start for Bruce Springsteen. Brer Rabbit's at 19, okay? Now, over here, we're going to go through a new vintage crate that has not been gone through before. So, John got 4 boxes of 45s ready tonight. We're going to be going through those tonight instead of CDs. I don't have any more CDs left. How many CDs are in this building? 10,000 plus. How many do I have ready for sale tonight? 0. So, no CDs tonight, but we're going to go through 45 buy it nows, whatever we don't, whenever we're done showing new vinyl, showing discount vinyl, whenever we get to that point of the show. Let me step right over here and grab that first crate. I can probably guarantee John marked some check condition. He did, and now we need to do them best offer. So, check condition best offer is coming right now. Let me do a quick flip through here. Let me see what John's marked. Okay. And, ooh, hadn't seen that in a while. That's going to be pretty cool whenever that pops up. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh-wee wow. Wowie wow. We'll leave a couple of those. Oh, no, he got into a Beatles stash. John, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be doing this. John getting into my Beatles records again. I'm going to have to discipline him. I'm going to have to put him on leave. John, you got to take a few days off unpaid, okay? You've been getting into my Beatles stash. Don't get into my Beatles stash, son. Get out of there, kids. That's my Beatles stash. Get out of there. Get out of there, kids. That's my Beatles stash. Okay. So, Brer Rabbit's at 25 of Cosmo Kramer. Somebody said, what year is this? Brer Rabbit is, I don't know, 1977. 1977. Okay. Nice vinyl and book. The last bid was Cosmo Kramer at $25. He was the last bidder. Everybody else is out. Over here, Metal Battle is $20 start. No one's bid. Metal Battle's a $20 start. No one has bid. Bruce Springsteen is a $25 start, a sealed original. Nobody else has bid. Okay, those are $25 starts, and there have not been bids on either one. And then Brer Rabbit is a final call. Cosmo Kramer, $25. Let's go ahead and put up another single. This is Prince, Sign of the Times. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. Sign of the Times. No condition notes, nice. $10 start, okay? First thing we have is this. I have a Buy It Now Best Offer new vintage crate that has not been gone through tonight. Now Bruce has a bid. Now Metal Battle has a bid. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Alrighty. Sourdough bread is 10 out of 10. That's my rating. That's a high rating. Here we go. Wow. Waylon Jennings, Honky Tonk Heroes. VG Plus, $17.99. Waylon Jennings, Honky Tonk Heroes. VG Plus, $17.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. An OG Terre Haute copy. VG Plus cover. EX vinyl, $49.99. $49.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. EX, $12.99. Oso Adventure, the Kiss Light, is still a pre-order technically. We got 25 in tonight, but they've already sold out. And then Metallica lights are still up for pre-order. So actually over at Whole Lot of Records, you can still reserve a Metallica light. You can still reserve a Kiss light. And I'm just still going down the pre-order, okay? Metal Battle, 25, 26, and now 27. It looks like we're done on Brer Rabbit. That is sold to Cosmo Kramer for $25. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Bruce just got one bid, a sealed original to Larry Gonzalez for $25. John Durden, if you want Waylon, it will be sticker price, $17.99. If not, it's sold to Billy Humphrey. Scott Arnold got Pat Benatar. That's sold to Scott Arnold. Great check condition crate here. Aerosmith Live, there is like a tag sticker on it that says Aerosmith Live. VG Plus, $24.99. And then Big Hits and High Tide, a red label mono from the Rolling Stones. That's a nice VG mono. I mean, I don't usually say nice with VG very often, but that one's not too bad. The next two lights are going to be Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin. Those are coming next, okay? And those will be probably starting to offer tomorrow. The last bid on Metal Battle was Joe Kolosky at 27. Adam's out. And no one's bid on Prince. It's a $10 start. John Durden does get Waylon at sticker price. And then Pink Floyd, let's go ahead and roll that to Joe Delgado for $40. John Bergenstorm on Aerosmith. We are officially rolling. Master Mob. Later, Sean, if you're still on, I'll go through some of these crates that has some jazz in it that I don't think you've seen, that I think I literally ordered for you before you had to take a little break there. So remind me later, we'll run through those. Courtney did bid 10 on Prince. Sorry I missed that. $10 on that. $10 on that. Master Boss says he does not want a Led Zeppelin. Thank you. I will not give you a Led Zeppelin. I'll make sure you don't get one, okay? I will make sure that does not end up on your invoice, or it doesn't end up, or I don't send one to your wife and I have her plug it up in the middle of the night right next to your bedstand. That would be pretty funny, right? I get a hold of Sean Fairweather's wife and I said, hey, I'm going to send you a Led Zeppelin sign. In the middle of the night, I want you to plug it up right next to him on his nightstand, video him sleeping, and then wake him up and see his reaction. Next single is Motorhead. Motorhead, Motorhead, Iron Fist. This looks like a UK single. It's from Bronze Records, a UK edition. This is Motorhead on red, wow, red vinyl. Didn't see that coming. Motorhead is a $10 star. Iron Fist on red vinyl. Okay. Courtney 10. And then Prince is at 11. Okay. Troy's backing on Prince at 11. It was up to Joe Kolowski on the Metal Battle, but I haven't heard back. No, it's up to Adam, our new bidder. By the way, Adam, if you are done bidding, make sure you say out, and that way I know you're done. Okay. Next is Rockin' with Wanda. Wanda Jackson is a 1960 press. This one's a very desirable, almost rockabilly album from Wanda Jackson. It's a VG original, gold label, Starline Capital, $39.99. Also, we have Abbey Road, VG $24.99. VG $24.99. Paul McCartney did 4 songs off this album last night live. VG $24.99. Abbey Road. Nice vintage copy. Not bad. One sweet dream came true today. It's amazing. This man right here, when he walks out in front of you, it's like, oh my gosh, is that really the guy I've been seeing on these album jackets my whole life? He's now right here in front of me. It's him. It's him. $24.99. The condition, Wanda is in VG condition. A VG minus cover. There's a seam split. We'll call it VG vinyl, VG minus. $29.99. What is Prince? We've been auctioning Prince records for the last 3 hours, pretty much nonstop. This is Sign of the Times. It's at $20. We've probably sold about 20 Kiss singles tonight. Metal Battle is sold to Joe Kolowski. Let's get some other auctions going. Joe Kolowski, this is sold to you for $27. Thank you on that. And we have the Beatles 65. This is a 64 Richmond press. It says, got it on December 25th, 1965. Great album. Somebody got this on Christmas Day, 1965, and it's called the Beatles 65. That's pretty cool. So an original pressing, an original Richmond press, VG Plus, $34.99. And they even rated the songs. Great, good, fair, excellent, good, good, fair, fair. What did they give excellent? Rock and roll music? I Feel Fine got fair. That should be like perfect. Somebody else asked about Kiss. Kiss do not come in a box. They just come in a bubble wrap sheet, a bubble wrap bag. They change colors. They do different things, and you can even sync them to music, okay? They're even synced to music. Motorhead is at 20. Now Prince is at 20, 25, and Prince is out. So Prince is at 25. Donna, you're out, okay? Donna, you're out. And then over here we have George Harrison self-titled, VG $12.99. And then Paul McCartney, VG Plus $19.99. That's his self-titled true first solo album post-Beatles. He did 2 songs off this one last night, $19.99. He did Maybe I'm Amazed, of course, and Every Night. That was cool because I like that song. I've never heard him do that one before. Every night I just want to get out of my head. That was, when he went into that one, I was like, no way. I've never seen him play this one live. Never seen it on track listings either. Wasp. No one's asked for this. Wasp is going up for bid. Wasp is unofficial. This Wasp record has never been officially released on vinyl. It came out in 1997. It's called KFD. Kill, F-U-C-K, Die. Kill, F-U-C-K, Die. Wasp is a $55 star. That's now up for bid. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $30, and Motorhead is sold to Michael Snared for $20, okay? That's sold to Michael Snared for $20. Can they be hung on the wall? No. No, I mean, you could probably adapt it for that. Probably. You could probably somehow figure out how to hang them on the wall. But I think they're commonly made to be set on a bookshelf. Hard Day's Night, VG Plus, $34.99. $34.99. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. VG Plus, $34.99. He did 0 from this album last night. $34.99, A Hard Day's Night. Wings Greatest Hits. VG Plus $19.99 with poster. He did 1, 2, 3, 4 songs from here. Boy, Jet was a highlight last night. That got the crowd going. Jet is a good one. VG Plus $19.99. Wasp is $55 start. Prince, I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. Prince is called Hot Thing, and I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. $10 start. Flag on Motorhead. I was bidding 20. Can't tell off my phone if I was first. Motorhead. Michael Snared bid 20. Oso Adventure bid 20. Okay, same problem with the other Motorhead. We were tied. Oso bid 20. I never did hear back from Adam Alvarado. And then Michael Snared, you bid 20. Michael Snared, you're out on Motorhead. Let me know if you want back in, okay? The high bid is 20 with Oso Adventure. Michael Snared, you're out. Next is London Town. This is with poster as well. VG $14.99. He didn't play any from that album. VG $14.99. And then Potluck with Elvis. 62 Indianapolis. VG Plus $19.99. Speaking of Elvis, David Johnson asked earlier, can we get Elvis Costello up for auction? Elvis Costello is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. It has the insert and it has the cover and obi. Motorhead is sold to Oso Adventure for $20, not Michael Snared. Okay? Prince is at $45, sold to Courtney Duncan. Donna's out. Next auction is Prince. And this one is called America and Girl. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Rock and Rollin' with Fats Domino on Red Label. VG Red Imperial label. Let's see what that looks like. Definitely earlier there. Look at that. VG $19.99 on that. Elvis Costello's at $25. And then Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, an original Presswell press. VG $29.99. And then the Fugs, VG $24.99. Nobody bid on Wasp, unofficial, never been pressed to vinyl. $55 buy it now on that. $55 buy it now on that. Let's go over here to the high-end tab. We still got some stuff in the high-end tab that has not been put up. Any more Metallica? Yes, sorry, right here. It's a vintage original Metallica bootleg. It's live at San Francisco, plus demos from Ride the Lightning. Wow. Metallica, Let God Sort 'Em Out, San Francisco 83, limited edition of 1500, vintage bootleg. It's live at the Stone in San Francisco, plus demos from Ride the Lightning. That's going to go up for a $55 start, okay? Over here, Prince 10, 25, 30, 40. Courtney out. Donna gets Prince for $40. Man, we're moving through these things. You better bid early if you want to bid on one of these. Next is Prince, Raspberry Beret. Raspberry Beret is going to go up for a $10 start. It's near mint in the original sleeve. Prince is a $10 start. Scully Mack offered $20 for Led Zeppelin. I'll do that for $27. That is OGVG, 27 on that. Next is Samuel Kopich gets Fats Domino. That is so does Samuel Kopich. Next thing over here, James Davidson got Wasp for $55. Metallica has a bid for $55. Next over here is Prince, 10, 15, 25, 30, and 40 with Donna Turner. Led Zeppelin, 22. My price is 27. Final call on Elvis Costello. Aerosmith, nice. A 73 Santa Maria, VG $29.99. VG $29.99. Aerosmith $29.99. 73 Santa Maria. Scully Mack gets Led Zeppelin for $25. 25 on that one. And Jethro Tull live. VG $14.99. Prince sold to Courtney Duncan for $55. Sold. Next one is Prince. Never had this one before. Prince, Take Me With You. It is a $10 start from Purple Rain, a UK edition. $10 start on that one. Cosmo Kramer says, Flag, I was first on Wasp. The Wasp bite now was Cosmo Kramer for $55, not James Davidson. This needs to go to Cosmo Kramer. This needs to go to Cosmo Kramer, not James Davidson. I'm shocked nobody bid. The last bootleg of that we had sold for like $150. That was not sold to James Davidson. That was sold to Cosmo Kramer. And then James Davidson, you were second, okay? Let's go back down here to the bottom. First thing is Aerosmith is sold to Shannon Mashaka. That is sold. Johnny Hancock second. Sean Miller's at 57 Metallica, now 60. And now another offer on 20 on Aerosmith already sold. Prince 10, Prince 10. John Bergenstorm fourth on Aerosmith. Prince 12, Prince $35. Okay, and then Elvis Costello is sold to David Johnson for $25. Prince is at $35 with Shannon Mashaka. These Princes have turned into absolute war. We're selling three every 3 minutes. So if you're not bidding almost immediately and you're not pushing your chips out there quickly, you're going to miss these. Donna has it for $38. The Beatles' second album, OG Scranton Press, VG, $24.99. VG, $24.99. Paul McCartney 2 with the bonus single. He did Coming Up. That's a good one. I'm Coming Up. VG, $17.99. Now Prince is at $38. Now Metallica's at $60. And then we got David Bowie, Images, $66.67. Bowie's in VG Plus, $34.99. Prince is at $45, 10-second countdown. It's at $45, 10-second countdown. Next single is going to go up right now, and that one is going to be, let's do David Bowie in just a second. Let's go ahead and finish out the Disney collection. The next Disney collection record I had was The Wizard of Oz, storybook and record from Disney. This is a $10 start. The Story of Wizard of Oz, $10 start on that. Okay, and then over here, Prince is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $45. That one is sold, and then Metallica is at $60 of Corey Ross. There is The Wizard of Oz. The next Prince is going to go up right now. This is If I Were Your Girlfriend in this special limited edition poster bag. Prince is going to go up. It includes a poster sleeve, $10 start. Okay, David Bowie is sold to Tom Sullivan. And now Oz has a bid for 10. Prince has a bid for 10. And Metallica is an unofficial from 1989. It's called Let God Sort 'Em Out. Let God Sort 'Em Out. Prince 10, Prince 15, Wizard 10, Wizard 10, Wizard 15. And then we got original motion picture and score to Patton. VG Plus, $14.99. This is Prince, If I Were Your Girlfriend, with poster sleeve. Now Prince is at $25. Next is the early Beatles, VG, $24.99, a mono press. VG, $24.99 on the Beatles, the early Beatles. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. EX $12.99. This is a buy it now best offer. Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. EX $12.99. And Spirit is VG condition, $9.99. Okay, over here, Prince is now at 20. Now it's at 25. Courtney has it for 25. Also over here, I have Wet, White, and Blue's Image. VG $9.99 on that. Richard and Linda Thompson, First Light, VG Plus $14.99. The World of Johnny Cash, VG Plus $14.99. The Beatles Yellow Submarine, a Winchester press, VG condition, $24.99 on the Beatles Yellow Submarine. The Doors Morrison Hotel, VG Plus $24.99. JJ Cale, VG $14.99. And Kiss is a 76 Terre Haute with booklet, VG Plus $39.99. Wizard of Oz is at $20. Prince is at $55. And the last bid that came in on Metallica was Brandon Jones at $65. Everybody else is out. Billy Humphrey on JC, and JC was for Johnny Cash. That's sold to Billy Humphrey. Prince is at $70. Deal on all of the Beatles and Paul McCartney coming up right now. I'll do that as soon as we say Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan for $70. That's sold for $70 to Courtney Duncan. Final call on Wizard of Oz, and Wizard of Oz is at $20 right now, just FYI, okay? Diego Sanchez over here. Diego Sanchez over here with Spirit, and that is sold to Diego. And then we have Ozzy at $28. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Prince, Another Lover, Hole in Your Head. That is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. John Bergenstorm on Kiss. Wizard of Oz is at $28. Now, actually, back here, Todd Doris asked for a bundle deal on every Paul McCartney and Beatles album in the crate. So there's Yellow Submarine, there's the early Beatles, there's Paul McCartney 2, there's the Beatles' second album, okay, and then the other ones in here was London Town, Wings, Hard Day's Night, McCartney self-titled, and then back here we had Beatles 65 and Abbey Road. That's going to take out pretty much the entire crate, but let's do a quick look at them, and here's what we'll do on this. So Over here we have Beatles. So let's see. If I sell you this entire stack at $5 off each album, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That would be $50 off, and I'll give you a quick price, okay? I'll give you a quick price. I could do it in my head, but let's just do it this way. Let's do 20. This would be the price. 20, and then 20, and then 13, and then 20, and then 10, and then 15, and then 30, and then 20, and then 30, and then 20. That would be $198, okay? $198, and that means they were originally marked for $248. $198. All you got to do is say sold. They're yours. You got dibs, okay? Next thing over that is in regards to the Was album, his was a bid, not a buy now. Otherwise, he would have not said 55. Well, either way, though, it came in after I said it was a buy now. And most people put a $sign regardless, even if they're doing a buy now. So if somebody says WASP or WASP 55, if it comes in after I say it's a buy now, that means they have first dibs. That's why I always encourage everybody, if you really want a record, do not try to snipe it, because there's only 2 auctions that have not been claimed tonight. Everything else has either been sniped or definitely got a bid. So give Todd Doris all those Beatles albums at $5 off. So he was first. And then Prince over here, the last bid was Donna Turner at $15. Final call, Donna has that for $15. Wizard of Oz is at $29 with Tim Voldness. Stacy, you're out. And the last bid that came in on Metallica, nobody else bid. Brandon Jones has had it for 5 minutes for $65, and it is sold to Brandon Jones for $65. Thank you on that. All right, there's that. I would recommend when an auction gets put down, my best advice is to immediately place a bid. Now, if you don't want it, then I wouldn't bid. If you do want it, I would bid. Otherwise, you're probably going to get disappointed. Prince and Wizard of Oz, that is the auctions right now. Okay, next one is going to go up right now. This is White Light, White Heat. This is a real 68 U.S. East Coast OG first press. And it does have skull tattoo. It's really hard to see, but it's on there. Can y'all see that? So, White Light, White Heat is a first press, visible skull tattoo on front cover. Here Comes Now is misprinted on the back cover as There She Comes Now. Lou Reed is credited as lead guitar instead of guitar. Andy Warhol credited for cover concept on back cover. Labels list 3-Prong Music as publisher for all tracks. VG++ EX-. So as y'all know, Velvet Underground albums, highly microscopic details, okay? Probably some of the most collectible records, the Velvet Underground. This is, I just read off all the details. It's real, it's an OG, it's a first press. It has the skull tattoo, it has the corrected track, or the misprinted track. It has Lou Reed as lead guitar instead of guitar. Andy Warhol is credited, and it has 3-Prong Music as publisher. That's going up for $125 start. We have not sold Tad. I'll get it up right now. Wizard of Oz is sold for $29 to Tim Voldness. Prince is sold to Donna for $15. And let's put up another Prince. Prince is going up right now, and this is called You Got the Look. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. You Got the Look. And then over here, we have New Order is Long Gone, and then Tad. Tad is right here. It's in the high-end tab. That's because it requires more than a $50 start. And then this is a 1989 USOG non-gatefold jacket. Tad's in shrink wrap, $55. $55 Tad. That's now up for bid. Prince has a bid for $10. The 2 no bids are Cheap Trick, $35, and literally the first auction of the night, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $35. That's the only 2 no bids. 2 Japanese pressings. That's it. Okay? And this is J.J. Cale. Naturally, that whole John crate almost got obliterated. VG $14.99. And honestly, I pulled out 4 Beatles records. I pulled out 4 Beatles records in there. I know we just sold pretty much all of them except George Harrison, but I did pull out quite the stack. I'll either show them here in a minute or I'll slip them in for auction. Okay, we have Rolling Stones on mono, red label mono, VG $29.99. Wanda Jackson, Rockin' with Wanda, VG $39.99, sing split on the cover. George Harrison self-titled, VG $12.99. Potluck with Elvis Presley, VG plus $19.99. The Fugs is VG $24.99. The Fugs is VG $24.99. Tad info, I'll tell you in 7 minutes. The Fugs is VG $24.99. Tad has bids for $55.55. Prince is sold to Donna for $10. Final call on Velvet Underground for $125. Jethro Tull is VG $14.99. No one's bid on Velvet Underground. $125 start. Patton is VG plus $14.99. Chris Christopherson is EX $12.99. And then we have Rick Springfield. Success hasn't spoiled me yet. That's EX $12.99. Red, White, and Blue, Blues Image, VG $9.99. Richard and Linda Thompson, VG plus $14.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel, VG plus $24.99. Velvet Underground, oh my goodness. Brent and George Scherer both bid at the same time. Folks, button up your bootstraps, lock on, we might have a bidding war. 125, 125. Also, we have this. JJ Kale, VG 14. I'd offered on George early before you put all stuff along with Yellow Submarine, so I guess my stuff doesn't count correct. You actually offered after he asked for a bundle deal. George Harrison 10 and Yellow Submarine 20. Actually, that was after he said bundle on Beatles and McCartney. So, Michael, I didn't realize one of those was George Harrison. I thought it said Paul. So, I'll go ahead and say the George Harrison. But your offer came in after he'd asked for a bundle deal. But I will go ahead and say George for $10, okay? Tad, info. Tad is a 1989 US OG in shrink, non-gatefold, near mint. Now, Fred Cardinale has not bid in 3 minutes. So as soon as I laid it down, Matt Nichols bid 55 and Fred Cardinale bid 55. It's been 3 minutes. Fred's been tied since the beginning. I haven't heard from him. Same thing with Velvet Underground, which just got a bid with George Scherer for 130. Okay, that has about 50 minutes. Every time on that is 50 minutes. Every time I read the details on that, it's going to take 50 minutes. It's like a whole book we've written on the back about that one. J.J. Kell and Diego Sanchez and Michael Bohannon, you were second. Now Tad has a new bid for 60. Hopefully Fred Cardinale has not fell asleep. Okay? All right. There's that. What was the Crosby, Stills, and Nash? Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight again, a $35 buy it now. Cheap Trick, $35 buy it now. 5-minute timer on auctions. That does not work. I cannot keep up with that. I try to do it in my head. There's a couple things people have suggested tonight. A running thing at the bottom with details, timers. This would require multiple people here helping me every night. I would have to literally have an auction staff here on hand. So I think it works pretty good the way we have it. If everybody doesn't leave the chat and if everybody just keeps bidding and bid fast and quickly, I think some people's like, maybe if I wait 3 more minutes, then that person will leave and I'll be able to get it. But the best thing is just go ahead and bid like it's your last day on earth. Prince and the Revolution Pop Life. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. David Doyle on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. $35 buy it now on that, okay? All right, there's that. And now the only time, if I lose somebody and it's been an abnormal amount of time, so if I'm like, well, I haven't heard back from this person, it's been 5 minutes and I call it sold, you can't really come back on and be like, wait a minute, I was still bidding. So Coin and Off Auction used to have a clock. Yes, I also had 32 people watching. So we could do a clock, okay? I could do a clock. We would no longer sell records out of the crate. I would lose 90% of my customers, and we would have a 1-hour show just auctioning off records. It would be terrible, boring, and we would go out of business. It'd be terrible, boring, and we would go out of business. Believe me. No clock. I don't like the idea of a scroll at the bottom either of details. Somebody had to be keying stuff in. They'd have to be constantly changing it. I think about how to make this show better every single day. It's like a full-time job for me. and I have ran every scenario. This is going on 6 years I've been doing this. I've tried clocks, this, that. This is probably about the most fine-oiled machine we can do this. Fine-oiled machine we can do this. So, and my brain is at max capacity. Anything else, and we're going to start selling less. I'm trying to figure out how to sell more every night. So, otherwise, there's that. Okay, next thing over here is this. And next thing is and Velvet Underground. So let's go back up to the top and figure out what's going on with this. And we have, okay, so the last thing on Prince was, or Tom Sullivan asked Wanda Jackson info. Wanda Jackson is a 1960 original gold label, pretty dang desirable record, $39.99 VG. It does have a sing split up here, okay? Tom Sullivan, that's yours if you want it. Prince 10, Prince 10, Prince 15, Prince 20, Prince 30, Prince 32, Prince 35, Prince 40, Prince 45, and Donna gets Prince. See how they did that? Y'all need to take bidding classes from Courtney and Donna. Donna gets Prince for $50, okay? Is there a warranty on the Kiss lights? A warranty? No. I mean, if you get it and you plug it up and it doesn't work, then I'll get you another one. But if it stops working in 6 months, then no. No warranty. Velvet Underground 138, Velvet Underground 139. And then the Doors. The Doors is VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Tom Sullivan gets Wanda Jackson for $32. And then over here is Tad. The last bid on Tad that came in, the last bid on Tad was Fred Cardinale. You're out. Matt Nichols has it for $65. Matt Nichols has Tad for $65. Fred, you're on the clock. It's at $65, okay? And now Velvet Underground is at one, boy. Velvet Underground plus one, Velvet Underground plus one, Velvet Underground plus one. Okay, so let me do some arithmetic. 138, 139, Brent's at 140. Brent Robley's at $140. $140, okay? 140 on that. 140 on that. The Doors is Morrison Hotel, VG Plus, $24.99. Red Electra label. What is Tad? Tad is a 1989 USOG non-gatefold jacket and shrink wrap near mint. Fred Cardinale's on the clock. George Scher's on the clock for Velvet Underground. Let's go ahead and put up another Prince. Prince is Purple Rain. It's going to go up for a $10 start. It is it might be a UK edition. It's black vinyl, Prince and God, $10 start on that. $10 start on that. There's another buy it now best offer coming up right now. Here's my deal on anything we sell. If we ship you something and it's broken or damaged when it gets there, I got to take care of you. Vinyl, you better inspect it as soon as you get it. And then if it's something electronic, if it breaks 6 months from now, you're out of luck. That's why I stopped literally selling turntables, speakers, and amps. I could probably sell a lot of audio equipment, but what would happen, I would sell a vintage receiver, like a Pioneer from 1973. We would repair it, we'd get it working, we'd ship it to somebody. 2 weeks later, a capacitor would blow out and they would want their money back. And that happened a lot, actually. And I'd be like, holy crap, we're not selling anything else electronic. So, or if we do, there's no guarantees. Because that was turning into major problems. I was like, man, we're not doing electronics anymore. So, okay. All right, there's that. And now we have Velvet Underground at 140. Velvet Underground, George. Hey, you're on the clock, George. Time's ticket, $140. $140 of George share, okay? Tad has a new bid for 66. Matt Nichols, you're out. All right, so Tad is at 70. Matt Nichols is back in. Brent, you're on the clock. I'm putting y'all on the clock as soon as one of y'all get outbid. George share is at $140. I think that's what the bid was already at. Hold on, let me go back through and add these up. 139 Brent, 140 Brent. Hold on, y'all messed me up with the plus ones. So Brent was at 138, George bid 139, and then Brent bid 140. George, you're actually still out. It's at $140. Okay, it's at $140 with Brent. You're actually 140 tied his. You're 140 tied his. So it was 138 and then plus one and then plus another one. So it's actually at 140. Okay, there's that. And then Tad, the last bid was Matt Nichols at 70. Fred Cardinale, you're on the clock again. Fred, if you just want to go ahead and bid 100, that probably will wrap it up. And then Prince has one bid with Donna for $10. Donna Turner has that for $10, and that is a final call. Here we go. Let's go ahead and put this up. Buy it now or best offer. First thing is this, Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. No condition notes, it does have cover damage. $39.99. Pink Floyd, $39.99. George, you've been outbid. Brent's in at $146 on Velvet Underground. Fred Cardinale, you're on the clock with Tad. Next is Willie Nelson and Webb Pierce, $14.99. Willie and Webb. These are no condition notes. Buy it now, best offer. Beatles is on blue vinyl, $89.99, 67 to 70. Beatles is $89.99. Montrose self-titled, $19.99. George is at $150. George is at $150. Brent, you're out. The Prince is officially sold. One bid, $10 to Donna. That Prince is sold. Next thing over here is Tad. This is sold to Matt Nichols, and Matt Nichols gets Tad for $70. Now Velvet Underground's at $151. George Share, Brent's at $151. Next auction is George Strait, Oceanfront Property. This is a 1987 U.S. Pinckneyville OG. This is OG George Strait in VG condition, a $15 start. Willie and Webb, $10. Robert Warner, sold. Scully Mac Montrose, $15, sold. Those are gone and gone. Also, George Thorogood, moving on over, $19.99. We have Woodstock, a 3 LP set, $39.99. Velvet Underground's at $151. If one of y'all want to go ahead and bid $200, I bet that'll win the auction. Next thing is David Bowie, the man who sold the world, and Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom. The sleeve is like VG condition, does have some wear and fraying. Space Oddity is nice though, $10 start. Velvet Underground's at $151. Next is John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $19.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, Lens Far, nicely out of tune, $19.99. And Marshall Tucker Band, $14.99. Pink Floyd, a nice pair, $39.99. Going twice, going three times on Velvet Underground, $151. Final call to Brent Robley. George Strait's a $15 start. Our next Disney record is going to be Pinocchio. Walt Disney's Story of Pinocchio with songs and original soundtrack for the motion picture, a $10 start. We have Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, a sealed '89 Columbia House copy, $39.99. George comes in near at the buzzer at $155 on Velvet Underground. Brent, you've been outbid. Pinocchio's at $13. David Bowie has bids for 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 13, 10, 12, 12, 12, 13, now 15. George Strait has a bid for 15. Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories, his greatest hits, $14.99. Brent has bid $156 on the Velvet Underground. George Share, Brent's back in at $156. Next thing is George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Maverick, $19.99. Maverick is $19.99. Also over here is Early Steppenwolf, Live at the Matrix, San Francisco, $24.99. And Led Zeppelin Coda. Coda is $39.99. Led Zeppelin Super Clean Copy, $39.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, that's a sealed original, $24.99. And Sweet Tooth Testing. Sweet Tooth is a 1996. It's numbered, hand numbered on the back, 101 of 400, $59.99 on that. All right, so we're over here. George Strait got a new bid for 16. So Robin Glenn bid 15. And I think, Robin, you just bid against yourself. I think you're the only bidder at 15. Velvet Underground's at 161. Brent, you've been outbid. Pinocchio's at $18 and David Bowie's at 20. That's the high bids right now. ZZ Top's first album, $99.99. Wow. A 71 OG AL Press, that's what it says, AL Press, $99.99. Million Sellers compilation, that is $24.99 with Mary Tyler Moore on the cover. $24.99. Million Cellar, 16 ton, Cecil Bond, Sweet and Gentle, Cherry Pink, and Apple Blossom Wine, $24.99. Out on David Bowie, Velvet Underground's at $162. Kiss is a waiting list. It's technically half of the pre-order came up today. The rest of the pre-order should be in tomorrow. Just FYI. Also, the Beatles' Let It Be, a 1970 Jacksonville press, $44.99. That is Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be, Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax. The Beatles' Something New, a 64 Pittman press, $44.99 on that. And the McCartney Interview, a 1980 press, $24.99. David Bowie is sold to William Drugovich for $20. Pinocchio's at $21. Tim Voldness is out. George Strait is sold to Robin Glenn for $15. And the Velvet Underground's at $162. George Sherry, you're out. Tim Voldness, it's up to you on Pinocchio. Next auction is Jimi Hendrix. Are You Experienced? A quintessential rock album. 1967 U.S. Terre Haute on the original tricolor. Wow. OG Jimi Hendrix, $25 start, VG condition. Up to Tim Voldness on Pinocchio. Next auction is going to go up right now. We're going to sell Jesse Johnson and Morris Day together. Morris Day and Jesse Johnson, Can You Help Me? And Fishnet. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have the American Tour of Ed Rudy. This is 1964, $34.99. This is a new arrival crate that John Thomas has marked today. These are brand new arrivals that were freshly stickered and pulled out of collections from the back. They're brand new arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. No condition notes on any of the vinyl. These are all brand new vintage arrivals. No condition notes on any of the vinyl. Buy it now or best offer. These two singles are being sold together. Jimi Hendrix, $25. Velvet Underground's at $165. And Pinocchio is at $23. Susie Breedlove, you've been outbid. Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, $9.99. Paul McCartney, Ram, incredible album. A Los Angeles press, $29.99. McCartney, very clean, very nice. Ram, also John Lennon, Imagine, 2 LP compilation from '88, $39.99. George Scher, Brent just bid $166 on Velvet Underground. The Two Morris Days is at $15. Also, over here, Pinocchio is up to Susie Breedlove. Tim Voldness has it for $23. What year was the sealed original KC and the Sunshine Band album? There is remarkably a lot of stuff in here that has not sold or made offers. KC is a 1978 original. We still got John Lennon, Paul McCartney, the Beatles albums, the ZZ Top, the Zeppelin, the Thurgood, the Roy Orbison, the Pink Floyd. Back here in the back, Woodstock and the other Pink Floyd. No claims and no offers. Over here, this is Jimmy McGriff, Stump Juice. This is $24.99. Also, Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars with both posters, $29.99. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, $29.99. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $29.99. Hubert Laws, Morning Star, $19.99. And Eddie Rabbit Radio Romance. Boy, that's an alliteration. $9.99 on that one. Back up at the top, we have Pinocchio Out. This is sold to Tim Voldness for $23. Sold. Morris Day, $18. Morris Day, $20. Jimi Hendrix is now at $30. The last bid on Velvet Underground was Brent Robley at $166. It's up to George Scher. Donner gets Hubert Laws. Donna, you are sold on Hubert Laws. Next Disney single is going to go up right now. This is The Rescuers with song from the film. Storybook and record, nice. $10 start on that. Also, Lens Farn, Sleepless Nights. Lens Farn is $19.99. Also, Ellington Showcase. Duke Ellington is $9.99. And Invasion, Papa John Creech, $9.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound, $24.99. Let 'Em In. Paul did that one last night. It's really cool. They do those first chimes. Down, down, down. Dun, 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 dun. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, $9.99. Master Mall on Duke Ellington. That is sold to John Lee Hooker. And then over here we have James Cagney, Shake Hands with the Devil soundtrack. Wow. 1959 promo. Never had that before. $19.99 on that. The Morris Day, Jesse Johnson's at $22. Jimi Hendrix is at $31. And we have Jimi Hendrix at $31. Velvet Underground's at $176. Samuel Kopich on Lens Farn. That's right back here. So to Samuel Kopich. Over here, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, $19.99 on George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. Olivia Newton-John, Warm and Tender. That is from 1989. We don't get that one as often. It's a BMG Direct Club copy, $26.99. Brent Robley, Won't Shake Hands with the Devil. Troy's Out on the Morris Day, Jesse Johnson. Those two are officially sold to Donna Turner for $22. Mega Blast, you were second on James. Actually, you were first, but if you want it, it'll be sticker price. That was already claimed by Brent at $19.99. Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for $35. The Velvet Underground is up to George Scher. Brent has it for $176. He's had it for about 60 seconds. Nobody bid on the Rescuers. That's a $10 buy it now. No bid on that. The only Disney so far that hadn't had a buy it now. Sgt. Pepper's is an Apple press with the insert, $39.99. Sgt. Pepper's, $39.99. The Rescuers on 10. That is sold to CZ Breedlove, and Shake Hands with the Devil over here is sold to Brent Robley. That is sold. Also, Paul McCartney, Tug of War, a 1982 German press, $19.99. That's a German press, $19.99 with the original sleeve. Boy, that's pretty dang nice looking. Jimi Hendrix is at $40. Velvet Underground's at $185. Paul McCartney, the Russian album, 1988 USSR, $19.99 for Chopa BCCP. Also, Magical Mystery Tour is on the Apple label, $44.99. And Henry Gross Release, $9.99. Ringo Starr, Blast from Your Past. This is essentially a Ringo Starr Greatest Hits, $24.99. Lefty Frizzell's Greatest Hits, that's $9.99. And we have Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves, $9.99. George Scher gets the Velvet Underground for $185. Tim Voldness, you were second on the Rescuers, and now Jimi Hendrix is at $40 with Corey Ross. Our next Disney single is going up right now. And then over here, we have Pete's Dragon, Walt Disney Productions, Pete's Dragon, song from the motion picture. That's a storybook and record, $10 start on that. And now the next thing I have going up for auction right now, without further ado, at this moment, is Prince. And this one I've never seen before. This one is Prince, If I Were Your Girlfriend, a special collector's pack from the summer of '87 is what the sticker reads. Ooh, it's on like a salmon pinkish colored vinyl. Never seen that before in my life. That's a $10 start. Next thing over here is Kevin Cassidy says HG Release. Henry Gross Release is sold to Kevin Cassidy. Tanner Hackett. Big thanks to Chad for watching Otis. It's his routine to go to work every day. He eats and gets all the exercise social needs a day at Coleco. He's thankful Chad picked him up. Otis and Tanner and Addison, you're welcome. Pete's Dragon is at 10, and then Prince is at 10, and then over here PD for 10. If that's for Pete's Dragon, then Robin, you also bid 10. Cyclo Dunn got Lefty Frizzell for 7. Pete 16, Pete 17. Jimi Hendrix is at 40 with Corey Ross. Scott Arnold, you're out, just FYI. That's OG 67 VG condition, okay? A real nice OG 67 of this. Like if I had one of these in shrink wrap that was near mint, I probably wouldn't take any less for it than a couple $100. I'm talking about like a stone mint copy. This is a VG original in VG condition. It's not bad. It's not bad. Otis, I really didn't want to get into the Tahoe with me. He probably kind of didn't know who I was, but I think when I was trying to pick him up, it was raining, it was thundering and lightning. He ran outside to get in my Tahoe, and then all of a sudden he was like, do I really know where you're taking me, buddy? Are you stealing me from my house? Because, you know, I just like walked in their house, and I've never went there and picked him up, and he's probably like, holy crap, what is this guy doing? Where is he taking me? But when he got to the store, everything was okay. He's like, oh, I'm at the store. And by the way, I guess my payment was Addison's sourdough bread. I'm on my last bite, which I'm taking right now. I've already rated that 10 out of 10. Taylor Swift inspired sourdough bread. Whew. Oh, it's gone. Or I could eat a whole loaf. I could open up just like regular white bread. Like you get a loaf of white bread. I could open it up right now and just probably eat the whole loaf. I just love bread. Probably why I weigh 323 pounds. Jimi Hendrix, are you experienced? I lost Scott Arnold. So did Corey Ross for $40. Wow, Prince just has one bid for $10. Pete's Dragon is at $23. Does Prince even have a bid? Y'all might need to spell out Prince. Yeah, Donna has it for $10. Pink Vinyl. Don't recall ever seeing this one before. And it's a final call, okay? And then over here we have My American Heritage, Thomas Edison. Wow, I should keep this. Thomas Edison, $9.99. I think I have one though. Don McLean Believers, $9.99 for Don McLean. And January Time, TYME for First Time from Memphis. What do we have here? A guy picking his nose, a 1969 promo. This is $34.99. January Time, spelled TYME, okay? And then over here we got Cliff Jackson, $9.99. Bonnie Tyler Diamond Cut for $9.99. Lynn's Farn, Dance Your Life Away, $19.99. And then Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway, a Columbia press from 1973. Paul McCartney is $29.99. What a bizarre label here. Look at that. He played some music off this one last night. No, he did. They played Big Barn Red. The DJ came out and played that before the show. Yeah, that's a good one. Big Barn Bed. And then Doc and Merle Watson, Dow South, $19.99. Flat and Scruggs is $14.99. George Jones in A Gospel Way, $9.99. Hubert Laws is $19.99. We have Zephyr for $19.99. Oscar Peterson, $9.99. And Los Vidrios Cuadrados Fictions, 97 Belgian press, $36.99. Okay. And then Todd has locked in a bundle deal on all the Beatles albums. Okay. So before we do that, let's put up another LP auction right quick. I still got some cool stuff here. There's one left in the high-end tab, and that's Otis Rush. This one's a good one. And Otis Rush is a 69 UK OG, and this is a compilation, EX edition, a $50 start. Otis Rush, this one's a good one. Okay, and that's an 69 UK OG compilation, $50 start on that. So up at the top, Pete's Dragon was at $23. Taylor Swift inspired. Yeah, Taylor Swift's been making sourdough bread. When she announced her new album and, went on social media, she'd kind of announced she'd picked up a hobby making sourdough bread. And I think it's inspired a lot of other people around the country to do this, especially her fans. Now, Paul McCartney could come out and said, I've started knitting. And I would probably start to pick up knitting. I'd be like figuring out how to knit, okay? Ringo knew how to knit. He did that when he's like in the hospital or something. Prince is at 12. Prince is at 12. Prince is at 15. And then Vladimir got the Edison record. Cool record there. That's sold to Vladimir. John Durden got George Jones. John Durden on George Jones. Okay, and that one was right here. That's sold to John Durden. And then, so now Todd Doris, you asked for the bundle technically after or before that I showed Red Rose Speedway. So I got to go ahead and sell this to Henry's Choice for $20, okay? I actually showed that after you asked for the bundle. So I got to give that to him for $20. And then Henry's Choice, while I have you on, if you want to make an offer, I have set aside for you, Henry's Choice, the Chicago quad pressing. Now, it was marked EX $39.99, but if you just want to make a fair offer, I'll sell it to you, okay? I've had that set aside waiting to see your name pop up for a while. So Henry's Choice, there's that. Mike Pierce got the sealed Casey and the Sunshine Band for $20. That's sold. And then I've got a full crate. Master Ma on Oscar Peterson. Now my crate over here is really full. And then Pete's Dragon is at $30, okay? Okay. And then more Japanese. And now we have a bundle offer on all the Beatles stuff that's left in here, okay? So, or a bundle something. Oh my gosh, that's a full crate. Man, we've sold a lot of vinyl tonight because we had very little new vinyl. Well, we did kind of early in the sale, but we've sold a lot of vintage, and we hadn't even got started. We got another new arrivals crate to do next, okay? So Pete's Dragon got a last-second bid with Shannon Mashake at 30. So Tim Voldness, you're out. All right, Prince, I'm showing Donna at $15. Fred, you're out. Otis Rush is a 69 UKOG, $50 start on that. Wasp sold controversially for one bid. It sold controversially one bid for $50, $55. And then we have a 82 Terre Haute Clash Combat Rock. Now, this checks all the good boxes. This is a first press on custom labels. It has the commercial on B5. So this is everything. So the OGs have that label and a commercial in track B5. It has the original inner sleeve and it's VG, a $20 start, okay? And then over here, Pete's Dragon is sold for $30, and that is sold to Shannon Mashaka. And then Prince is up to Fred Cardinale. Let's sell Chicago to Henry's Choice for $30, okay? And offer 20 for Ram a while back if it's OG. You did, and I forgot about that. So before I put this in the bundle, he offered 20 for this earlier. I will split that with you at 25. I'm partial to this album, and it's really clean, okay? It's really clean, so I'll do it for 25. And shout out to Henry's Choice. Every time I say Henry's Choice name, I always give two shout outs. One to all of the veterans and active military, because Henry's Choice watches the sale almost every night. He told me a while back, Henry, remind me of your age again. I think he's in his 90s, either his late 80s or his early 90s, a veteran of the military. He watches the show almost every night. And I think he probably holds the record for one of the oldest viewers. I think he says he's in his, I can't remember. I can't remember, but it was up there. It was impressive, okay? It was up there, and every time I see his name, I'm like, wow. And shout out to everybody else have served this great country. Amazing. This is OG, yeah, it's OG. It's really nice, too. Los Angeles OG. All right, so thank y'all, as always. So there's that. Prince got a bump, and then Donna came right back in. Fred, Donna is on fire with these Prince, okay? Donna has this for $20. You've been outbid. Clash is at $37, and then Otis Rush. Otis Rush, let's just go ahead and make that a buy it now for $50, okay? Now, Todd Doris, you're next in line for all the Beatles stuff except the Blue album. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'll do the same thing, $5 off. Now, do you want the McCartney albums and Star albums too? I mean, I feel like that's kind of my standard discount on all this stuff. And that's going to add up to be quite a bit. Just FYI. But be specific on Beatles or, you know, exactly what you wanted out of here. You know, do you want Lennon? Do you want the Harrisons? He doesn't want the Blue album, okay? All right, there's that, and there's this. Okay, so right now, we have this. Oh, that's why I like that bread. The name of that bread I've been eating is called Oreo Espresso. Wow, no wonder I like it so much. Oreo Espresso. Holy crap. All right, so the Clash over here is now a final call for $35 to Jay Beach. Okay, $35 on that. Jay Beach. Next is Henry's Choice that he will do, but first, Brent got Otis for $50. Otis Rush, not Otis Redding, or not Otis the dog. Brent got that for $50. Henry's Choice gets Ram for $25, and then just Beatles, okay? First thing, so Beatles. What have I done with them? Oh, I set them over here. Okay, so that means Blast from Your Past is going back in there. That's going to include this. McCartney's going back in there. McCartney, we got this. Boy, you're going to end up buying most of the Beatles discography tonight. That just leaves these 4. Okay, so just 4. Not too much there. Okay, and then Pantera sold for $100. Yeah, it was an OG Brazil. So let's see, 40. Let me add this up like this. All right, so 45 and 45 and 45 and 30 and 40. That's rounding up a penny, 175. We'll do them, we do $20 off, that's $155. And these are all super clean, no condition notes. $155 for those 4. You're getting Sgt. Pepper's, Magical Mystery, Something New, and Let It Be. Nice albums there. 4 for $155, okay? Prince, did Fred Cardinal go out? Fred, you've been outbid on Prince. Donna has it for $25. Let me know ASAP on that one. The Clash is a 82 Terre Haute OG. It's a first press and custom label, OGVG. OGVG. I got Steve McGee at $37. Steve McGee has this for $37. Steve McGee has the Clash at $37. Going once, going twice. Todd Doris gets these $5 off each album. So did Todd Doris, $155. Nice. Okay, then we had a question on 2 other records in here. George Thorogood for 10. That was back here. I'll do George Thorogood for 15. And then back here, Led Zeppelin Coda was a original club copy, no condition notes, $39.99. No condition notes, $39.99. Fred is out on Prince. Prince is sold to Donna Turner for $25. Our next auction is Prince. Prince is called Let's Pretend We're Married. Don't recall seeing this one too many times. And Irresistible BITCH. $10 start on that. Okay? Next is The Clash. Sean Miller has it for $40. Prince has a bid for $10. Next is another auction. Here's what's left in the auction bin. Except Chicken Shack, Rotary Connection songs, Michael Schenker Group, Built to Destroy, Van Halen OU812. Van Halen is an OG original 88 specialty, original on her sleeve embossed cover. The lettering is embossed. A $25 start on Van Halen. Next is David Bowie, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Bob Mould, Husker Du, Keith Richard. Oh man, I forgot to tell Carol about that one. He asked the color on that 2 hours ago or 4 hours ago. Black vinyl, Carol Puckett. Man, you got to remind me. Gang of Four, Chicken Shack again, Y&T, George Strait, Bronze, Taken by Storm, Axe, Tom Verlaine, and Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. Okay. So first thing we have is the following. It is not Except, it's Chicken Shack. It's called Except Chicken Shack. Okay, and then let me set these out of the way before I drop them. 2 new toys in, very cool. Lucky Charms with a 59 Ford Anguilla and a red M&M with a 65 Ford Econoline van. Those are brand new, $39.99. Pretty cool toys there. Lucky Charms and M&M's. Licensed brand stuff. I love that kind of collectibles. Those are $39.99, brand new from our distributor. And actually from the Hatchet Ed crate, I had a few unpaid guitars, okay? I had a few unpaid guitars. And let me see, hopefully they're priced. I know how much Stevie Ray Vaughan is. That is Stevie Ray Vaughan custom guitar. I'm going to have to open these up, unfortunately. Stevie is $39.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $39.99. $59.99 for the Gibson EDS double neck. $59.99 for the Gibson Red Cherry like Jimmy Page used to play. And Randy Rhoads Harpoon Flying V. Randy Rhoads is $39.99. So that's 3 Hatchet Ed unpaid mini guitars. I've never had many of those. I've never had mini guitars that didn't get paid for. So just a few here. $59, $39, and $39. Okay? And those are available. Okay, what happened over here with these auctions? Sorry. All right, so pass on Clash. Sean Miller had it for $40. Steve McGee, just so you know, you were out. It's at $40 with Sean Miller. We put up Prince, and it got bids for $10, $13, $20, $25, and $30. Donna has Prince for $30. Van Halen has bids for 25 and 30, and then another bid for 25. Prince is Let's Pretend We're Married, and Irresistible, BITCH, and it's a promo. It's a promo. It's actually double-sided. Let's Pretend We're Married. It's actually double-sided. It's in the correct sleeve, but it's a promo. Okay? And the high bid is $30 with Donna Turner. We're about to sell the Clash. We're actually going to sell it right now because he's out. This is sold to Sean Miller for $40. And the last bid on Van Halen was $30. The first bid with Wayne Davis. Then Josh Brown bid $25, and then Dennis bid $35. Dennis is out. No problem there. The double neck is $59.99, and it's officially sold here to Tom Sullivan. And if y'all want me to unwrap the other ones, the Stevie Ray and the Randy Rhoads, probably the only way I am going to sell them if I unwrap them and show them. So probably going to have to do that anyway. The Kiss Light you see back there in the back, that is an active, pretty much a pre-order. So we sold out tonight the first 25 we got in, and we're still selling them, and they're still on their way, okay? Same thing for Black Sabbath, and Metallica has never come in. It's still an active, truly pre-order. Okay, Wasp is gone. It sold one bid, $55. Let's go ahead and go through another new arrival vintage crate. All new auctions coming right now. There is a ton of stuff left in there. I'd even recap them. That was probably one of the better crates of brand new stuff that hadn't sold in a while or got a lot of offers. Okay, Michael Bohannon is sold John Lennon Imagine. Number one Les Paul. There is none officially licensed to quote Jimmy Page, but they make 59 Les Pauls, which, you know, so many people have played. So there's a ton of 59 Les Pauls, but there's none actually assigned to like Jimmy Page. Michael Bohannon on John Lennon Imagine. Prince is sold to Donna for $30, and Wayne Davis gets Van Halen for $30. And we're about to get into another new arrival crate. So tonight, when we're done with vinyl, we're still got another crate of new, and then I'm going to show some stuff over here I think Laura ordered that's new vinyl. I've never actually gone through. Hadn't been posted in the group. We'll do a recap of new stuff. We'll do some discount crates. And then when we kind of get to the miscellaneous hour, when we get into that coveted miscellaneous hour, it's going to be 45 time. And we have a whole nother crate over here of new vintage records that has never been put up before. So let me take a quick glance at them. Oh no, it's Christmas stuff. It's Christmas stuff. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go through a different crate first. I can come up with something else a little bit different. Let me go ahead and pull whatever needs to be auctioned out of here, though. Oh my goodness, it's time though. We've already done about 7 or 8 crates of Christmas stuff over the last month, and we got 4 full crates left of Christmas. We can do this one, but it needs to be a little bit later, okay? Don't need to do it right now. Merry Snoopy Christmas. Wow, we just need to go ahead and put this up for auction. Merry Snoopy Christmas. Never had this before, I don't think. Merry Snoopy Christmas. Snoopy and his friends with the Royal Guardsmen. Snoopy, a $20 start. Snoopy, a $20 start. Merry Snoopy Christmas. Snoopy and his friends, and that is with the Royal Guardsmen. Okay. Zephyr from the last crate, sure thing. Zephyr was that greenish looking album right in here. Zephyr, I'll do it for $15. Probe label, no condition notes, a VG Plus cover at best. It does have a drill hole. 15 on that. Okay. Snoopy's at 20. And we have okay, so there's kind of stuff scattered. Oh, here's another Funko that didn't get paid for. Michael Snot. How about Michael Scott? $14.99 for Michael Scott. Let me get these 45s pushed up. We got people with their allegiances to crates. Everybody has their own fan clubs for crates. And honestly, sometimes there's no difference in them. It happens all the time. Zephyr is sold to Jackie Reynolds for $15. You got some people, I hate John crates. No more Paul crates. Chad, where's the John crates? Don't ever put up another Laura crate again. I haven't seen a John crate in 2 hours. I'm like, dang, they're all about the same. Okay, Snoopy's at 25, and let's go over here. Thursday, John crate shown once in both stacks. Okay, and Laura, I'm not for sure if you took offers on these, so since I've never shown these and we need some new stuff to go through, let's browse through these buy it now best offer. Okay, let's go through these buy it now best offer. So, can't please everybody. They basically just come in and pull records out and price them. There's no like secret to what they mark here, okay? There's no secret like formula or anything. They literally just come in, they pick out stuff that they think people's gonna buy, and they put price tags on it. That's about the only thing that they do, okay? Next thing over here is a 1970 U.S. Monarch original. This is called Chicken Shack, okay? Chicken Shack was a band at one point, had Christine McVie in it, and this is in VG condition, $25 start. Christine McVie doesn't play on this album, but it's a 1970 U.S. Monarch OG, VG condition, a $25 start. The last bit on Snoopy that came in was Samuel Kopich at 25. Robert Warner, it's up to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Prince. And this Prince is, we haven't had this one tonight. Nothing Can Stop Prince and the New Power Generation. Get Off. And Prince is a German press, a UK import. And this is a $10 start. This is called Chicken Shack, except, yes, I said it wasn't except the metal band. It is Chicken Shack, the blues rock band. Nothing to do with the metal band except, yes. We have the OJs, Let Me Touch You. The OJs is $14.99. Porter Wagner at his best, and he is showing the women everything he's got right there. Porter Wagner at his best, $9.99. Kingfish with Bob Weir. Kingfish is $19.99. These are buy it now or best offer. The Mothers of Invention, Weasels Rip My Flesh, $44.99. Juicy Lucy, Lie Back and Enjoy It, $19.99. Chicken Shack has bids for $25 and now $26. Prince is at $32. Snoopy's about to sell for $25. Grand Park and the Up Escalator, that's $9.99. The Outlaws from the dreaded Dick Connery collection, that has his name written on the cover, the label, $14.99, but no condition notes. Tom T. Hall, The Rhymer and Other Five and Dimers. Oh, Tom T. Hall, $9.99. J Beach on Kingfish for $15. That's sold to J Beach. Snoopy is sold for $25, and that is sold for $25 to Samuel Kopich. Matt Nichols was going to pay full price for Kingfish, so I just shot myself in the foot over $5. J Beach, you owe me $5, okay? Next auction is Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. This is a 77 UK original. Here's the notes from Laura. G+, super trash looking disc, but played on our setup without skipping. Low grade, $1 start. The last bid on Prince was $45. Sold to Donna Turner for $45. Except is sold to Becky Wells for $26. That is sold to Becky Wells for $26. That is sold Becky Wells, $26. Tom T. Hall is sold to John Durden for $7. Next is The Venture, Swamp Walk. Swamp Rock. Boy, that's a mouthful for me. Swamp Walk, $9.99. Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There, $9.99. And The Matadors, Meet the Bulls, Sonny Stitt. Sonny Stitt, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next auction is David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, a 1980 U.S. reissue gold stamp promo. VG Plus, $20 star. Classic album. Classic album. The Ventures is sold to John Durden for $7. And Leif Garrett, folks, there he is. $9.99. Olivia Newton-John, Have You Ever Been Mellow? $9.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home. $34.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home. Let's go ahead and put up another Prince single. We are chipping away at the Prince over here. Man, there is one here I haven't had before. This is Prince Grand Slam and Escape. It came in this original plastic sleeve with hop sticker. That's how it was originally sold in stores. Plastic with that sleeve. $10 start on Prince. And then over here, Sonny Stitt is sold for $15 to Ray Reid. Wow, Prince already has bids for 10 and 10. They were bidding before I could even say what it was. The G Plus Black Sabbath is at $10 with Matt Nichols. It's in very, very, very bad condition. David Bowie is at $20, and that is a no bid. The Paul Desmond Quartet, $19.99. These are buy now or best offer. We also have Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars motion picture soundtrack. This is a 2015 press, a 2LP, $39.99. Prince is now at $20. Also, we have Rush, All the World's a Stage, a 1976 Terre Haute, $39.99 for Rush, and Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown, $9.99 for Marshall Crenshaw. Twilly, as in Dwight Twilly, $9.99 on that. Prince is at $30 with Donna, and Freedom Suite, The Rascals. That's a gatefold 2LP foil cover, $19.99. The Cars Greatest Hits, just what you needed. This has the original on the sleeve, $34.99. This is David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. A 1980 U.S. reissue gold stamp promo, VG Plus, a $20 start. The Bowie and the Ben is Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, the motion picture soundtrack. So they did a movie called Ziggy Stardust. This is the soundtrack. That's the actual studio album. Tom Sullivan got Neil Young for $30. Sell that to Tom Sullivan. Scott Arnold gets the Cars for $25. So does Scott Arnold. And now Leslie Holt's in on Bowie for $20 on the auction. Ruben and the Jets is $34.99. Also, we have the Pentangle. The Pentangle's $19.99, and Julian Lennon Velotte. Julian Lennon is $9.99, and Resurrection Band, awaiting your reply. Resurrection Band is $19.99. Matt Nichols gets the Black Sabbath for $10. That's sold to Matt Nichols. David Bowie's the final call for $20. Donna gets Prince for $49. Sold to Donna for $49. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is Prince, and this is Prince. Purple Rain, When Doves Cry. Excuse me. This is actually 17 Days and When Doves Cry, not Purple Rain, but it is on purple vinyl. It's When Doves Cry and 17 Days on purple vinyl. $10 start on Prince, okay? Ziggy has a new bid for $30. Leslie, you've been outbid. Donna's already bid $10 on Prince. Donna Cole got Julian Lennon for $7. That is sold. Also, we have Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc, $19.99, and we have Commodores in the pocket. Commodores, $14.99. Folks, we're talking about Lionel Richie there, okay? That's who we're talking about. Somebody just said, Chad, this is the greatest selection of 45s I've ever seen in my life. Thank you. Thank you. No one actually did say that. We have Bon Jovi, I'll Be There For You in the original picture sleeve. Bon Jovi in the flip is Homebound Train. Bon Jovi's a $10 start. Next thing is Country Joe McDonald, War, $19.99. Matt Nichols said In the Bin. Ziggy, $30 In the Bin. Okay. This is sold to John Durden, or excuse me, my feed shifted. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $30. Leslie, he was actually not bidding on Bowie, so this is sold to you for $20. This is sold to you for $20. Okay, Leslie got the Bowie auction for $20. Prince is at $10 with Donna, only bid, and Bon Jovi is a $10 start. How many Prince are left? I would say somewhere between 200 and 300. Whoa. I didn't know y'all were being back tonight. I think somebody's in there.
14 hours and so many minutes straight drive, baby.
From where, Michigan?
No.
Where have y'all been?
Duluth.
Minnesota.
Just drove back.
Wow. I don't even know where y'all go sometimes.
Hey, this collection is double air horn. Tell
Double air horn. Tyler, Paul, and Henry just came in from. Wow, Paul, you snuck in. Y'all are sneaky. Y'all are sneaky. I wouldn't trust y'all.
You gotta be that way.
Wow, 14-hour drive back from Duluth, Minnesota, full of records, eh? It looks like y'all are about to attack me or something. I mean, y'all must have some good stuff. Y'all are acting weird. When they start acting weird, that means they've bought some good records. And Paul's got a King Crimson shirt on. I love it. We have Accept, Metal Heart. Here's Accept, the actual band. I heard the door open and then like Paul and Tyler just appeared. I didn't even think they were, I thought they were still like up in Minnesota. Wow. So they drove straight back from Duluth, Minnesota. Amazing. All right, so Donna over here. This is yours for $10, and Bon Jovi's a final call for $10, and Accept is $10, okay? All right, let's put up some new auctions, but first, we got Joey D. Hitsville. Joey D is $9.99, and then the vest of Tommy Edwards for $9.99, and Mike Morgan and the Crawl, Ron Reddy, $19.99. So our next auction is another David Bowie, and this time it's Aladdin Sane. This is a 73 USOG Indianapolis orange label OG David Bowie, Aladdin Sane. Really cool. It's an OG press, a $35 start, okay? Accepting Bon Jovi, now up for bid. Let's go ahead and lay down another auction, and that one is going to be Y&T Earthshaker. Y&T is an 81 US Pittman OG Gold Stamp Promo, EX $15 start. So this company, Coletco, that I have built, it's gotten to the point where I have people take off and I don't even know where they're at buying records, and then they show up and there's magically thousands of records in this building. So that's at the point where I'm amazed at what we've accomplished here. And because they take off and then they're like, yeah, we just got back from Minnesota. And I was like, I didn't even know where y'all were at. Y'all heard me live right there. I was like, boy, I didn't even know y'all were. So they do a great job, obviously. That's the hardest work of this business, getting off on the road like that. Oh my gosh, they've went up there before in like freezing temperatures and loaded records, icy roads and stuff, down in hollers and back roads. Whew. Right, Paul? Icy back hollers, icy hollers and back roads of Minnesota. Just say yes. Yeah, he said yes. Okay. Okay, and then over here, we have Y&T, and let's go ahead and make Bon Jovi a $10 buy it now. Bon Jovi, $10 buy it now. I hope it's a ton of metal, but I think it's a little bit of everything. So I hope it's a ton of metal. Accept is at $12. David Bowie has one bid at $35, and Y&T's at $18. Okay? All right, let's go through another crate like that, shall we? Anybody else? Let's go through another one over here. That booth just got good and empty. I was going to dig back there because I thought y'all were going to be gone another day. And now it's going to fill up again. Now they're going to fill it right back up. Holy moly. Okay, let's go through another crate. Buy it now, best offer. First thing in here is Steven Steele, self-titled, VG Plus $14.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG Plus $9.99. Elton John is VG $14.99. Humble Pie Eat It, VG Plus $19.99. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. Jazz next. Jazz I'll do next. VG $14.99 for Van Morrison. The Stone Ponies, that's cool. This is Evergreen Volume 2, Paul. VG Plus $24.99. That's early Linda Ronstadt with the Stone Ponies. Accept is at $12. That means Scott Arnold, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. Leslie Holt, the only bidder on David Bowie for $35. That's sold. Y&T's at $22 with MT Matt. And Scott Arnold, you've been outbid on that. Next is Spirit, the family that plays together. Spirit is VG $9.99. Van Morrison, TB Sheets. Van Morrison's VG $24.99. Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure is On. EX $22.99. Tom Sullivan on Stone Ponies, that's sold. Richard Davis, you get Accept for $12. And John Mayall, The Turning Point, that's VG $12.99. I think there's another Chicken Shack record in here. Oh, Chicken Shack. Oh, my gosh. Don't drop those, Paul. That was almost disaster. And then Chicken Shack. This is called Unlucky Boy. Chicken Shack is a 1973 USOG in shrink. VG, $10 start on that. Billy Humphrey got the Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure's On. Thank you, Billy Humphrey. Also, The Temptations' Greatest Hits, My Girl, VG plus $14.99. And the very best of Roy Orbison, VG $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Prince. And that is Prince Raspberry Beret. Prince Raspberry Beret, Raspberry Beret, Prince Raspberry Beret is a $10 start. Courtney's in and Donna's bid 10. Wow. YNT 26. And then Traffic is VG plus $19.99. McCoy Tyner live at Newport. McCoy Tyner's in VG condition. $14.99. McCoy Tyner, VG $14.99. Miles Davis, 4 and more. Miles Davis is VG plus $19.99. Tanner's already come and picked up Otis. Otis is back home with Tanner and Addison. McCoy Tyner sold to Master Ma. Boy, he got that one quick. Donna was second. Prince 15. Prince is at 18. And what kind of CDs are these? Rock? I see Pet Shop Boys, Hooters, Billy Idol, Samantha Fox. Looks like pretty good CDs they're unloading. Over here we have Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, VG plus $29.99. The Charlie Daniels Band, Travel and Band, VG plus $17.99. Pat Travers, Crash and Burn, VG $9.99. Best of Traffic, VG plus $14.99. Shades of Deep Purple, VG $14.99. And Piper, Can't Wait, VG plus $12.99. We got Chicken Shack, Y&T, and Prince. So Y&T was at $25, then $26. Prince 10, Prince 10, Prince 12. We sold McCoy Tyner. And then we have Y&T $24, Prince 15, Prince 18, Prince 20, Prince 21. And then Chicken Shack is a $10 start. No one's bid yet. And that was a quick recap of some check condition stuff from last night. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Where's Henry at? Where's Henry at? Is he here? Oh, he's asleep. Okay. We have Miles for $13. Was there a Miles Davis still in here? Miles. Tom, I'll do that for $15. Miles David. Is that what it sounds like I say? Okay. Miles David. Okay. Paul says that's Miles David. $15. Matt Nichols on Traffic for $12. Same thing. I'll do that for $15. 15, and then just getting here. Did McCartney do something special? No, nothing special. Same track listing, just a really cool small venue. Of course, the story, if you haven't heard, I bought a fake ticket off StubHub. So when I got to the show that morning, I bought a fake ticket off StubHub, and I had to fight all day to get a real ticket. So for hours, I didn't even think I could get inside of the show because I bought a fake ticket. I finally got a real one from the venue directly, and I was able to get in. No, it's just a regular full set list. I didn't see anybody. Landon, a customer of ours, I met up there. He identified Robin. Is it Robin Hitchcock that played with the Soft Boys? Yeah. Landon spotted that guy, and but we didn't see anybody famous other than him. And Paul didn't do anything special, but it's pretty cool. I was like, from here to that fern to Paul McCartney. I was screaming. I cried like a little girl. Yeah. Traffic is sold to Matt Nichols for $15. And Miles Davis is sold to Tom Sullivan for $15. Okay. The last bid that came in on Prince. Prince is officially sold to Donna for $21. Chicken Shack has one bid with Jay Nutra for $10. And the last bid on Y&T was $30. Anybody else? So the lesson learned here. Is be careful buying. Holy crap, Paul just pulled out a big stack of insane metal albums. Holy. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. I just peed my pants again. I'm averaging 3 peeing in pants a night. Matt Nichols says wrong traffic. Okay, you did not want this traffic. You wanted best of traffic. Okay. Oh, well, Matt, my bad. This was 12. I'll take your offer for 12. My bad. I thought it was you wanted that traffic. You want this one. I will actually take your first offer of $12. I thought you wanted that traffic that was marked 20. So, yeah. Customer and friend Landon, I met him there at the show, ran into him, and I said, Landon, I'm glad you're here. Now I'll have somebody to hang out with. And he got lucky. He was first in line at the box office at 10 a.m. and just walked up and bought a ticket, like no problem. And then I found out I had a fake ticket, and then he helped me all day. He helped me all day try to get a ticket, and it was a struggle, man. I've never seen so much panic at a concert, people walking up all day. And, of course, when you walked up to get in line, rumors were spreading. You'd walk up and everybody would be like, did you buy a ticket on StubHub? And then somebody would say, yeah, I bought my ticket on StubHub 3 weeks ago. And they'd be like, it's fake. Can you imagine, like, the panic that was going on? People flying. I mean, one guy flew in from New York and had a StubHub ticket. Yeah, and I think he finally got in, but he got there kind of late. And he was like, crap, you know. So be careful buying resale tickets. Even on StubHub. Even on StubHub. Now, they'll guarantee your money, but for me, it's like, I know I'm going to get my money back, but I'm worried about just getting into the show, especially one like that. Chicken Shack is $10. That is sold to Jay Nutra, and Y&T is sold to MT Matt for $30. All right, awesome. And let's put up that crate I was talking about. And let's do this right here. It's got some rap and jazz in it. And I'm going to have to do cleanup here in a minute. There is now so much stuff stacked around me. I'm having trouble, honestly, walking around. I'm going to have to do a cleanup here in a minute, probably at 11 o'clock. And then we'll transition to part 2 of the night show. So we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we need to start a new. I got to clean all that up over there Sunday. Got to start a new autograph pile. We got Stevie Ray Vaughan and Husker Du still, almost at 11 o'clock. I have Stevie Ray Vaughan in step, 89 USOG gold stamp, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $25 start, and Husker Du New Day Rising. Husker Du is an 85 USOG first press, no barcode on the back, original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $35 start for Husker Du. Nice. That's a New Day Rising, Paul. Our next auction is going to go over here. Let's do another Prince. And Prince is going to go up right now. And the next one I have is, man. Oh, here's Saxon. Maybe Richard Davis is still watching. And then let's do Pop Life. So Saxon, Princess of the Night. Somebody has wrote their initial maybe on the front. It is a UK looking import. Fire in the Sky and Princess of the Night. Saxon's a $10 start. And Prince, Donna and Courtney's already bidding, and I hadn't even showed it yet. Prince Pop Life is a $10 start. Okay. Up here at the top, let's work our way down. We have Japanese coming next. And then Prince is at 10, Stevie Ray Vaughan 25. What was the most moving song McCartney did? Well, there's 2 moments that's really cool. He does something on the ukulele. Well, he does the first part of something on the ukulele. And he does, you know, it's like a tribute to George Harrison. That's really cool because you can tell every time he tells that story, he gets a little emotional. And then he does I've Got a Feeling, and John Lennon comes up on the screen behind them, and they do that duet. So it's like John Lennon's there at the concert with them singing. The best song, though, is Band on the Run. When he does Band on the Run, Tyler, Band on the Run is so good. Yeah. Tyler on the Run. Yeah. Band on the Run is so good. Oh, my gosh. Holy crap. Yeah, it's so good. They hit those first licks. Round down, round down, down. Da 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 da. Da da down, down, down. Okay, so very quickly, Drake, Take Care, $38.99. 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, 2 LP, $44.99. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, $39.99. Drake, Views, $44.99. Rolling Stones, Voodoo Lounge, double LP, $38.99. Chet Baker, Art Pepper, Feel Your Soul, Pictures of Heath, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Hank Mobley, Curtain Call, $34.99, pressed at RTI. Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago, Acoustic Sound Series, $34.99. Mingus, 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 Mingus by Charles Mingus, Acoustic Sound Series, $34.99. Rob Zombie, Spook Show International Live, $38.99, double LP. Chet Baker is sold to Master Moss 666. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $27. Husker Du's at $40. Prince is officially sold to Donna Turner for $21. Adam Alvarado has Saxon for $10. Going once, going twice. Husker Du's at $42. He played for about 2 hours and 45 minutes nonstop. 83 years old. 83 years old, played for 2 hours and 45 minutes nonstop. 50 Cent is sold to Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan sold on 50 Cent. That has the song Many Men on it. Hank Mobley is sold to Master Ma. And then Husker Du at 45. I was the first Saxon at 10. My bad. Adam Alvarado, that is right. Somebody bid $10 before you did, so you're actually out. Steve McGee has that for $10. We have Albert Ayler, Love Cry, $29.99 on that. And then Louis Armstrong, Wishes You a Cool Yule, $34 on that one. Tom Sullivan on the Tone Poet. That was the Hank Mobley, right? Well, do you want Chet Baker? It's a Tone Poet. Do you want Hank Mobley? It was a Tone Poet. And then Acoustic Sound Series are good too. That's Mingus and Cannonball Adderley. Down, NOLA, Down, self-titled, or excuse me, Down's the name of the group. NOLA's the name of the album, $44.99. There's the Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc for $38. And LA Guns, Man in the Moon. LA Guns is $44.99. Stone Tone Poet, or wait a minute, Stone Tone Poet, I'm not for sure. Adam Alvarado, that was me. No, there was somebody before you. So Steve McGee bid 10, and then you bid 10 on YouTube, then you bid 10 on Facebook. So you're out. The high bid on Saxon right now is $10, but somebody bid before you. So you tied them, so now you're out. Tom Sullivan wants both Hank and Chet Baker Tone Poets, okay? Samuel Kopich wants Albert Ayler. That is so to Samuel Kopich. Albert Ayler is what Paul is telling me. Albert Ayler. Thank you. All right. And then John Durden has bid 11 on Saxon. That means Steve McGee's out and Adam Alvarado's out. 21 Pilots Breach on red vinyl, $33.99. Black Label Society's $34. And The Descendants, Milo Goes to College, gray vinyl, $31.99. Husker Du. The last bid on Husker Du was Michael Bohannon at 45. William Drugovich is out. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 29. James Frank and Patty Kay, y'all are out as well. Just FYI. Okay, and the last two, oh, there's that Morphine I was looking for. From the very first part of the night, Morphine is $29.99. Morphine was supposed to go to Jeremiah Stasich. There it is from hours ago. I finally found it. Jeremiah Stasich gets Morphine. I've got 2 extra copies on green vinyl, $29.99. Chad, I'm still looking for Cranberries Unplugged and Thin Red Line soundtrack. Okay, I have probably both in stock. Give me 1 second. I'll track some of that down. I'm going to take a chug of water right quick. So the venue allowed early access, but I was still only about 10 people deep. The venue was pretty nice. It was smoking hot, though. I mean, I was sweating. Paul was sweating. His band was sweating. His drummer probably lost 10 pounds. It was hot in there. It was brutally hot in there. I think Paul acknowledged it 2 or 3 times. He was hot. Hey, that's cool. Is it real? Awesome. Is it all 4? Is Peter? Yeah, all 4 of them. Wow, that's a good item. Fully signed Kiss poster. Yeah, that's real. I've gotten pretty good at Kiss ever since I I didn't buy a fake one, but we had that fake one a long time ago. I posted it before we really started doing autographs. You remember that? I posted a signed Kiss album. It's before we really got into autographs. And I got blew up as like, Chad, this is fake. And I was like, okay, I'm never posting an autograph again unless I know it's real. And since then, I've learned a lot. Okay, Samuel Copage's last comments have been Adder, LY, and Herb Adder. Okay, so Samuel, I got you down for an Albert Eiler. He wants Adder, Adderley, and Herb Albert. Okay, Cannonball Adderley. I'm getting word you want this one right here, okay? Curtis Mayfield has not been located yet. I'll make sure it gets on your invoice before Monday. Okay. Now, Saxon is $12 of Adam Eldorado. Steve McGee, do you want back in for more than 12? Husker Du's at 65. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 30 with James Frank. We're talking about SRV, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jay Nutra bid 31, James Frank, you've been outbid, okay? So Samuel got Albert Eiler and Cannonball Adderley, okay? Now Saxon's out. That's about to be sold to our new buyer for tonight. And anybody else, I was going to try to move through these new vinyl crates fast right quick. We still got Morphine, Descend. It's Black Label sided, 21 Pilots, LA Guns, Charlie Brown, Down, Louis Armstrong, Rob Zombie. And out of all that jazz, we just have one left. Charles Mingus, Rolling Stones, Drake, Jay-Z, and Drake. Okay, that we went through that fast. I'd like to knock out another one. Let me figure out where to put it. And let's find another Prince record. We're going to end up selling every one of these. So at the end of the night, I'll be like, okay, that was it. No more Prince. Oh, here's a good one, folks. Here's actually Purple Rain on purple vinyl. Purple Rain on purple vinyl with the original sleeve, $10 start. Our new buyer did, in fact, get the Saxon, and that was sold to him, Adam Alvarado, for $12, okay? Thank you for the jazz. We just obliterated most of that jazz right there. Almost all that's gone. Let me see if I can find another one over here. I'm kind of boxed in, but we're going to do our best. We're kind of looking for whatever happened to that crate of, holy moly. Golly, there's a lot of stuff up here. Let me figure out. Okay, that's mostly all vintage stuff. All right, let me jump over here and let me grab this. Let me see what's in here. ZZ Top, Ramones, Dr. Dre, Kool and the Gang. And then in here, Lamb of God Metal Church, a lot of metal right in here. This is like a short but sweet crate, so let me go ahead and like knock these out right quick, just so I can read through them. I can go ahead and condense them in that crate we just read through almost. So over here, Prince got up to $28 quickly. We have Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley, $29.99. Godsmack's $39, Godsmack $39. Helmet, Meantime, red and blue vinyl, $38.99. Metallica's $44 and Justice for All. Godsmack is $33. Emperor, Anthems to the Welcome at Dust. Emperor is $33.99. System of a Down, Mesmerize is $24. Slipknot's $36. Chris Robinson Brotherhood is $24.99. And then Prince over here is sold to Donna Turner for $28. Husker Du, the last bit on Husker Du that came in, Michael Bohannon, $65. I want to make sure Master Ma's done. That is at $65. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, James Frank does get that for $32. Thank you. Also, we had Trivium, The Crusade, $39.99. Dio, Holy Diver, 2LP, $44.99. Metal Church, that's a music on vinyl press for $39. Husker Du is sold. Drop the hammer on that. Michael Bohannon, $65. Our next auction is going to be this Keith Richards vintage bootleg. And that is Keith Richards. This is a unofficial. The note from Laura says there's very or little info about this on Discogs. It seems mostly be solo Keith Richards tracks. $20 for the Keith Richards bootleg. Charlie Brown, Zoetrope Picture Disc 38, Nirvana Nevermind 36, and then we had Lamb of God self-titled for 24. So Lamb of God, Nirvana, Charlie Brown, Metal Church, Dio, Trivium, Chris Robinson, Slipknot, System of a Down, Emperor, Godsmack, Metallica, Helmet, Godsmack, and Caius. Those are all new and sealed, and they are available. Robertson on the Keith Richards. Our next single is going to go up right now, and that next single, without further delay, at this moment in time and space, is going to go up right now, and it is Prince. And the Prince record we have going up right now is, this is Prince America. Prince America is America, and the flip side's Girl, $10 start. Keith Richards 20. Donna on Lamb of God, or excuse me, Tim Rory on Lamb of God. Donna was next or first on Prince at 10. Anybody else on that crate? Just trying to knock out some stuff here so I can kind of condense and figure out what's next. A lot of metal there. That's probably a crate of metal stuff I ordered from one metal night, and that's all what's left over. And, of course, we got all the Rocktobers kind of scattered here and there. Dream Theaters, ZZ Tops, etc., etc. That's a good crate there. Rap and metal. Let me move that over here. And move this over here. Donna right now the only bidder on Prince at $10. Let me stack that crate there. And then over here, what we have next. And oh, somebody offered Grateful Dead, that last vintage crate. Who offered $20 for that Grateful Dead? Was it Wake of the Flood, I think? Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Who was in on that earlier? Who offered on this earlier? Is Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, VG Plus. I forgot who offered it, but it just popped back in my memory. And then Slipknot is claimed to Jim Sedal. That's sold to Jim Sedal. Everybody leaving? All right. Y'all heading back to Minnesota? Yep. Non-stop, right back, huh? Go home and straight back. Okay. See y'all later. We want to play 2 or 3 records. Okay. I see some cool stuff over there they've brought in. They just unloaded the trailer. I see tubs, I see posters, I see a lot of stuff. Paul brought all the CDs right here below my feet. We'll have to do those tomorrow because I told a lot of people earlier we would not be doing CDs. We're doing 45s, which we are tonight. Mark Price, you get Grateful Dead for $20. Donna gets Prince for $10. That's sold. And let's go ahead and put up Robert Warner for the Keith Richards for $20. All right, and then here's another Prince. This is Little Red Corvette. It's a back-to-back hit, and 1999's the flip. That's a good one. $10 start on Prince, and Michael Jackson, Wanna Be Starting Something, and Who Is It? Those are $10 starts, okay? Prince and MJ. Those are now for bid. Wow, we sold about a half a crate there of new vinyl, just doing a quick recap. That's always good. That's good for everybody. That's good for y'all. It's especially good for us. Now, here is the deal, okay? I am going to have to do a little bit of cleanup time. So let me do this right now. By the way, these are separate auctions, okay? Separate auctions. There is Prince and MJ. Sorry, I didn't clarify that. I've got some stuff crisscross and stacked that I need to move before it falls. First of all, those 2 toys again. I meant to take those up front. Those will probably sell pretty quick over the weekend here in our store. Let me see if I can do a quick condensing over here. Okay, I have just found a Survivor Eye the Tiger 45, but I'm pretty sure we misplaced one time from somebody's order. That was just about to be our next auction, but I missed it. So there's that. Let me put those in here. And then let me put these. Yeah, we're going to have some killer 45s later. More auctions and buy it nows pretty much all night long. So what I'm going to do, there was 4 boxes. Now there's 1 box, pretty packed. And we're about to do a vintage discount, probably half off, or I'm going to show the leftovers from flip crates. Let me try to get some of this back here and kind of out of the way. Let me throw that back there for John so he can fill those up again. Don't like losing these. Okay, here's more vintage stuff. I don't know what those were. Flip of Michael is Who Is It? Yeah. Wanna Be Starting Something and Who Is It? Yep. Prince P Control. Okay. Man, there's so much stuff over here. Okay. Now, this is new vinyl here that I've already gone through tonight. Okay. Let me just get this stuff out of my way right quick. That's new vinyl from the other night. Hey, this might have that stuff they're looking for. Thin Red. No, that's Laserdisc. Depeche Mode, Cinderella. So Cranberries and Thin Red Line. Okay. All right, let me condense these two crates. All right. Here we go. I'm not going to do this too long. Last time I did it way too long. I think some people left the chat and left me before I could resume. I'm just trying to get a grip on what's left over here. Okay. That helped me out a lot, moving that stuff around. I bet some of that stuff's up front. Oh, there was a little Hatchet Ed 45 thing here. Let's go ahead and knock that stuff out. Here's some Hatchet Ed little miscellaneous things. Okay. Buy it now Japanese. That could be a possibility. That's a good suggestion. Here's a list Ed gave me. People to not sell. Customers with canceled orders still on pre-order list. Holy crap. Yeah, we need to get rid of those then. Deicide, Black Sabbath, Coverdale Page, Trivium, Jackal. Aha, I may have found one thing I've been looking for right here. This crate was shown once Thursday. Ow. Jackal, Faster Pussycat, Thin Red Line, and still hadn't found a Cranberries, but I got Master Mall with a Thin Red Line. Still hunting that coveted Cranberries, unless we sold them. I don't think we did, though. Master Ma, I got your Thin Red Line. Okay. Prince is sold to Donna for 18, and MJ is sold to Courtney for 10. Hey, Chad, don't know if you saw my claim, Facebook being weird. I don't think Facebook is showing. James Young, are we on Facebook? Am I too late to claim an American Idiot? No, I was about to bring that stuff over. Okay, I was about to bring that stuff over. I'm trying to do some condensing over here with some of these titles, okay? It's like a maze, and sometimes it's like very little stuff and I can move around. Sometimes there's so much I can't breathe over here. American Idiot is sold to James Young. I've got one left. Like I just smashed my finger on a crate because I can't hardly walk through here with crates. It almost is going to need a complete clean out over here pretty soon. They also swarm me with like stuff. So anything that's not a record, they literally bring it and like stack it up right behind me because they want me to try to sell it and show it and get it out of here. And so I end up with all this stuff. And then if we don't condense these crates, it takes up so much. I just literally seen Coverdale Page, yeah. The Beatles Past Masters, 49. Chevelle, the New North Corridor, 24. I've got two Chevelles, the Beatles. Ace Frehley solo album is $33.99. And then U2, the Joshua Tree, $46.99. Here's some Hatchet Ed stuff quickly. Paul Stanley, $9. Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, 15. Cinderella, 25. Talking Heads, Burning Down the House, 8. Tab Falco, the Drone Anger Tram, $9. And Blondie is $6.99. Okay. And then over here we have Ice Cube for $12. That's called Kill at Wheel. Ice Cube, $12. Voivod and Santana, $6.99 each. Voivod and Santana, $6.99 each. All right, that's a little bit of random Hatchet Ed stuff there. More auctions coming up right now. So first thing we have is we need to pull Tony Samuelson of Coverdale Page. Preston Rose gets the Beatles Past Master. Does anybody want to go on a waiting list? The Blondie is Rapture and High Tide. No, Rapture and Walk Like Me. Also, we had AC/DC, The Razor's Edge, Thunderstruck for $29.99, Smashing Pumpkins 46, Motley Crue 33, Voivod sold to Matt Nichols for $6.99, Pink Floyd Live in Philadelphia 44, AC/DC Back in Black 29. Grateful Dead, or excuse me, Green Day American Idiot $39.99, Motley Crue Shout at the Devil 33, Highway to Hell 29, Girls, Girls, Girls 33, and AC/DC 29. Ice Cube Free at Will cassette sold at auction for $12. That's the price. Hatchet Ed stuff right there. Paul Stanley, Kiss, Cinderella, Talking Heads, Tab Foco, Blondie, and Ice Cube. 1 CD left, Santana, $6.99. Okay. I've got a big dent made in some stuff there. Bear with me. Testament, Ace Frehley, Cult, Ramones, LL Cool J, Run DMC, Curtis Mayfield, Lenny Kravitz. Probably need to go through these in just a second. That was some pretty cool stuff. I don't remember reading those off any time recently, but let me push them right here for right now. Just push it. Ooh, baby. You know the song from Scarface? Push it to the limit. They're counting all that money, taking it to the bank. That money counter. Push it to the limit. Limit. Just push it. Ooh, yeah. We still got to do a half-off crate, and we got to do Japanese buy it nows. Okay? What? Cinderella. Nobody's. No. The Last Mile. The Last Mile and Long Cold Winter, $25. Leslie gets Blondie for $6.99. The Paul Stanley was Goodbye and Hold Me, Touch Me, $9. Okay, now if these don't sell, they'll be put back up for auction at another time. And they'll either sell for that price or more. Who knows? And then Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You. Ice Cube cassette and send Santana. Half off coming just a second. We've read through these a couple times now. Let me move these crates out of the way. Ooh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh, here's another car I hadn't shown. This is a Batmobile from The Dark Knight. It's also $39.99. Hadn't shown that yet. Claymore on Paul Stanley. That's sold to Claymore for $9. Okay. And then, I don't know what they've brought me here. Let me stack that right there. That's some of the Rocktober stuff. Yeah. We'll leave that right there for right now. Okay. And then there's that. That was a new chick condition crate. Making progress. This crate was shown once. I got to get that Coverdale page. Yeah, what the heck did I just do with that? Coverdale page. Let's see what this is. Van McCoy, Disco Baby, Zoetrope, $36.99. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $29. Official Live Pantera 101 Proof, $49. Cinderella Still Climbing, $38. Accept Metal Heart, $39. Judas Priest Point of Entry, $33. Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble, $54. Stone Sour, $39. Bruce Dickinson, Balls to Picasso, $44.99, and Dio, Killing the Dragon, Red and Orange Swirl. Dio was $36.99. Dio, $36.99. We're ready for all new auctions right now, okay? First is Michael Schenker Group. Built to Destroy. This is an 83 euro OG, a $25 start in shrink wrap. That's a UK press. Blue Murder is sold to MT Matte. This was actually new stuff that came in yesterday. It's only been shown once when Laura was doing the sale yesterday. I meant to show those much earlier tonight, but there they are. And then our next 45 auction, I'm officially now kind of searching for other stuff, not prints. And here's another prints. This one caught my eye because I've never seen it. Take Me With You. Prince, Take Me With You, and Baby, I'm a something. $10 start for Prince. That's up for auction. So we got the Van McCoy Zoetrope picture disc. We got Metallica, Pantera, Cinderella, Accept, Judas Priest, Stone Sour, Bruce Dickinson, and Dio. Cool to find those. Almost forgot about them over here. I'm going to put those with tonight's newest new arrivals, which is also technically stuff that came in yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. For yesterday came suddenly. Why she had to go. Somebody just walked in the front door. Who is it? Somebody just walked in the front door. Who could it be? It could probably be Paul. It is Paul. I thought you left Paul. Packs of outer sleeves. They'll be kind of in the shipping department area. Yeah, kind of around that area. Why she had to go. Half off crate. Okay, here we go. Buy it now Japanese. Coming up. Everything in this bin is a buy it now $35. Have I put some of these up for auctions? No. Should they be put up for auction? Yes. Am I going to sell them for $35? Yes. It's as fast as you can buy them. $35 buy it now. Prince 10, Prince 11, Prince 12. Whoops. Okay, Michael Schenker final call. What just fell down in here? That was Hatchet Ed stuff that hadn't been claimed. Okay, there's that, there's that. And unsold auctions, All right, Prince is at 12. Patrick Francis, you're out. Now, let me tell you something, Patrick, about betting against Donna. Baby, I'm a Star. Yeah, Baby, I'm a Star, and Take Me With You. Now, Patrick, if you're going to go up against Donna, you better get ready to bid fast and often, okay? So if she bids 11, you might as well go ahead and bid 20. And then she's going to bid probably 30, and then you're going to bid 40, and she's probably going to go ahead and bid 50. So I would get ready to bid quick, or Donna is, you're jumping in the ring with Donna, okay? So let me just go ahead and tell you right now, you better brace yourself if you're going to try to win a Prince auction tonight. Same thing with Courtney. We got some people up tonight. They will literally draw blood if they have to over these Prince records. I'm talking about they're willing to say, hey, listen, if y'all want one of these, you're going to have to take me down with you. So just be prepared. If not, you're going to be dust in the wind. Next auction is NXS New Sensation. NXS is going to go up for a $7 start. Final call on Prince for $12. Patrick Francis, you're out. Michael Schenker's Built to Destroy, an OG Europress, $25 start. These Japanese pressings are $35 buy it nows. Hope y'all are ready. Okay. First thing is this. Kenny Rogers, the Gambler. Most of the, or yeah, all these have not been put up for auction. You can assume they're near mint, minus, and pristine. They're going to go up for the minimal. They're going to go up for the minimum bid of $35. All these would have been at least offered originally at $35. So grab them while you can. Kenny Rogers, $35. Wings, London Town, $35. Beatles, Help, that's crazy, $35. Billy Joe, Innocent Man. Vandenberg, Heading for a Storm. Eric Carbon, self-titled. Patrick bid 13 on Prince. Donna bid 15. Patrick, you were outbid in less than 8 seconds. Eagles, their greatest hits, $35. Toto, Turn Back. Mamas and Papas, greatest hits essentially. And Quarter Flash. Also, Eagles, The Long Run. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, Chicago Grand Prix 20. All those are $35 buy it nows. No luck. I could have swore, I know Ed just ordered some because I think there might have been some, like, we take orders on sleeves without me knowing how many's in stock. Yeah. And that's why I put that rack over there for just supplies, and whatever's on there is about to come off, and that's the rack supposed to be only for supplies. That way I can keep a visualization of what's in stock. Because I think John has used it as afraid to just put random junk. So one or two stuff, all the random junks that's going to get thrown in the floor, I'll have everybody clean it up. Or I'm going to put up a sign. Do not put anything on this rack except supplies. That's the only way we can keep up with it. Prince is at 13. Prince is at 15. Prince is at 16. Prince is at 17. William Drugovich has in excess for 7. Alex Kane gets the Beatles Help for $35. That's sold to Alex Kane for $35. Let's put that in a new sleeve over here. Now I got this box of sleeves that I use. I cut open one of the big 1,000 count boxes. Empty mat, there we go. Empty mat needs a pack of inner sleeves, anti-static, 2 packs. I'm just going to go ahead and buy about 1,000 packs of each tonight. I mean, we eventually sell them. And then Mike Quadrini gets the Eagles Greatest Hits for $35. We're doing Japanese buy it nows. Eagles Greatest Hits, so to Mike Quadrini. I do not have any silver in this building. We had a 10-ounce bar the other night. We sold it for $500 in less than 10 seconds. I mean, I showed it and said it was $500, and that guy claimed it, and it was like 10 seconds, maybe less. There is no silver in this building. There is zero. We are bone dry. None. If I got some, it would be sold instantaneously. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, $35. Pat Benatar, Tropico, $35. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, $35. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $35. Honey Drippers, $35. Deep Purple, $35. All This in World War II, $35. Tommy, the movie soundtrack, $35. Beatles, Hollywood Bowl. We literally sold one of those earlier, I think, for $60. NXS is sold for $7 to William Drugovich. Prince is a final call. Patrick, I've lost you for the last 2 minutes. Donna has it for 17. Michael Shanker's a buy it now for $25. Michael Shanker's a buy it now for $25. Next is Hall & Oates, $35. The Best of the Ventures, $35. Terry Reid was a no bid the other night. A SETI 3 US OG PRC Richmond, $35 for Terry Reid promo. Jackson Brown, $35. Deep Purple, $35. Crosby, Stills & Nash, $35. Doobie Brothers, $35. Cyndi Lauper, $35. Blondie, $35. Boston, $35. Those are all Japanese pressings, $35. David Johnson, that is it. You better get them while you can. There won't be any more till next week. Bruce Springsteen is a buy it now. You have automatically exhausted with one flash our entire Japanese inventory that has never been shown before. It's all gone. Mike Quadrini gets Bruce Springsteen for $35. He also gets Boston for $35. That's so to Mike Quadrini as well. $35. Thank you on that. So to Mike Quadrini. He gets that for how much, Chad? $35. Okay, Chad, thank you. And then over here, Prince 18, Donna's at 20. Patrick, I told you, man, she is going to fight till death. I mean, it could be a battle. Hope you got your boots on. Prince 18, Donna immediately bid 20. Your bid was good for about 4 seconds, according to my monitor. And then over here, Mike Quadrini on Cyndi Lauper for $35. Girls, they just want to have fun. Time after time, the second hand unwinds. That is sold for $35. Appreciate that. That is done. Sold over here. And next thing is David Johnson gets the Tommy soundtrack. That's sold to David Johnson for $35. Prince is at 20 with Donna Turner. She's had it for a couple minutes now. Final call to Donna for $20. Going twice, going 3 times. Let's put up some more auctions right quick. Tommy's going in a brand new sleeve for David. Michael Hamburger gets the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, also for $35. And that was the only Beatles left in there. So to Michael Hamburger for $35. I'm still working on trying to do a little bit of cleanup at some point over here. Holy moly. A lot of cool stuff just stacked up all around me. All right. I think I've lost Patrick Francis, but Donna has that at $20. Final call. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. And the next one I have right over here is the following. Hold on one second. I have going up right now. We have Los Lobos, ELO. Which one should I do here? And then I can't wait to start doing some of these buy it nows. How about a quick AC/DC on 45? They're not known for being a singles band. Over here is AC/DC, You Shook Me All Night Long, and Have a Drink on Me from Back in Black. About VG Plus on that one, $7 start on AC/DC. And this was all Japanese pressings, $35, buy it nows. Buy it now, it's $35, okay? I lost Patrick Francis on Prince. Let's go ahead and sell that to Donna for $20. I got Blondie for $35, Doobie Brothers for $35, Crosdales and Nash for $35, Deep Purple for $35, Jackson Brown for $35, The Ventures for $35, Hollow Notes for $35, All This in World War II, Deep Purple, 24 Karat Hits, The Honey Drippers, Eric Clapton, Behind the Suns, Pat Benatar, Chicago Grand Prix 20, Rod Stewart, also Quarter Flash, The Eagles, The Mamas and Papas, Toto, Eric Carmen, Vandenberg, Billy Joe, London Town, Wings, and Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. That is our complete and total Japanese inventory right there. That's it. That's all of them. That's everything. Next is Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection is called Rotary Connection Songs. It's a 1969 Indianapolis OG with the original company inner sleeve. EX edition, $30 start. Our next auction is Prince. Haven't had this one tonight. Prince Mountains, and this is from Under the Cherry Moon. And the flip is Alexa De Paris. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The Ventures, $25. Go ahead and sell that to John Durden for $25. Sold. Let's move on to something slightly different. Just slightly different, okay? Prince has a bid for 10. Final call to Donna Turner. I would just say this right now. If you want to bid, you better get in on the action quickly. And AC/DC is a final call for 7. All righty. So somebody got Michael Shanker earlier too, and I didn't pull it. Jim Sedal got Michael Shanker for $25. Okay. Thank you, Jim Sedal. The only no bids tonight is Cheap Trick, a Japanese pressing. So I'm just going to put it back into this crate. And Bon Jovi. That's the only two no bids. The only two technical no bids tonight is Cheap Trick, All Shook Up, $35. And Bon Jovi, I'll Be There For You, $10. That is the only two official no bids tonight. So I'm going to put that back in there. These Japanese are going to go right here behind me. Next to me. And what do we got up? We got 3 active auctions right now. I think we can slip in 2 quick half-off crates, okay? 2 quick half-off crates. And then we can transition and doing all these 45s, okay? Any more crates coming right now? Coming right now. Let me throw that away. Do not sell to list. Those can go in there. I need to keep this do not sell list handy. Okay. I definitely need to try to sell this stuff tomorrow. I feel like I've moved it 1,000 times. All right, this is going to be a good one. Half off crate, no more, no less. Vintage half off. All right, the advertised auctions, we actually have a lot more than we normally do, mostly because tonight was also consumed with Japanese and tons of 45 auctions. So actually, advertised auctions tonight, we still got Bob Mould. This is stuff that was in the hot picture. Bob Mould, Gang of 4, George Strait, Bronze, Axe, and Tom Verlaine. We're probably going to go ahead and do Tom Verlaine right now. And let's roll these. So we got Prince sold to Donna for 13. AC/DC sold to William Drukovich for 7. Nobody bid on Rotary Connection. It's a $30 buy it now. Rotary Connection's a $30 buy it now. If anybody wants that, you can pick it up for a $30 buy it now. Rotary Connection. Tom Verlaine's going up right now. An 84 U.S. Allied Original EX Edition Gold Stamp Promo. Tom Verlaine, $15 start. Then Bob Mould, BM. Bob Mould is an 89 Specialty OG workbook. That's a $25 start. And then our next auction is Prince. This one was a heck of an auction earlier. Here's another one. Bat Dance and 200 balloons from the Prince 1989, or excuse me, from the 1989 Batman movie. All right, let's get started with vintage half off. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. This one could hold a little bit more, but it will help them keep track of what begins half off. Oh yeah, and then John marked a Christmas crate, but if we do that one, it'll be probably the last thing as we transition to 45 bite nails. Okay. There we have it. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Oh, good stuff. That was good stuff. All right. Hamstring adjustment. Back pop. And we're good to go. Nice. Great start. Eric Clapton slow hand, 15 bucks. Half off crate. Sorry, I'm out of breath from stretching. Whew. Eric Clapton, $15 for slow hand. Also over here, well, this is a half off, no more, no less. John Lovick Turner, 93 Country Rock White Label Promo, $5. And North Carolina Is My Home, an 85 Country album, $5, sealed, unopened. We started with Clapton. Here's Bobby Gentry to Delta Suite. VG Plus, $12.50. Half off crates are pretty self-explanatory. Half off, no more, no less. Friday night discount bins. You can take them or leave them. Bob Mould has a bid for $25. Unbelievably, Prince just has one bid for $10. And then over here, Tom Verlaine is a no bid, final call on that. Small Faces, Wham Bam. There's noticeable cover damage at the bottom. 1970 German import. Small Faces is $10. We also have Fleetwood Mac Rumors in VG condition, $6.50 for Rumors. The Pretenders Get Close. The Pretenders is in VG condition, $5. And Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes. Tommy Bolin is in VG Plus condition, $7.50. With Love and Kisses from Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim is VG Plus, $7.50. And Hell's Bells. There's going to be a big markdown on this one. Yeah, look at that. Les Baxter, half off of $150. This should not be happening. $75 for Hell's Bells. That was crazy. But this is why people watch half off crates. We throw one like that every once in a while. Prince is at 15, now 16. Mike Quadrini, you're out. Brian Call put timers, but he meant rumors. So Brian Call got rumors. Mike Quadrini, you were second. Leslie Holt on Get Close. That was the Pretenders. That's so to Leslie Holt. Brian Call next, or he did get rumors, and then Jackie Reynolds on Tommy Bolin. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. The Pretenders Learning to Crawl. VG $5. Merle Haggard Going Where the Lonely Go. VG $5. And Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. VG Plus, $7.50. Okay. Bob Mould is sold for one bid for $25. And that is sold to Michael Bohannon. Nobody bid on Tom Verlaine Television. It's only a $15 buy now for Tom Verlaine Television. Or excuse me, Tom Verlaine from Television. It's called Cover. Tom Verlaine is $15. Mike Quadrini second on the Pretenders. Brian Call third on the Pretenders. Mega Blast got Merle Haggard. That's so to John Durden. It's up to Mike Quadrini on the Prince single. The last bid was Donna at $16. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG $5. It's on the original label. Spinning Wheel, You Make Me So Very Happy. Camel, Moon Madness. Camel is $9. And Ravi Shankar live at the Monterey Pop Festival. VG Plus, $6 on Ravi Shankar. Next auction is Gang of Four. Gang of Four is an 83 US OG Club, Columbia Club copy. EX edition, a $15 start. Ravi Shankar is sold to John Durden. Prince is sold to Mike Quadrini for $20. Soda Mike Quadrini for $20. There's that. And then over here, we have Brian Call and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I think they want the second Pretenders. Oh, this one? I guess there was another one. This is Soda Mike Quadrini. Brian Call was second. And then we have Blue Montreux. That is VG plus $6. Blue Montreux. There's Gang of Four. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Prince and the Revolution Kiss. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid. Our next auction is George Strait number 7. George Strait is in G condition, 1986 Pinckneyville press. Unfortunately, it's low grade, and we're going to put it up for just a $5 start. It is less than VG minus. George Strait, a $5 start. 7, Amusin de Gode Gemil. It's a 1986 country album. A Danish country album. VG plus $5. That's unusual. Also, Roy Gallagher. Roy Gallagher is VG plus $5. This is not Roy Gallagher. This is Gallagher the comedian. $5. Also, Serenade to a Soul Sister. The Horace Silver Quintet is VG minus $10. VG minus $10. Gallagher is sold to Mega Blast for $5. Not Roy Gallagher. That was my screw up on that. Donna's the only bidder right now on Prince, going once, going twice. Next thing we have is going to go up right now. Holy moly, look at all these singles. Okay, here we go. Def Leppard, Animal. I Want to Be Your Hero. Def Leppard in the picture sleeve. Nice vinyl. $7 start on Def Leppard. Also, we have Cher, Take Me Back. Cher's VG plus $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Nantucket, Long Way to the Top. Nantucket's VG $5. Robert Palmer, Addictions, EX, $6.50. $6.50 on Addictions. And Carl Carlton, The Bad CC. That's VG plus $5. George Strait has one bid for $5. Final call on Prince for $10. And then Def Leppard Animals at $7. Leslie Holt first on Cher. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Mike Quadrini got Robert Palmer. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. Also, we have Ray Manzarek. The keyboardist from The Doors. Ray Manzarek is EX $5. Hamill on Trial. The Night Guy at the Apocalypse. Profiles of a Russian Midnight. EX $7.50 with signed cover. Dr. Feelgood, Not Motley Crue. VG plus $5 on Dr. Feelgood, Not Motley Crue. Nantucket self-titled is VG $5. And Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. VG $5. Hamill is sold to Mega Blast. Jim Sedal next on Robert Palmer. And Brian Call put Ray Manzarek, sold to Brian Call. Nobody bid on Gang of Four. That's a $15 buy it now, if anybody wants that. Prince sold one bid for $10 to Donna. Nobody bid on Def Leppard. $7 buy it now on Def Leppard. And George Strait is sold to John Sotag for $5. Next is Mega Blast. Got Loverboy, Mike Quadrini next, then Brian Call. Hot Tuna, The Phosphorant Rat. VEX $7.50. I know I just mispronounced that bad. Queen is just $10. VG plus condition. And then we have Genesis Trespass. Genesis is in VG condition. $6.50. Nick Bargeron got Def Leppard for $7. That's so to Nick Bargeron. Brian Call got Hot Tuna. And now we're ready for more auctions, okay? Next thing we have right over here is this. This is Prince, If I Were Your Girlfriend. Prince is going to go up for a $10 start. It's a promo. If I Was Your Girlfriend, it's a double-sided promo copy with the original picture sleeve. $10 start on that. Brian Call got Win, but he meant Queen. That's so to Brian Call for $10. And then next is Kenny Neal, Devil Child. That's a blues record, EX $6.50. John Griffin second on Queen. And Public Bulletin broke off from the sound with a signed cover. Public Bulletin EX $7.50. Half off crate, no more, no less. Our next auction is Bronze and Axe. Bronze is called Taken by Storm. And Bronze is an 84 USOG. It's on the Bronze label. It's $10 start, original inner sleeve. And Axe, that is a self-titled album, a 79 Pinckneyville OG, EX 15 on that. Right now, Donna's the only bidder on Prince for $10. We have Oz, OZZ, No Prisoners. Oz is VG condition, $5. Rush, All the World's a Stage. VG plus $10 on Rush. Also, we have Dish Dash Rip Rock. That is sealed for $7.50. Justine. This is a reissue of a pretty pricey original psych record. It's now $25. It's sealed, $25. Originals have sold on Discogs for as much as $667. Nat Reynolds on Kenny. Kenny Neal was sold to Nat Reynolds. Brian Call on Rush. That's sold to Brian Call. Greg Beddinger was second. Kenny Rogers, What About Me? That is sealed for $5. Preston Rose on Dash Rip Rock. Alex Kane got Justine. And we also have Drama, Seen from a Distance. Drama is sealed for $5. Bronze is a $10 start. It's up for auction. Yasmin, Wanna Dance? That is sealed for $5. And then Michael Hamburger on R. R was for something possibly already sold. And then Loretta Lynn, Making Love, that's sealed $750. Prince sold one bid to Donna for $10. Final call to get a bid on Axe for $15. Final call to get a bid on Bronze for $10. Those are final call. Empty Matt has bid $12 on Bronze. Sylvia, Lay It On Me. Sylvia is sealed for $5. We have Crystal by Crystal Gale. That's sealed for $5. John Sotag on the Kenny Rogers. That's sold to Joe Sontag. We have Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Rufus is $5. We have Two Guns, Balls Out. That is now $5. Bronze is at $12 of Empty Matte. Hillbilly Casino, Red, White, and Bruised. Hillbilly Casino's on white vinyl, $750. Axe is a $15 start. No bid on that. Now there's another $12 bid on Bronze. Empty Matte was first. Adam, you've been outbid automatically. You tied him. CG Crystal Gale, that's sold to Leslie Holt for $5. Brian Call on Two Guns, that's sold to Brian Call. And we have Mike McCoy's Trompe L'Oeil Ogala Procession. That is $7.50. Leslie on HC Hillbilly Casino. That's sold to Leslie Holt. And Danny Croa, Angels Watching Over Me. That's sealed $750. Now Axe officially has a bid with Mike Ospaw for $15. Now Bronze is at $13. Now Bronze is at $15. Now Bronze is at $14. Now Nat Reynolds, you were next on Casino. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is up for bid. This is Prince, You Got the Look. Prince, You Got the Look is going up for bid. The B-side is Housequake. $10 start on Prince. That's now up for bid. We have Joe Ely, Lord of the Highway. That's $5 for Joe Ely. Also, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, New Blood. VG plus $5 on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Teos, T-A-O-S, VG plus $750 on that one. Also, The Tourist, Reality Effect. The Tourist is a 1980 promo, VG $5. Phaedra, that was VG $5. The Thought, Gold Stamp promo, $7.50. And Time Gallery was $5. Brian Call on BST, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, sold to Brian. So Axe now is at 15 with Mike Ospaw. Everybody else is out. He has it. Bronze is at 15 with Empty Matte. It's up to Victor Guerra and Adam Alvarado. Those two people have not bid again. Empty Matte gets to Tourist. And then Prince is with one bid with Donna for $10. That is going once, and that is going twice. This was a half-off crate. No more, no less, okay? No more, no less. So let's go through these one more time. Patrick Francis on Time Gallery. That's sold to Patrick Francis. This is a half-off crate. I think what I might do is go ahead and read off the tables. And I think I'm going to go ahead and, since nobody claimed this, this is definitely worthy of Discogs. And before it gets slipped into a bundle or something, I'm going to set it right back over here. Prince, and then Bronze, and now Axe. Okay, so everything has new bids. We sold about half of that crate. Maybe we can sell the rest of them right now. First is Eric Clapton. That needs to be claimed for $15. Cocaine, Wonderful Tonight, Lay Down Sally, $15 on that. John Lovick Turner was $5. This was my North Carolina's my home, $5. Bobby Gentry, VG plus $12.50. Small Faces, Wham Bam, that's $10. With Love and Kisses from Tiny Tim, VG plus $7.50. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. One of my favorite Clapton songs on there. Hello, Old Friend, VG plus $7.50. Camel, Moon Madness is $9. And then Blue Montreux, VG plus $6. Seven Amusement, that was VG plus $5. The Horace Silver Quintet, VG minus $10. Bronze now at $22. Empty Mat's done. It's up to Adam Alvarado to get a bid again. Donna got Prince for $10. Brian, do you want slow hand on Clapton? Do you want No Reason to Cry? Or do you want both Claptons? He put EC twice, so let's give both to Brian Call. Clapton and Clapton sold. Axe is also at 17, so Victor Guerra, you've been outbid on that. It's up to Adam Alvarado on bronze. Nantucket, VG $5. Carl Carlton was VG plus $5. And Dr. Feelgood, VG plus $5. North Carolina, My Home Gospel or Bluegrass. North Carolina is My Home was a bluegrass album. No, it says 85 Country. It says 1985 Country, sealed $5. Also, Nantucket, VG $5. Genesis Trespass, VG $6.50. Whoops, Laura scared me to death. I thought you just left. Public Bulletin broke from the sound. Public Bulletin is EX $7.50. Oz is VG $5. And Drama, Scenes from a Distance, sealed for $5. Yasmin was sealed $5, Want to Dance. Loretta Lynn is sealed for $7.50. Sylvia Laid On Me is sealed for $5. Brian Call got Genesis Trespass, that's sold. I've lost Adam Alvarado on bronze. I'm assuming, Adam, you don't want to bid again. Victor has it for $22. And Victor is backing on Axe at 19, so Mike Ospaw, you're out on that. Next is Rufus, Party Till You're Broke. Rufus is $5. Also, Mike McCoy's Trompe L'Oreille, and that's $7.50. Danny Crowa is sealed for $7.50. Joe Ely is $5. Lord of the Highway Teos is VG plus $7.50. And Phaedra, VG $5. And then the Thought Gold Stamp promo, $7.50. Bronze. Bronze is sold for $22. Bronze is sold for wait a minute. No, bronze. Okay, bronze is at 22 Victor Guerra. Okay, that is sold to Victor Guerra for 22. He also got Axe for 19. Mike Ospaw's out. All right, let's put up another new auction then. Okay, next is, let's see here. This is always cool. This is Electrolyte Orchestra, Sweet Talking Woman, classic song on purple vinyl. ELO, Sweet Talking Woman, and it's on purple vinyl. $7 start on that. Anybody else, I'm about to count those and offer them as a bundle, okay? And of course, if we sell the bundle, I'll be highly motivated to bring in a new crate of half off. Highly, highly motivated. If we don't sell the bundle, then I'll be less motivated to bring over another half-off crate and more motivated to go ahead and start the last segment of the show, which is going to be all these new 45s for buy it nows. ELO is officially up for auction. I'm also going to go ahead and say that now all the advertised auctions for tonight have officially been put up, and there's only 3 no bids. And then, of course, we had a third of a crate of Japanese, and ELO, Brian Call has it for $7. Let's offer these as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, 26 records. Bundle price. Here we go. Let's try to get these sold just $95 for 26 records. So that would be $3.65 a piece. 95 records, $95, 26 records, $365 each. ELO's the final call for $7. I may have a crazy announcement. I think we have sold every Prince 45. If there's another one pops up, I don't really know where it is, okay? So if another one pops up, it'll be a surprise. I think we've sold about every Prince single he ever released. Earache My Eye, Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong, and the flip side is Turn That Thing Down, featuring Alice Bowie. Cheech and Chong is a $7 start. Do you believe in magic? Can we get this bundle sold? Who is out there watching that needs a random mystery box? Think about it. 26 records, a mystery box, a mystery grab bag. Right now, if you said, Chad, would you fix me a mystery box of weird stuff I probably never listened to for $95? Give me about 25 records. You'd probably do that. Right here's the opportunity. All you got to do is say, Chad, I'll take them. I'm going to chug some water right quick. I would be Very motivated to grab another half off crate if we can have one of our bundlers step up for sure. All right, water has been chugged. We've been live for 6 hours. That tells me we probably got another couple hours in us for Friday night. And anybody bundle deal? If not, we put these up in the store. And we take care of business from there. Wow. Okay. All right, I'll pick out another one. Hopefully it won't be the last, but we'll see. Chance is just de-escalated. ELO sold a Brian Call for $7. Cheech and Chong, a $7 buy it now if anybody wants it. Let's grab another one. I think we can fill up the last half of this crate by doing one more half off crate over here, okay? And let's see here. This might have been some really cool stuff Paul marked the other day. It was. And let's do this one half off, no more, no less. Okay, I'm going to put these right over here. Shakedown gets Cheech for $7. Thank you, Shakedown. Let's get into, we see now the 45. The print stuff and Disney stuff was easy. Was easy. Now I got to kind of have to sort through stuff. I probably need to go ahead and start sorting. That way we can find more auctions and we can go ahead and start doing buy it nows if we're going to try to make a dent in these. So yeah, here we go. There's some rockabilly and like New Orleans looking stuff right here too. So, I don't know what this is, but it looks interesting. Roots. Is this something legitimately? Smokey Bears All-Stars. And last year's special edition of Smokey Bears All-Stars, Etta James sang an original song called Roots. It provided so popular that we're reaching along with 2. Some kind of Etta James, Smokey the Bear, you know, only you can prevent wildfires record. That looks pretty interesting, honestly. $7 start on that. Let's see, buy it now, 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 buy it now. Here's an auction. Alice Donut, Get a Life. Alice Donut is on clear vinyl. $7 start. Auction, 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 auction. All right, there's some unusual auctions. That'll be our first handful of 45s in just a second. Now we got 2 auctions, and now we're ready for another half off crate. So let's do it. Half off, no more, no less. Let's do another one. Half off, no more, no less. Roots by Smokey the Bear. And Etta James, evidently, $7 start. And Alice Donut, Get a Life, a $7 start. All right, let me see what these other Facebook notifications are. How many pre-orders on? We're at over 100. Don't forget, quick late night announcement. Finally up for reissue, Alice in Chains. I woke up, it was like Christmas morning. I was like, oh man, it's time. Alice in Chains, $39.99. Looks like Laura's posted a new Rob Zombie pre-order. And there's Otis. Sweet Otis, come into the store tonight to help me. Sweet Otis. Very, very nice Otis. Look at him. Such a good dog. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Half off. Y'all have gotten quiet on me. Holy crap. All right, here we go. We have the Chambers Brothers, a classic. The time has come. The Chambers Brothers is VG Plus, $7.50. Columbia 2i, no bid on Smokey, no bid on Alice Donut. Final calls. We have Crack the Sky in shrink wrap, EX, $9. Also, we have Mother Earth, Living with the Animals, EX, $6.50 on Mother Earth. Bale Arc, that's Graham Bale and Arc, ARC, which I guess is the rest of them. 71 Blues Rock album, VG Plus, $7.50. Blonde, BOLND, A Pop Psych album from 1969, BLOND Blonde, VG plus 750. Black Pearl is VG plus 750. Brian Call on Mother Earth, that's so to Brian Call. Next is Sweet Linda Divine. Wow, that's going to be, yeah, half off of $44.99, makes that $22.50. We also have Round 1, Scubalo Kane. That's a 73 Blues Rock, VG plus $5. Snafu, Situation Normal. Snafu is a 74 US Blues Rock, VG plus $5. Groundhogs is VG $6. Also, the 11th House featuring Larry Coryell, VG $5, and Charlie Lines, that's in shrink wrap, VG plus $5. Sweetwater, Just for You, Sweetwater is $6.50. Joanne Kelly, EX, $11.50. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, EX, $11.50. Tangled Up in Blue. Flashback featuring Peter Banks, Out of Our Hands, VG plus $7.50. Brian Prothrow, IU, VG plus $6.50. And Capability Brown, a prog album from 1974, and it's a white label promo, $9. Brian Call on the Bob Dylan, so to Brian Call. Alice Donuts, a $7 bite now, and Roots with Smokey the Bear is a $7 bite now. So $7 bite now on those. Next auctions is Hot Rod Addicts. Real Hot Rod Sounds Inside, Hot Boogie Chillin', everybody says, and Real Lowlighter, and Razor Light Golden Touch on Vertigo. Interesting. Hot Rod Addicts and Razor Light are $7 starts, now up for bid. Next thing is John Miller second on Bob Dylan. Aaron Gardner is going to get the Etta James thing here with Smokey the Bear. So to Aaron Gardner for $7. Brian Call on L. Brown. And L. Brown was for L. Brown. L. Brown was what was L. Brown? L. Brown, was that further back? I'm not for sure on that one, Brian. Jay Neutral on Crack the Sky. That might be further back too, isn't it? Crack the Sky. Yeah, that's so too Jay Neutra. Okay. Dylan 7.5. Okay, so let me clarify Capability. Oh, Capability Brown. Okay, that's so to Brian Call. This is a half off crate. That means the prices that are coming out of my mouth are already discounted a metric of 0.5, 50%. They are no less than the price I'm saying. For example, Brian Prothrow is $6. If you offered me $5.50, I'm going to say no. If you offer me $9 more than the price, I'm going to say no. So half off, no more, no less. So that's what confused me on the Dylan. The Dylan was sold to Brian Call, John Miller second, then Jay Beach your third. Yeah, Brian Call got Dylan. I've already sold Brian Call Dylan. It was half off of $22.99. Okay, then Crack the Sky went to Jay Neutra, and Capability Brown went to Brian Call. Hot Rod is a $7 bid with John Durden, and Razor Light is a $7 start. Okay, so we're good to go. Yeah, half off crates are always no more, no less. This is Head, Hands, and Feet, Old Soldiers Never Die. VG plus $5. The Groundhog titles was called Black Diamond. This is VG $6. Also, Seasons, Magna Carta, VG plus $7.50 for Seasons. That's a 1970 US folk rock, art rock. Also, we have The Last Ritual. Interesting one here. Looks like somebody's getting sacrificed on the front cover. VG plus $10 on Last Ritual. Gary Burton and Keith Jarrett, VG plus $6. We have the Neon Philharmonic, The Moth Confess, VG plus $5. Elegy the Nice, VG plus $7.50. Southwind Ready to Ride, VG plus $6. Quicksilver is VG plus $6. Glencoe is VG $5. We have Roy Harper, 1978 US, VG plus $10. Stories is EX $6.50. And Gentle Giant, Acquiring the Taste, A 1974 U.S. Rishi promo, just $17.50 on Gentle Giant. Nobody bid on Razor Light. It's a $7 bite now. Hot Rod is sold to John Durden for $7. Next two auctions is Carpet Sellers, speaking English like carpet sellers, $7 start, and Spodiodi Wild Wild Chick is a $7 start. Gary Burton is sold to Preston Rose. And then next is Brian Call on Quicksilver. Quicksilver is sold to Brian Call, and Brian Call also got Gentle Giant on Vertigo. Nice. Okay, now quick half off. Let's just read the titles in this one. No more, no less. Half off here. And let's go ahead and knock these out, okay? And if you need a price on something, let me know. I'm just going to recap the titles, okay? We had the Chambers Brothers. We had Bell Arc, Blonde, B-L-O-N-D, no E, Black Pearl, Sweet Linda Divine, Round 1, Scubbalo Kane, Snafu, Situation Normal, Larry Coryell, Charlie, Sweetwater, Joanne Kelly, Flash featuring Peter Banks, Brian Prothro, Head, Hands, and Feet, Groundhogs, Magna Carta, The Last Ritual, The Neon Philharmonic, The Nice, Southwind, Glen Coe, Roy Harper, and Stories. Jeremy Bryant got the Razor Light for $7. That's sold to Glitter over on Twitch. Nobody bid on Carpet. Nobody bid on Carpet Sellers. It's $7. Nobody bid on Wild Wild Chick. Spodiodi. It's $7. Alex Kane's going to grab the Black Pearl back here. That is sold to Alex Kane. Okay. Tom Sullivan on Magna. Hot Liquid Magma. Magma. No, he wants Magna. Isn't there something in here? Magna Carta? Magna, yes, that was Seasons. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Stories price is EX, just $6.50 on Stories. Okay, let's go ahead and do, I'm going to do another half off crate because I see another one over here. Honestly, there's not much in it after we show this Johnny Cash, and you'll see what I'm talking about in just 1 second. So let's do another half off crate. I'm going to condense this with the other one we had over here, whatever I did with it. And let's go ahead and sell Carpet to Jeremy for $7 as well. And the Les Baxter. Well, are you talking about Hell's Bells? Yeah, I mean, I pulled it out over here to put it on Discogs, but if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $75. I pulled it out because I was going to put it on Discogs for $150, but if you want it, it's $75. And then, okay, more singles. I'm going to go ahead and show the first handful of buy it nows. These are all $6.99. Bruce Springsteen, I'm on Fire. Tony Carey, A Fine, Fine Day. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, From the Bottle to the Bottom. Denise Williams, Wiser and Weaker. Ray Charles with Hank Williams Jr., Two Old Cats Like Us, double-sided promo. Ry Cooter, Get Rhythm, double-sided promo. And The Youngbloods, a classic Get Together, Smile on Your Brother, as featured in Forrest Gump. David Hoy gets the Hell's Bells for $75. Sold for $75 to Ray Red, okay? And then let's go ahead and condense this with this other crate over here. These are going to go out for sale in the store, which they automatically become on sale when we put them out there. Could have a walk-in buyer tomorrow on Saturday record day, Saturday record shopping, and decide that they need one of these records. So I put these out in the store for sale. First is John Durden on BS. That's Bruce Springsteen for $6.99. And then Ray Charles with Hank Williams Jr. is sold to Nick Bargeron for $6.99. That left Tony Carey, Chris Christopherson, Denise Williams, Ry Cooter, and the Youngbloods Get Together. Okay, let me sort another handful of 45s. That way we can find some more auctions, because some of these I'm not real for sure what they are. And let's see here. That's going to be an auction. Buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, auction. Wow. All right, let's do Crocus Rock City. Crocus Rock City, red vinyl. Crocus Rock City, Mr. 69, Mad Racket Live, and Rock City. Red vinyl. Crocus is a $7 start. Rock City, $7 start. And then over here we have Dirty Looks. Dirty Looks, Let Go. It's also looks like a UK record, and Accept Me, $7 start on that. Okay, I only found 2, 3 buy it nows out of that pile. We'll show those in a second. And now all of a sudden we got a whole stack of auctions to do, okay? Next thing is Tom Sullivan wants Tony Carey, and that's sold to him for $6.99. Crocus is 7. Sup with Earth. Okay, I'm going to be 100% honest. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm going to go ahead and grab this next half off crate. First thing I have is this to put up right now, and let's go ahead and knock all these out. Dirty Looks and Crocus both have bids for 7 and 7. Half off, no more, no less. Baker Griffith's Army, $10 for Baker Griffith's Army. Mandrill, this is now just $10. Gatefold Jacket, red polydor label. Mandrill is $10. Strange Days, Parts to the Wind. 9 Parts to the Wind is a 1975 UK folk rock prog album. That's only $15 for 9 Parts to the Wind. We have String Driven Thing, Please Mind Your Head. That's a 74 prog album, $5 on that. Crowfoot, Find the Sun. Crowfoot is $10. Also, we have 3 Man Army 2. That's a 74 promo, half off of $59.99. 3 Man Army 2, $30 off makes it $30. If no one else bids on Crocus and nobody else bids on Dirty Looks, they're about to be a buy it now. We have Jimmy Spheris, The Dragon is Dancing, a 1975 white label promo, and a note from Paul, underrated artist, $5 on that. Barbara Streisand, Lazy Afternoon in quad, $7.50, and Brand X, Moroccan Roll. Brand X is $7.50. Boxer, Below the Belt. Boxer is $7.50. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come, that is $12.50, okay? Some cool titles in there. Dirty Looks is sold to William Drugovich for 7. Pam Murray gets Crocus for 7. Our next auctions, I feel like we had one of these earlier. Is this on blue vinyl? We had one of these earlier tonight on blue vinyl, but this is different. It's an EP version with 2 free tracks on black vinyl. UK Subs is a $7 start, and then Teenage Head, Let's Shake and I Wanna Love You. That is going to go up for a $7 start. Teenage Head, Let's Shake, and I Want to Love You. It's got a little bit of fraying, but the vinyl's nice. $7 start on those. Okay, now maybe we can sell a bunch of people one of these. It's a sealed OG Johnny Cash. Now just $12.50. They were $24.99. It's called A Believer Sings the Truth, and we've got 2, we've got 4, and we got 6 Johnny Cash, and they're sealed originals. Just $12.50. Shakedown wants 1. Teenage Head has a bid for 7. John Durden got a Johnny Cash. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more left, okay? Outlaws bringing it back alive, $10 on that. Tom Sullivan got a Johnny Cash. Kelly Vladicek got a Johnny Cash. Chris Frazier and Nick Bargeron. We're now sold out. Nick Bargeron, last one on the screen to get one. Also, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Partners, Brothers, and Friends. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band's just $10, and it's sealed with hop sticker. Tommy James and the Shondells is VG $5. And we have America. America is VG Plus, $6. Faster Pussycat available yet? Yes, that came out, Trey, last week. We still got extra copies in stock. They came out last week, but we still have extra copies. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, EX650. William Drugovich has both auctions, UK Subs and Teenage Head for 7 and 7. Brian Call got Tommy James, VG $5. We have Outlaws, their self-titled album. It's also VG $5. The Kinks, One for the Road. That is with the inserts. That's VG Plus $7.50. Also, we have James Gang Passing Through, VG $5. Brian Call also gets Simon & Garfunkel. And we have Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company. That is Janis Joplin. Amazing album, $10 on that. J Neutral on Outlaws, I'm assuming you're talking about that one. Brian Call gets the Kinks, I'm assuming you're talking about that one. And we have the Elvis Tapes, VG Plus, $6, the Elvis Tapes. Now, let me jump over here and find him a Faster Pussycat. We started with 100 last week. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 7 copies left now. This is on gold vinyl, limited to 1,000, $39.99, okay? And I have 7 copies left. They're numbered on the back, gold vinyl, $39.99. That's, of course, sticker price. Next thing over here, Leslie second on the Kinks. MT Mac got Big Brother. Brian Call second, then Chad Snyder. Patrick third on the Kinks. Larry Gonzalez on Cheap. That means you're fourth, and John Durden got Elvis. Rick Perrine got James Gang. These two singles are sold for $7 and $7 to William Drugovich. And now we have The Enemy. The Enemy is going to go up for a $7 start. The Enemy, and that is called 50,000 Dead and Society's Fool's Neutral Ground on 1010 Records. The Enemy is a $7 start. And this is some kind of bizarre one here. Losers of the 93 KGH Boss Radio Battle of the Bands. The Teutonics, maybe, and the Urinxes, UINXES. Those two singles, Enemy and Battle of the Bands, $7, $7. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson's VG5. CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, a nice Canadian import. No condition notes. It's on a later label, but superb vinyl. Excuse me, $12.50. Down on the Corner, Fortunate Sons on here, Midnight Special, $12.50 on CCR. Nice, ZZ Top, VG Plus, $12.50. MT Mac got CCR, and John Durden got Willie Nelson. Those are sold and sold. Dire Straits is $17.50. Sultan's a Swing. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town is $9. And Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife is $10. So, Jay Nutra first on ZZ Top. Robert, you were second on Willie. The Teutonics is with William Drugovich at 7, and he also has The Enemy at 7. All right, that's the high bid on those two bizarros there. The Dire Straits year. Oh, I don't have a year listed. It's a club copy. Can't give you much confirmed information at first glance. It is beautiful, though, but it does say on the back, manufactured by, so it is definitely a club copy. 78. I think they were using that label in 78, but, you know, I just don't know confirmed. Let's read these again, because there's not much left after all that. Okay? So we got Baker Groove It's Arby. That's Ginger Baker. That was in cream, $10. Mandrill was $10. 9 Parts to the Wind, Strange Days. And that was a folk rock and prog album. Half off of $29.99, so $15. String Driven Thing is $5. Crowfoot was $10. We have Three Man Army 2. That's half off of $59.99. A 1974 promo. So that's just $30, whoever wants it. Jimmy Spheris, The Dragon is Dancing. $5 on that. Barbara Streisand, $7.50. Quad, Empty Matte on Ginger Baker. That's sold to Empty Matte. Brand X, Moroccan Roll. Brand X should have Phil Collins. Yep, there he is. Philip Collins. Phil Collins plays in the band called Brand X. That's $7.50. Moroccan Roll. Boxer Below the Belt. Am I crazy, or did somebody claim Boxer earlier for $7.50? Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, Boxer's still available then, $7.50. Arthur Brown's Kingdom Come is $12.50. Let's go ahead and sell these to William Drugovich, $7 and $7. Williams, you get those two. And that means we need a couple more to throw up for auction. Probably the next trick is going to be, well, I don't know yet. We need to definitely get into another handful of 45s. So let's go ahead and put two more up for auction. Gina Gorget and the Monarchs. That's going to go up for a $7 star. And there's another one from The Enemy, Fallen Hero. The Enemy is going to go up for a $7 star. So there's two more, Gina and The Enemy there. Next thing over here, we have the Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive for $10. Double LP Live. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is sealed for $10. America, I've Been Through the Desert on a Horse of No Name. That's VG Plus, $6. Also, Bruce Springsteen Darkness EX9. Bryan Adams Cuts Like a Knife is $10. And Dire Straits, $17.50. That has run dun 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 dun. Sultan's a Swing on it. All right, let's do another quick sort here of 45s, potentially for buy now, potentially for auction. Okay. Auction, auction, auction. Buy it now, 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 buy it now. Buy it now, the buy it now, and auction. Okay, so we got a good handful here to go. First thing we're going to do is get caught up on claims here. Kelly Vladarchuk on America. That first song's really good too. Living on the Riverside. That's sold to Kelly Vladarchuk and Jim Ciascio on Dirt Band. And that was sealed, and that's going to be right here. Okay, anybody else on that handful? These first few definitely might end up in the vintage discount crate in the morning, and a couple more back there. So I'm going to go ahead and condense that. I think we went through 3 Paul crates at half off. That was probably like a Wednesday. Like Wednesdays, John's off, and usually Paul and Laura's here unless he's on a bond trip. And he usually marks 3 or 4 crates. And I think that was half off from like 2 Wednesdays ago when he was here marking records. And now we've emptied everything into 1. So 3 crates now condensed into 1. After going through them that day, taking offers, and then going through them tonight at half off. 3 crates have became 1 crate, a unity of crates. Holy crap, I have condensed a lot of crates tonight too. And I have all of the new arrivals from the last show I did over here, and it's a lot. Plus all this, we've got a lot of stuff over here. I'm going to take all those up front. These are final calls. The Enemy and Gina Georgette for 7 and 7. I was going to see if William Drugovich was going to bid. Let's see here. Where's the leftover flip crate stuff? That's always good to show because that means sometimes there could be stuff left unclaimed. Have I gone through these? Let's see here. What is this crate here? I think that's a half-off crate I did that didn't get claimed, and I meant to put them out up front. Yeah, those were already shown half off, and they were left over. All right, so what I'm going to do is bring over another vintage crate, and it might be flip crate leftovers, and which is pretty crazy that sometimes there's stuff left over. Pulled Thursday at 3:10. So yeah, it's today. This was pulled yesterday at 3:10. And let's see what's left in here. Let's do a quick handful of 45s. Linda Devine, you can. And Jeannie and Enemy, right? Enemy and Gina. Yeah, all right. So to William Drugovich, $7 and $7. Quick handful of bot nails. All right. The Pretenders, don't get me wrong, 1986 from Get Close. Fleetwood Mac, You Make Lovin' Fun, and Gold Dust Woman. Banger of a 45. Toto, Stranger in Town from Isolation. Brian Ferry, 1987, Kiss and Tell, a double-sided promo in the original sleeve. Scritty Politi, Wood Bees, Pray Like Aretha Franklin, in the company or in the picture sleeve, $6.99. The Moody Blues, The Voice, big hit from them, $6.99. Chet Atkins, Sales, in the picture sleeve. And Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods, Rev It Up, and that's a double-sided promo. Those are all $6.99. Let's get the Sweet Linda over here. And that was in one of the first crates, I think, for Gregory. Sweet Linda Devine, right here. EX 2250. And, oh, excuse me, that's for Patrick Lear. Patrick Lear, thank you, okay? All those are $6.99 buy it nows. Dolly, wow. This was marked down to $14.99. These are final prices. Dolly is $24.99. Marked down to $14.99. All those I just showed you are $6.99. Jerry Harrison, Chet Atkins, Moody Blues, Scritty Politi, Brian Ferry, Toto, Fleetwood Mac, and The Pretenders. All $6.99 each. And then we got some $7 start auctions. First, we got Crispus Atacus, Yo Puejo, maybe. I'm not real for sure. It looks kind of hardcore. It looks kind of maybe even metalish. But it's called Crispus Ataxus. $7 start on that. And then this looks interesting. Frank Sinatra with Bono. Bono from U2. I've Got You Under My Skin and Stay Far Away So Close. Sinatra with Bono, and then the other side's a U2 song, Stay Far Away So Close. $7 start on those, okay? Those are up for auctions. Dolly's only $14.99. There was only one $9.99 record left, and that's Infinite McCoys. So McCoy's with a very young Rick Derringer, spelled Rick Zeringer. Always notate that. That's his original name. Rick Derringer, the McCoys, no condition notes, and that is technically 75% off. Okay? Now, some people say, Chad, when are you going to do a 75% off crate? Well, sometimes these flip crates equivalent to that kind of discount. It is on that one right there. So that is available for just $9.99 right now. Okay? And then the $6.99 records are the following. Josh White Jr., one step further, VG Plus, that is $6.99. Mr. Big, no condition notes, photographic smile, it's $6.99. B Movie is $6.99. Empty Mat on Infinite McCoys, that's sold for $9.99. No bid on Sinatra and Bono, and no bid on Crispus Ataxis yet. Also, we have Tim Finn Escapade. Tim Finn was $6.99. And then we have Elton John Blue Moves. Elton John is VG $6.50, or excuse me, $6.99. Brian Call on Mr. Big, $6.99. These were flip crate records that did not get claimed. Also, we have Billy Thorpe, 21st Century Man. That was $19.99, now just $6.99. Johnny Winter, and that was the only one not claimed. I remember there was 3 Johnny Winters. $6.99 on the original label, $6.99 on that. Brian Call on Blue Moves by Elton John, sold to Brian for $6.99. Jay Neutral on Billy Thorpe for $6.99. If you are on Facebook, make sure you're in a private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you need a link, let me know right now for anybody out there new watching. So, except for yesterday, I feel so bad because I forgot. I was at a concert. I came home late. I woke up this morning and I went, dang, I didn't make any videos, so I apologize. Shouldn't be any other reason that I never miss those unless I'm out of town or forget. So every morning at 6 a.m. there's a new vinyl recap, and then every day at 9 we do a vintage discount crate. Now that's the popular one. That's the popular one, and that's the one that really gets everybody going. So it's kind of something everybody looks forward to, for sure. All right, give me 1 second, please. All righty. BT for Jay Neutra was Billy Thorpe, and then Michael Hamburger second. Pez Band is $6.99. Pat Travers Band, Go For What You Know, that's now just $6.99. Pat Travers Making Magic, $6.99. John Adams Strong, $6.99 on John Adams. And Fabulous Thunderbirds, Are You Tough Enough, $6.99. I know it makes me so frustrated because I was like, man, there is no telling how many people right now are just refreshing, trying to go back and forth. Oh, gosh. I have built up something now that I have to do every day, because it's impossible to get out the word to let people know, hey, there's not, like, even if I made a post, it was too late. And even I've made posts before that's like, sorry, no videos this morning. And then people still don't see those because they're just kind of just zoned in on trying to find the video. So I'm like, dang. Oh, Jay Neutral on Thunderbirds for $6.99. John Durden on Pat Travers, Go For What You Know for $6.99. And Brian Call was next. Okay, no bid on Crispus Atacus, and no bid on Sinatra and U2. $7 and $7 buy it now on those. Anybody else on these? So these are going to go up front with the other stuff. I'm kind of surprised on Dolly. $14.99. I just need to take that and put it up in the... We just need to prop that up in the store somewhere, and it will sell here locally tomorrow. My mom says, man, can we please get some Dolly albums? People come in here all the time asking for Dolly. I'm like, they usually end up in our discount bins. It's weird. Stuff I can sell in the store locally sometimes doesn't sell here. And definitely stuff that I sell here would never sell in the store. So, of course, most of our sales and business is conducted right here. 99% to be exact. I think last month it was 99.4. 99.4 of our total sales were sold here. So virtually we really don't have a storefront. But we do. So it helps. with a little bit of extra additional income, but we really don't have a storefront here. I do because I hope one day we can get on Record Store Day, but we really don't need it. And this time next year, we might not have a storefront. We don't really need one. It's cool to have, though. All right. Brian got to see the store. It's a cool store, right? All right, let's do some buy it nows here. So buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. All right, those are going to be auctions. Okay, so here's some $6.99 buy it nows. First, let's add these two from earlier. Aldo Nova Fantasy with the picture sleeve. I got 2 copies of I Drink Alone, George Thorogood, original jukebox singles. They're original, like new old stock jukebox singles. George Thorogood, I Drink Alone. We got 2 of them. Back-to-back classic Carole King promos. It's Too Late and So Far Away from Tapestry. Those are promos in the original old company sleeves. $6.99, $6.99. That's the way, I like it. A promo, Casey and the Sunshine Band in the original company sleeve. Steve Winwood, a promo of Valerie, one of his biggest solo hits. The Bugles, the Buggles, Video Killed the Radio Star, a promo. Roy Head, Treat Her Right. And B.B. King, Rock Me Baby and I Can't Lose. Those are all $6.99. $6.99, okay? First thing is Rick Perrine says, I can't get it at the store, sell me Dolly. Nice. That was in the discount bin for $14.99. Sell that to Rick Perrine. You got it? So Jay Nutra gets a George Thorogood for $6.99. Scott Dwallow gets a George Thorogood for $6.99. Scott Dwallow also gets That's the Way, I Like It. Scott Dwallow also gets the Video Killed the Radio Star. Jay Nutra on B.B. King. John Durden on Roy Head. John Durden next on B.B. and William next on the Buggles. So that leaves Steve Winwood, Valerie. Carole King, It's Too Late. And I Feel the Earth Move, So Far Away. Smackwater Jack. Wow, if you buy those 2, that's like 4 of the biggest songs on Tapestry and their promos. And then Aldo Nova Fantasy, probably one of his most well-known songs. So we just completely filled up another crate of vinyl. And because it's 12:21 and we have, let me see how much time we have left tonight before Facebook expires. I mean, we could go all night. It's not like Facebook can't let us. You know, we probably have a good hour and a half left. And I really want to sort through all these 45s. And I have a feeling as I'm sorting through them, they're going to be for sale. The ones that aren't for sale are going to be up for auction. And y'all are probably about to buy most of these. So we're not done quote with vinyl, but we're about to do a lot of 45 RPM instead of 33 1/3, okay? About to be a lot of 45 RPMers instead of 33 1/3. Okay, both Carole King sold to Jim Ciascio. Aldo Nova 5. I'll pass, but thank you for the offer. Let's go ahead and get another handful over here. And we have, let's see, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. That's a good one, but buy it now, that buy it now, buy it now, or buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. I don't know what that is, so buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Okay? So I have Red Rider, Young Thing, Wild Dreams in the picture sleeve. Looney Tunes, the Pasadena Roof Orchestra. Looney Tunes. From the album A Talking Picture. James Harmon Band, All Night Boogie, Just As Well to Kill Me from the album Extra Napkins. Sinead O'Connor, The New Emperor's Clothes and What Do You Want? Sinead O'Connor. Robert Goulet sings The Partridge Family featuring Shirley Jones, featuring David Cassidy. Mickey and Sylvia, Love is Strange, and Count 5, Psychotic Reaction. Psychotic Reaction. Beja, Time and Tide. The Righteous Brothers, Unchained Melody. Madonna, Material Girl. Bobby Rydell, Butterfly Baby. Bobby Rydell, Lose Her. Those are all $6.99. So we have Chuck put OF, and he probably meant PF for Partridge Family. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Pam Murray on Madonna for $6.99. So Red Ryder, we had the Looney Tunes, James Harmon, Sinead O'Connor, Robert Goulet, Love is Strange is sold to Vicki Allison, J Neutron, Extra, J Neutra, Extra, J Neutra. I'm going to be honest, I don't see that, but let me know what you wanted there, okay? Okay, it wasn't a claim. My bad. Okay, let's grab a handful out of this box. I'm kind of alternating boxes here. Let's see, auction. Or excuse me, Billy Joel. That's a. Let me go. I spoke too soon. Okay, Billy Joe, Say Goodbye to Hollywood. That's $6.99. Beatles is going to be an auction in 1 second. Okay, let me do this in my head. Okay. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. We'll do that for a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. That was a duplicate kind of. Buy it now. That's an auction. Auction. Buy it now. Buy it now. Okay. Whoa. All right, so first thing is Chuck Haley wants the Righteous Brothers. Whoa, whoa. That's Unchained Melody. $6.99 sold to Chuck Haley. Okay, there's some good ones in here. Half of these probably could borderline be put over here in the auction pile. Last Christmas by Wham. Nice. Last Christmas. Double-sided promo. Bang Shangalang by the Archies. Rock the Casbah by the Clash. Rock the Casbah. Free Bird. Leonard Skinner. Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever. Otis Redding and Aretha Franklin both doing Respect. Now, I got to check this for gassing. There's a good chance that's gassed and probably going to have some surface noise. Journey, Separate Ways in the picture sleeve. I Love Rock and Roll. Joan Jett, Put Another Dime in the Jukebox Baby. We Got the Beat, The Go-Go's. Bangles, Eternal Flame, and Everybody Wants You by Billy Squier. John Durden got the Clash for $6.99. Chuck Haley got the Archies, Bang Shangalang, and Vicki Allison wants Freebird. Wow, nobody on Wham! Last Christmas? That's one of the greatest Christmas songs ever conceived. Oh, great knuckle adjustment right then. Great neck adjustment. Knuckles are back in place. Let me touch my toes. Oh, that was a great knee pop. All right. So many good records left here. Billy Squier by Woncy, Bangles, Eternal Flame, We Got the Beat, I Love Rock and Roll, Journey, and Respect, Otis Redding. Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever, Wham! Last Christmas, and Billy Joel, Say Goodbye to Hollywood. $6.99 on those. Next for $6.99. Buy it now. 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 You can't claim these right now. You cannot claim these. Buy it now. 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 Okay. All these are $6.99. Paul Brothers on Last Christmas promo. Sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Now I'm keeping these at $6.99. Somebody made an offer earlier for $5. That would set a trend that these are buy it now best offer. They're not. They're $6.99. So I turned down an offer earlier, 1 for $5, because that would set a whole trend that these are best offer. They're not. They're $6.99. No more, no less. About the only way would be a bundle if I ran across a bunch of the same artist, or here at the end. But we're going through these kind of late with a lot less viewers than maybe prime time. So I keep them all at $6.99 just to keep it plain and simple. Right, Scott Arnold, plain and simple. We got Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight. Dueling Banjos from Deliverance, $6.99. Aretha, Who's Zooming Who, with the picture sleeve. Cheap Trick, I Want You to Want Me. That's that well-known version from Budokan. What's Your Name, Little Girl, from Street Survivors, the original single. That's the first label for that. Merle Haggard, I Think I'll Just Stay Here and Drink. That's a big one. 38 Special, Second Chance. Herbie Hancock, Rocket. Pink Panther theme, Harry Mancini. And then back-to-back Supertramp. Give a Little Bit. And then this one is Just Another Nervous Wreck. And the Logical song. So logical, magical, fanatical, criminal, acceptable, respectable, presentable, practical, wonderful, sensible, magical, dependable. So logical, wonderful, practical. Back-to-back Supertramp. Survivor, Burning Heart from Rocky IV. Debbie Gibson, Out of the Blue. And Randy Travis with B.B. King, Waiting on the Light to Change. Never had that before. John Durden on DB. MH and HH. All right. So the first one, DB, was Dueling Banjos, sold to Mega Blast for $6.99. He also got MH for Merle Haggard, and he also got HH for Herbie Hancock. Okay, if I can grab a hold of it. There it goes. And then Pink Panther sold to Scott Dwallo, Sherry next on Merle, Vicky next on Pink Panther, and Vicky Allison on Logical. You got it. So here's what's left. Randy Travis with B.B. King, and the flip on that is Randy Travis Point of Light. And by the way, that is from 1991, so probably about the only way that's available originally on vinyl. Debbie Gibson, Survivor, Supertramp with the picture sleeve, 38 Special, Leonard Skinner, Cheap Trick, Aretha Franklin, and Eddie Money, Take Me Home Tonight. Good singles there. Those are all $6.99. Let's do another sort. There's going to be auctions and then buy it nows. Most of the auctions probably going to be tomorrow, but I might slip in a couple. Buy it now, 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 auction, auction, buy it now, definitely an auction, definitely an auction, definitely an auction, buy it now. Okay? All right, so over here, we have Vicky Allison on Leonard Skinner for $6.99. Okay? Vicky Allison on Leonard Skinner for $6.99. And Leslie on Aretha Franklin for $6.99. Okay, Carly Simon and James Taylor, Mockingbird. The Rolling Stones, Honky Tonk Women, and You Can't Always Get What You Want. Platinum Blonde, Somebody Somewhere. Baby Come to Me, Patty Austin. Angel, Flying with Broken Wings Without You. New Kids on the Block, Tonight. Did It in a Minute, Hall & Oates. And Hank Williams Jr., There's a Tear in My Beer. Jackie wants the B.B. King with Randy Travis. That is right here. Right, Jackie. $6.99 to you. In the Warner Brothers sleeve. John Durden got the Rolling Stones. Scott Dwallo was second. And then Chuck Haley put EDRS Rolling. You were third. Mega Blast was first. And Sherry was fourth. That leaves Hank Williams Jr., Hall & Oates, New Kids on the Block, Angel, Patty Austin, Platinum Blonde, Carly Simon, James Taylor. Okay, Chuck got Hank, Jim Ciascio was second. I'm going to go ahead and say here's the third stack of 45s we've sold tonight. I'm going to go ahead and restart the stacking. So let me push these right in here, please. And so we can get enough. Maybe we can sell one more big stack like that. If you equivalate all that into vinyl, we've sold a lot tonight. because some of those tonight sold for $30, $40, $50, some of them. All right, let's do another quick sort. Buy it now, buy it now, auction, auctions, buy it now, 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 and buy it now. Okay, here we go. So we have Hall & Oates one-on-one promo, Grand Funk in the picture sleeve, and Grand Funk, the A side there, it should be Locomotion. Yep, Locomotion. Everybody do the new dance now. Grand Funk, we're an American band. We're coming to your town. Back-to-back Grand Funk, Locomotion, and we're an American band. The Kinks, Come Dancing. Paul Hardcastle, cool song here. No, 19. Paul Hardcastle. Please Don't Go, Casey and the Sunshine Band. B.B. King, When I'm Wrong, a double-sided promo from B.B. Jimmy Jones, Good Timing. Vince Gill, Look at Us, and I Quit. That's 1991, Vince Gill. The Essex, A Walking Miracle, and What Do I Know Won't Hurt Me. Charlie Daniels Band, The Devil Went Down to Georgia. And we'll pause right there. There's a few more left, but I need to get tagging. Chuck Haley, I Bet You Want Both Grand Funks. So sell those to Chuck Haley for $6.99, $6.99. Scott Dwallow got the Kinks for $6.99. Mega Blast second. Jay Nutra got BB King for $6.99. Scott Dwallow put D and then CD. Okay? D and then CD. So I'm assuming you want Charlie Daniels. Leslie next on the Kinks. And Chuck Haley on Jimmy Jones, Good Timing. So that leaves Hall & Oates 1-1, Paul Hardcastle 19, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Vince Gill, and the Essex. Okay? That's what didn't get claimed out of there. Let me do another quick sort right quick. Auction, auction, buy it now, 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 buy it now. Okay. The auction pile getting kind of tall over here, but we'll have some fun with those tomorrow. Huey Lewis and the News, Walking on a Thin Line. The Eurythmics, Right by Your Side. The Moody Blues, The Present. Stephen Steele's Stranger. Those are all in picture sleeves. So is the Machine, the what? M-A-C-H-I-N, Machinaticians. The Machantons, the Machinations, the Machinaticians, the Macinations, Los Lobos, La Bamba, Head Over Heels by the Go-Go's, War, Galaxy and Galaxy Part 2 promo, Robert Palmer, You're in My System, and we have the Jive 5, My True Story. The Jive 5, True Story. Scott Dwallow got Huey Lewis for $6.99. And we have, it's pronounced Machinations. Thank you. Machinations. If you know any of these people that's in this band, here's their names. Nero Swan, Tony Starr, Fred Lonergan, and Tim Doyle. If you know any of these people, please send them a message from me. You can also address it as Coletco. You did a terrible job naming your band, and I'm standing behind my opinion. What a horrible thing to spell and try to figure out how to pronounce that. Horrible decision. LL, La Bamba, and this is probably a double-sided promo. Both tracks are La Bamba. It's a double-sided promo. And then Chuck Haley, if you don't want that, or excuse me, John, if you don't want that, Chuck Haley does. And then Chuck Haley on Jive 5. Okay? So that left the following. Robert Palmer, War, the Go-Go's, the Machinations, Stephen Steele's, the Moody Blues, and the Eurythmics. Los Lobos is so to Chuck Haley. I've seen a lot of obscure bands, you know, that we get their records and I don't know them, and evidently they didn't sell too well. It's because they did a horrible job naming their band. Maybe back in the day, that's got to be a tough decision, trying to figure out what you're going to call yourself. But man, I've heard some bad ones. I'm like, do what? How could anybody under a good conscience say, yeah, this is what we're naming our band? I mean, that's not too bad. I've heard some pretty bad ones, but I mean, like, look at these big sellers here. Kiss, ZZ Top, Outkast, Megadeth. Those are great names. Those are great names. Kiss, ZZ Top, Outkast, Megadeth. I've heard some, and I'm like, do what? All right, so buy it now. Those are good ones there, but I'll make them buy it now. I'm going to slip in some. That's going to be buy it now. That's going to be an auction. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now, auction, and buy it now, and that's pretty cool, but we'll make it a buy it now. Van Halen. Yeah, that's a good name because that's a last name you never hear, I guess, unless you're like in, what, Germany or something? Von whatever in Germany or over there in Europe somewhere. I've never met anybody else named Van Halen. Eddie and his son and his brother, I've never met anybody else named with the last name Van Halen. Okay, here's some more $6.99s. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. Ruby, Don't Take Your Love to Town. And that's an early one from '69. And girl, get a hold of yourself. Chicago, Feeling Stronger Every Day. That's a good one. Just Like Romeo and Juliet, The Reflections. This is a later one here. 1993, Bryan Adams and Rod Stewart and Sting. For All Love. Bryan Adams, Rod Stewart, and Sting. Frank Sinatra, You Make Me Feel So Young, Summer Wind. Is that You Make Me Feel So Young? That's on, what movie is that on? Is that on Elf? Isn't that on Elf? Is that the song? You Make Me Feel... I feel like I can hear that in my head right now. Kim Wilde, Another Step Closer to You. Linda Ronstadt, You're No Good. John Eddy, Jungle Boy. Debbie Gibson, Foolish Beat. Steve Miller Band, The Joker. And then back-to-back, Sam Cooke. That's All I Need to Know and Stealing Kisses. And the flips on those are I Don't Want to Cry and All of My Life. Two original Sam Cookes. And the DeFranco family, Heartbeat is a Love Beat. Okay? First is Chuck Haley on that early Kenny Rogers for $6.99. John Durden on Frank Sinatra, You Make Me Feel So Young. Chuck Haley got The Reflections, Just Like Romeo and Juliet. Jim, you were second on Frank. Scott Dwallow on J.E. And J.E. was John Eddy. Scott Dwallow also got Steve Miller, which is Some People Call Me Maurice. Jim Ciascio on the Linda Ronstadt, You're No Good. And then Robin Glenn on Debbie Gibson. Okay, that leaves Chicago, Bryan Adams, Rod Stewart, Sting, Kim Wilde, the two Sam Cookes on Keen. Wow, that's super nice too. And another Sam Cooke. I can't believe those got left behind. And then Chuck Haley got DeFranco family. Robin Glenn was second. All right, let's grab another handful. Chipping away at these. Let's start out of this box. Let's finish up this box. Okay. Auction, or excuse me, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. We'll do it a buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh, big hits here. This is like a hits box. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. That's pretty dang cool there. I might want to keep that. Let me set that to the side for a second. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, and buy it now. Okay, these are all $6.99. First thing we have is, whoa, I lost my balance there. First thing we have here is George Hamilton IV, Abilene, and There's No More Pretty Girls Than One. There's More Pretty Girls Than One. That's on RCA Gold Standard. Down in Margaritaville, Jimmy Buffett. Shaking All Over. That's a good one. Guess Who? And it's in the original company sleeve, which is pretty dang cool. Scepter Records. Willie Nelson, Living in the Promised Land. California Dreamin' and 12:30. California Dreamin'. Mamas and Papas. Roy Orbison, Mean Woman Blues and Blue Bayou. James and Bobby Purify, I'm Your Puppet. Mott the Hoople, Hoonaluchi Boogie. Syndicate Sound, Little Girl. And the B-side is Gimme Gimme Good Lovin' by Crazy Elephant. The Greatest American Hero, that's George Costanza. Believe It or Not, Greatest American Hero. Magic Man by Heart. And Tiny Tim, Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Let me pause there. And these are all $6.99. First thing is Where's the Country 45s? They could be mixed in. Michael, I was hollering at you right next to the elevator. Right at the elevator last night. You missed me. I saw you. You and Buck Buchanan. You and Buck Buchanan. But I seen you. I laid eyes on you last night, Michael Manning. I'm glad to know you didn't have any ticket problems like I did. Jimmy Buffett, is so does Scott Dwallow, $6.99. Chuck Haley got the Guess Who for $6.99. Scott Dwallow put GAH. GAH was GAH, Greatest American Hero. So does Scott Dwallow. Chuck Haley on Little G. Little Girl, Syndicate of Sound. Robin Glenn got Heart. And we have going to read through these one more time. That was a great show, wasn't it? Oh, man. Band on the Run. Michael was at Paul McCartney last night. Holy crap. Band on the Run. Oh, my gosh. What about Jet? I've never seen a crowd. In the 5 shows I've been to, I think he played Jet every time. I've never seen the crowd get up for Jet like that. That was a good one. Paul McCartney started bouncing. Everybody else started bouncing. Tiny Tim, Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Mott the Hoople. James and Bobby Purify. Roy Orbison, Mean Woman Blues. California Dreamin'. Willie Nelson, Living in the Promised Land. That's a double-sided promo. And George Hamilton IV, Abilene. Jet. Boom, 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 boom. Jet. All right, here's some more $6.99. We got Def Leppard, Tear It Down, and Women. Robbie Robertson, Showdown at Big Sky. April Wine, This Could Be the Right One. John Anderson, What's So Different About You. B-52's Good Stuff and Bad Influence. New Kids on the Block, Hold On and Tonight. And Divinals, I Touch Myself and Follow Through. Divinals, I Touch Myself and Follow Through. That was a little handful from the last stack I didn't finish. $6.99 on those. Sailor Sam, Search Forevermore. Yes, I said that last night, Michael, or I said that earlier tonight. He usually plays Everybody's Gonna Dance Tonight. He brings out the ukulele or whatever. Yeah, he plays that on the ukulele. He started playing every night, and I was like, oh, wow, one of my favorites. That was incredible. So good off the McCartney self-titled album. John Durden on Divinals for $6.99 and New Kids on the Block for $6.99. Okay, that left the B-52s, John Anderson, April Wine, Robbie Robertson, and Def Leppard. The one I'm keeping is a promo of Hurdy Gurdy Man, produced by Mickey Most, and this has Led Zeppelin ties to it. Hurdy Gurdy Gurdy, Hurdy Gurdy. All right, here's some more coming at you. Every night I just want to get up, get out of my head. Great McCartney song. Holy crap. New Kids on the Block went to Robin Glenn. Sorry. Okay. Donovan is not for sale. That's going home with Chad for right now. I'll have to check, make sure I don't already have it. Y'all should see my 45 collection. Can you imagine? I've been stockpiling records for 15 years, buying collections. I have a lot of stuff stockpiled. All right, so Buckner, let's see. Hold on a second. I got to do a sort. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh, there's some good ones in here. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh. That's an auction. That's an auction, and we'll slip that one in. Okay, so let me do those again. Buy it now. Okay, there's a couple good ones in here that could have went back there in the auction pile. Album called Live Concert for the People, Came to Paul McCartney on side 4. Yeah, when that comes up, I try to use that as a sales pitch. Paul McCartney's got a great track listing on that one. What is the John Anderson? Give me 1 second. That was in the last handful. These are all $6.99, no more, no less. Buckner and Garcia, Pac-Man Fever. Sheila E., Holy Rock promo. Mr. Big from Lean Into It, Road to Ruin. Mr. Big. Peter Gabriel, Big Time from So. That's a good one. Big Time from Peter Gabriel. Look at that. Roy Orbison, Oh Pretty Woman in the Monument sleeve. That's pretty dang cool. Roy Orbison. Supertramp, Your Papa Don't Mind. The Seeker. Timothy Leary, The Who. Village People in the Navy. Back-to-back hits by Frank Sinatra. It was a very good year. And main theme from The Cardinal. Good Lovin', a 60s classic by the Rascals. Good Lovin'. Turning Japanese by the Vapors. And Collective Soul, Precious Declaration and Listen. Collective Soul, $6.99. So Scott Duallo got Peter Gabriel for $6.99. Chuck Haley put T.O., but it meant R.O., so Chuck Haley got Roy. Vicky was a close second. Frank Sinatra sold a Mega Blast, and Chuck Haley got Good Lovin'. Okay. And then Jim B. earlier said, did I miss any $2,000 45s? Well, earlier, I had a lot which looked like punk and rockabilly stuff, and the only person bidding on them was William Drugovich. I couldn't believe it. So if you wasn't watching, checking them on Discogs, some might have slipped through. Scott Duallo on the Vapors for $6.99. And then Robin put Cap and V. Cap and V. So Cap, I'm not for sure if V's for Vapors, Robin, you're second. Cap could be Collective Soul. If so, it's still available. Village People, The Who, Supertramp, Mr. Big, Sheila E. and Buckner Garcia. And earlier, John Anderson was What's So Different About You? It's a double-sided promo. Double-sided promo on John Anderson. She wanted BC. Okay, BC was, that's not in Buckner, no? I'm not for sure. Cap, V, and BC, unidentifiable. But I'm sure Robin's about to clarify. Okay. Buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh. I mean, it depends on condition. We're going to lay that one back there. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Definitely an auction. Buy it now, buy it now. Definitely an auction. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that on a foreign label. And that's definitely an auction. Good gracious. Okay. It's all Vapors. Okay, so Cap, V, BC is all for Vapors. Okay. Jim B wants to see the Sheila E. Oh, no. Oh, no. A $3,000 Sheila E record has slipped through everybody's fingers. Holy crap, everybody. Sheila E. Holy Rock, double-sided promo, $6.99. Sheila E. was associated with Prince. Okay, here we go. Joan Jett, What Can I Do For You? Little Liar, Baby Tush Mix. Convoy, C.W. McCall, a German press. That's what I was talking about. I've never seen that on a foreign label. Convoy, C.W. McCall. REO Speedwagon, Throw the Chains Away, from Lost in a Dream, and Sky Blues. That's an odd one there. Earlier, 1974. Blue Oyster Cult, hit song here, Burning For You, B.O.C. The Honey Drippers, Page and Plant, Sea of Love. Wanda Jackson, Let's Have a Party and Cool Love, in the original company sleeve from Capitol. Toto, Africa, and Good For You on Instant Classics. Bless the Rains, Down in Africa. Stevie Wonder, You're the Sunshine of My Life, and Tuesday Heartbreak. Let It Ride, Bachman Turner Overdrive. Roy Orbison, In Dreams, and Shadbadaroba. What does that say? Sharadoba. Roy Orbison. A promo from the Four Tops, It's All in the Game. The Doors, Don't You Love Her Madly. That's one of my favorites. Scandal, Beat of a Heart, featuring Patti Smythe. And Love and Rockets, So Alive, and Dreamtime, $6.99. GMB gets Sheila E. Oh my gosh, everybody. We let a $3,000 Sheila E. 45 just slip through everybody's fingers. So did Jim B for $6.99. John Durden gets Convoy for $6.99. Chuck Haley on Wan. Wanda for $6.99. Chuck Haley. Scott Dwallow got Toto for $6.99. Robin Glenn got BOC for $6.99. Chuck Haley got BTO for $6.99. Chuck Haley got The Doors for $6.99. Scott Dwallow got Love and Rockets for $6.99. And Sherry next on The Doors for $6.99. Okay. We got Beat of a Heart, Scandal featuring Patti Smythe, The Four Tops promo, Roy Orbison and Dreams, Stevie Wonder, The Honey Drippers, REO Speedwagon, and Joan Jett still available there. Jim B says, I remember when I used to just claim records around here. Not anymore. We're on to your secret, buddy. Jim B's tax return is going to look like Elon Musk. He just got a $1 trillion pay package from Coletco. Jim B just got a $1 trillion pay package. Goodness gracious. All right, see, buy it now, buy auction, buy it now. There's some cool ones in here. Buy it now, buy it now, ooh, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, ooh, buy it now, 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 ooh. Ooh. Okay. Holy crap. Okay, these are all $6.99. Here we go. Don't You Love Her Madly? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry, I was stretching. From Wildflowers, Tom Petty, It's Good to Be King, and Cabin Down Below, Tom Petty, just $6.99. Bryan Adams, The Only Good Thing That Looks Good on Me Is You. Bryan Adams from 1996, $6.99. John Denver, Christmas for Cowboys, and Silent Night, Holy Night. Band-Aid, Did They Know It's Christmas? Promo. See, finally we found a promo copy. Finally found a promo copy. It's just in a regular Columbia sleeve. Mr. Big, Green Tinted 60s Mind. Mr. Big from Lean Into It. Dreamboat Annie from Heart. That's a good one. Naked Eyes, There's Always Something There to Remind Me. ZZ Top from DeGuelo, I Thank You, and A Fool for Your Stockings. Carpenters, Yesterday Once More. Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Sammy Davis Jr., The Candy Man. Bungle in the Jungle. That is Jethro Tull. Yeah, the auction pile's definitely for tomorrow. We'll knock all those out tomorrow. And I've got the whole crate of Elvis stuff that I promised to a couple people Saturday night. There was like 2 people bidding on about every Elvis record the other night. And both of them said, can you please run that stuff on Saturday night? Because I have a whole nother crate over here. We've got tons of 50s and 60s Elvis sleeves to sell tomorrow. All right, so first is Jay Nutra got Tom Petty for $6.99. Chuck Haley on John Denver for $6.99. Brian Adams to Robin Glenn for $6.99. ZZ Top to Mega Blast for $6.99. Robin on Hart for $6.99. Robin Glenn on Hart for $6.99. Vicky on Jethro Tull for $6.99. Chuck Haley on the Carpenters for $6.99. And we have, here's what's left. I'm surprised the 2 Mr. Bigs hadn't been claimed, because those, you know, are 90s albums, like almost hard rock metal, and they're pricey. Then Band-Aid, Sammy Davis Jr., The Candy Man. That's the one Stacey Metteridge's always asking for. She's got one, but Stacey Metteridge was always asking for the Candy Man single. Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing, and Naked Eyes. There's always something there to remind me. Okay. Let's do some more here. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh, auction. Auction. Buy it now. I'll do it for buy it now. Y'all about to get some cool stuff. Wow, there's some 90s stuff right in here. Golly, wait a minute. There's too many of... Whoa. There's too many of these from this artist. Let me put these together. We'll figure those out in just a second. All right, some good stuff here. Robin wanted Band-Aid, not Bryan Adams, okay? So no Bryan Adams for her. She wanted Band-Aid. Do they know it's Christmas? All right, I got those swapped out. All right. And then I had a little stack from earlier. Summertime Blues by Blue Cheer. Wilbert Harrison, Let's Work Together Part 1 on the Sue label. Bryan Adams, Let's Make a Night to Remember, 1996. Tom Petty, Jammin' Me. Heart Barracuda. Heart Barracuda. Vanessa Williams, Save the Best for Last. I Can't Get No. Satisfaction. The Judds, John Deere Tractor, and Calling in the Wind. Delamitri, Tell Her This. The Archies, Jingle Jangle. Merle Haggard, Heaven Was a Drink of Wine. And George Jones, oh boy, He Stopped Loving Her Today, a white label promo. Those some bones I have. These are all bones for $6.99. This over here would be throwing you Fort Knox. I'd be throwing Fort Knox at you. I'd be giving you the key to Fort Knox. There's some, I have put some back there in the auction pile that will sell for $30, $50 tomorrow. So I can't shoot myself in the foot too much. You know, I got bills to pay, and I would have to fire, you know, Otis. Okay, or I wouldn't be able to feed Otis. Otis would start getting hungry. Robert Warner on Wilbert Harrison. That's sold to Robert Warner. John Durden got the Rolling Stones. Vicki Allison was second. Anthony Riddle on Heart. Barracuda sold to Anthony Riddle. George Jones sold to Mega Blast. Robin Glenn on Vanessa Williams. And then Chuck was next on Stones and George, and then Sherry. And then Jeremy wants Delamitri. Okay, so we still got Merle High, Who, He, Ha, Ho, Fum. Merle Haggard, Heaven Was a Drink of Wine. The Archies, Jingle Jangle. Judge, John Deere Tracker. Tom Petty, Jammin' Me. Brian Adams, Let's Make a Night to Remember, and Blue Cheers, Summertime Blues. Fire Seth. That's always the go-to. Okay, here is tonight's auctions for $10 starts. We'll reduce these for $6.99. Frank Sinatra with Bono, I've Got You Under My Skin. Crispus Atticus, Yo Puejo. Wild Wild Chick, Spody Odie. Alice Donut, Get a Life. And Bon Jovi, I'll Be There For You. So those are $6.99 now. They were $10 start auctions because I didn't know what they were. Well, except for Bon Jovi. And he usually gets multiple bids. Chuck Haley on the Archies. Jingle jangle now. Jingle jangle. That's a good one. All right, let's do another quick sort here. Let's do another quick sort. So those, I'm just going to put those back here so I know that they've been shown for $6.99. And let's do another sort. Holy crap. Okay, that's kind of got to go over there with that pile. Let's see. Buy it now. 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 Ooh, auction. Crap. Oh, man. Holy crap. Buy it now. Y'all are going to like that one. Buy it now and buy it now. Here we go. First thing is this. We got John Lennon talking about those mind games. $6.99. Tusk, Fleetwood Mac. Tom Petty from Full Moon Fever. Love is a Long Road. REO Speedwagon, Accidents Can Happen. Whoa, Black Betty, $6.99. Moni Moni, Tommy James and the Shondells. The Mavericks, Golden Anniversary Waltz. She's Gone. And Private Eyes, back-to-back Hall & Oates. $6.99. Whoa, Black Betty, Bam the Lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, Jam the Lamb. Oh, Blackberry Jam on my Cracker Barrel biscuit. I love blackberry jelly on my Cracker Barrel biscuit with butter. $6.99. Scott Dwallow on Black Betty. Chuck Haley on Tommy James and the Shondells. And Anthony Riddle next on Black Betty. All right. So here is what was left here. Private Eyes and Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates, so to Robin Glenn. The Mavericks, REO Speedwagon. Tom Petty, which I was going to put in the auction pile. And then Tusk and John Lennon, Mind Games. And Meat Cities to flip for Lennon. Okay, what's the four back here? They're Gin Blossoms, but I don't know what to do with them. Gin Blossoms and Hootie and the Blowfish. A lot of 90s stuff back there. I'm trying to figure out how to sell them. Okay, let's do another quick sort here. So buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Ooh, auction. Holy crap, buy it now, buy it now. Good gush, good gosh, nice and nice. Okay. So first is John Lennon is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. And let's go ahead and knock these out. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? Jefferson Airplane, original with the original sleeve. Crowded House, It's Only Natural. And Fame Is, a jukebox single. You Spin Me Round Like a Record Right Round. That is Dead or Alive. Phil Collins, Something Happened on the Way to Heaven. Color Me Bad, B-A-D-D. Color Me Bad, and it's called Color Me Bad. Billy Idol, Wasteland, and Neuromancer. Roy Orbison and Dreams. REO Speedwagon, Live It Up. And the Turtles, So Happy Together. Next, what's the B-side on Bon Jovi? I'll Be There For You and Homebound Train. I'll Be There For You and Homebound Train. Chuck Haley on John Jefferson Airplane for $6.99. John Durden on DOA. Scott Dwallow second, then Robin Glenn. Okay. Also over here, Chuck Haley wants Roy Orbison for $6.99, and he also gets the Turtles for $6.99. And Anthony Riddle gets the Bon Jovi for $6.99. That leaves REO Speedwagon, Billy Idol, Color Me Bad, Phil Collins, and Crowded House. Okay? Anthony, I got you down for Bon Jovi. Thank you. Let's do another sort here. Auction. Buy it now. Ooh, that's weird. Auction. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Great one. Buy it now. Auction. Buy it now. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty unusual. And that's okay. There's a lot in there from the auction pile, but we'll knock these out. Right Said Fred, I'm Too Sexy. In Vogue, My Lovin', You're Never Gonna Get It. Gimme the Beat Boys and Free My Soul. Dobie Gray, Drift Away. Bridge Over Troubled Water and Cecilia, Simon and Garfunkel. Rocky Burnett, Tired of Towing the Line. I'm Your Venus, Shock and Blue. Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors. REO Speedwagon, In My Dreams. Vanity 6, Drive Me Wild. Wait a minute. Oh, something happened to the label, but it's okay. Vanity 6 and Spin Doctors, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, and Two Princes. Those are all $6.99. Give me the Beat Boys and Free My Show. I want to get lost in your Oreos. Vicki Allison on Sexy. Thank you. No, what happened over here? I'm Too Sexy. That's sold to Vicki Allison. $6.99. John Durden on CR. And that was for Charlie Rich. I got to play the memory game with these. And then Chuck Haley on Dobie Gray. In Vogue is sold to Robin. Chuck on Simon and Garfunkel. Chuck Haley on Venus. Scott Dwallow on Spin Doctors. Then Anthony Riddle. Then Robin Glenn. The only thing left in there is Rocky Burnett, Tired of Towing the Line. Vanity 6, Drive Me Wild. And Roy Orbison, In My Dreams. Okay. Next. Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Auction. I need a new auction pile. Oh my gosh. Crap. Okay, Buy It Now. Auction. Buy It Now. 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 Crap. Buy It Now. Definitely an auction. Okay, so these are $6.99. Blind Melon, Change, and I Wonder. That could have easily went in the auction pile. She's Tight, and All I Really Want to Do. That's Cheap Trick. Another Crowded House, Fame Is, and It's Only Natural. I've Been Working 9 to 5, Dolly. Dead or Alive, Something in My House. A double-sided promo. Europe, Carrie. Bangles, Going Down to Liverpool. Rhiannon, Fleetwood Mac, and Sugar Daddy, both great songs from their self-titled album. Don't Eat the Yellow Snow, Zappa. And Belinda Carlisle, Circle in the Sand. Castles Made of Sand. That's Jimi Hendrix. I love when Paul McCartney tells that story. He tells the same story at every concert, but it never gets old. I could hear him tell it 100 times. Him talking about, he goes, so after they get done playing Let Me Roll It, My Heart Is Like a Wheel, Let Me Roll It. As soon as Paul gets done playing that, they go into Foxy Lady by Jimi Hendrix. And then after the song's over, he tells a story about going into a club and seeing Jimi Hendrix, and there was like nobody there. And it was like Clapton went with them, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page. You know, it's like this insane group of people that went and seen Hendrix in this small little club in London. And then like a week later, he was a phenomenon. And he tells that story after every time he does that song. It's pretty cool. Could you imagine, one, going into like a small little club in London, and there's Jimmy Page or there's Jimi Hendrix up there that's shredding, just destroying his guitar, and your mind is blown. And then over there on a little bar table is like Paul McCartney, Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, John Lennon. Could you imagine? That'd be like you couldn't believe it. You'd be like, what is going on? Even if you time traveled like as like an invisible person and you walked in there and just observed, you'd be like, there's no way this happened. Okay, so Blind Melon is sold to Scott Dwallow for $6.99. Next was Jeremy on DOA. So Jeremy Bryant got Dead or Alive. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Chuck Haley got Dolly for $6.99. Hess and Session got TS. And TS was supposed to be Frank Zappa. So Hesson got Zappa. Scott Dwallow second. Chuck Haley got Fleetwood Mac. Hessen got Zappa. Vicky was next. And then, yeah, so what's left is Belinda Carlisle, Bangles Going Down to Liverpool, Europe Carey, Crowded House, and Cheap Trick, She's Tied. Those ones didn't get claimed. Yeah, I've heard that story. That's what they said when they saw him that night. They was like, guys, what are we... That's kind of the story. Everybody kind of looked at each other and was like, okay, he's obviously going to change music forever. What do we do from here, guys? It's like they had a meeting almost. It's like, okay. Of course, you could say at that, in 67 or 66, Paul had already changed music. Kind of, so everybody in that room had kind of already changed music, but yeah, they're like, okay, what do we do now? We got this guy up here. He's like playing the guitar behind his back. He's playing it behind his head. He's like shredding. What do we do? Okay. All right, so we have, but what a crew. Could you imagine you go into a small London bar with Clapton, Page, Beck, McCartney, and whoever else was there, John Lennon, George, whoever else was there. Okay, let's see. Buy It Now, Buy It Now, Buy It Now, Buy It Now, Buy It Now. Golly, that's a good one. Okay, y'all, y'all gonna hit some good stuff here, okay? These are all $6.99. Unpopular opinion, Hendrix and Clapton both overrated. That would be not only an unpopular opinion, but it'd be incorrect. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart. These are all $6.99. NXS, Need You Tonight. Fame, David Bowie. Queen, Need Your Lovin' Tonight. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. What's the Frequency, Kenneth, REM. The Jam, Town Called Malice. Electronic, Getting Away With It. Lay Down Sally, Eric Clapton. Mr. Big, Just Take My Heart. And Mirage, Tommy James and the Shondells. $6.99. Yeah, it was so much talent coming out at once. Everybody was so artistic with music. That's why we're in a dead area right now. All those guys were doing something that influenced later. So, you know, all those guys, they laid down the foundation right there in the late 60s for everything that followed. Especially, I've always said between 67 and 72, it was just insane. 67 to 72, if you look up all the music that came out, it's insane. It was like a peak for it's like a renaissance. It's going to be looked back as like a golden era. Vicki Allison got Fame for David Bowie. Nice pickup there. The flip on REM is, it's a double-sided. Is it different mixes? One side is instrumental. One side is instrumental. So REM, Mirage is sold to Chuck Haley. Mr. Big, so REM, Mr. Big, Clapton, Electronic, Johnny Marr and Neil Tennant, Getting Away With It. The Jam, Rick Astley, Queen, NXS, and the flip is Never Tear Us Apart. And Cyndi Lauper, Change of Heart and Change of Heart, okay? Jeremy Bryant on Electronic. What have I done with it? Right here. I was looking for a red label. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant, okay? What's on that orange record? Whew, you've blown my mind. I'm not for sure what you're talking about. Orange checkered record. You've blown my mind again. All right, let's sort some more. We're almost done with this box. We've got a half hour left on the stream, but I'm going to stop whenever we're done going through these at least once. We're getting near the end. We're getting near the end, though, so I know some of y'all are probably getting sleepy, but we're getting close to the end. NXS is sold to Rob and Glenn. We got, okay, Buy It Now, 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 Buy It Now. Buy It Now. We'll do those back to back. Wow. Well, that's going to be confusing. Let me pull those out. We'll do those last. Okay. Okay, there's that. And, all right. We'll do those in just a sec. Well, let's put those right there. Okay, here we go. Classic, Stand By Me. The original by Benny King. I like the John Lennon version, of course, but there's Benny King, $6.99. Back-to-back Bon Jovi's, Whoa, We're Halfway There, and then Keep the Faith. So Living on a Prayer and Keep the Faith. Supertramp, The Logical Song. Dreamboat Annie, Heart. Dobie Gray, Drift Away. Come On Eileen, Dexy's Midnight Runners. Belinda Carlisle, Mad About You. Rick Astley, She Wants to Dance with Me. Fine Young Cannibals, Crazy. She Drives Me Crazy. She Drives Me Crazy. And These Boots Are Made for Walking and Love Eyes. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Great stuff there. I'd say we've got about, well, after I sort them, there's probably three or four more handfuls left. Okay? First is Chuck Haley put Beck. That's Benny King, B-E-K, $6.99. Robin on Dexy's Midnight Runners. That's right here, $6.99. Chuck Haley on Heart. And Heart was right here, $6.99. Chuck Haley on Nancy for $6.99. And Robin gets She Drives Me Crazy for $6.99. Okay? That leaves Rick Astley, Belinda Carlisle, Dobie Gray, Supertramp, Bon Jovi, and Bon Jovi. All $6.99. All right, let's sort through another handful here. We have Buy It Now, Auction. Buy It Now, auctions, auction. Holy crap. Holy, Buy It Now. I'll slip that one in there. I'm throwing bones out there. John Durden's waiting for that bone to happen. All right, let me pause there. Oh, I forgot about, yeah, don't let me forget those over there. Okay, here we go. Huey Lewis in the News, She's Some Kind of Wonderful, 1994, Huey Lewis. Arrested Development, Tennessee. U2, Desire. And Hallelujah, Here She Comes. Fleetwood Mac, You Make Lovin' Fun, and Gold Dust Woman. Hot Time, Summer in the City, Lovin' Spoonful. Technotronic, Get Up. Technotronic, Get Up, Before the Night is Over. The Calling, Wherever You Will Go. The Smithereens, One After the 909. That's a Paul McCartney, John Lennon song. Rick Dees and His Cast of Idiots. Rick Dees, Disco Duck. And Melissa Etheridge from 1995, If I Wanted To. And Come to My Window. Okay, John Durden got Tennessee. That's Tennessee. That's where I live. That's where the show's being broadcast from. Steve Riley on Technotronic. That's right here. So does Steve Riley. Get Up. John Durden was next. Glitter got Calling. Chuck Haley on Fleetwood Mac. Chuck on Lovin' Spoonful. Chuck Haley on Rick Dees. And then Robin Glenn put Dead. Okay, if that was for disco, it's already been sold. Yep. So Melissa Etheridge, The Smithereens, U2, Desire, and Huey Lewis, Some Kind of Wonderful. All right. Buy It Now, 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 Buy It Now. Buy It Now. That's a good one. Songbird. That's the tough one to get. Finally, I found one. So a Songbird. Songbird's the. I wonder if it's. So this was really popular during when they made this movie about Fleetwood Mac. Well, it was kind of inspired by Fleetwood Mac. I forgot what it's called. But see, Songbird, believe it or not, is not on any of the Fleetwood Mac albums. And so you can only get it on this single here. Of course, it's an amazing song. And one second, please. I'll check it later. We'll put it back there. Okay, and then over here is, these are all $6.99. Tina Turner, We Don't Need Another Hero. That's from Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome. Art of Noise, Beatbox. Fleetwood Mac, Tusk, and Never Make Me Cry. The Cars, Heartbeat City. Amy Grant, That's What Love Is For. The Moody Blues, Tuesday Afternoon. Sweet, Fox on the Run. Tequila, The Champs. Cheap Trick, Can't Stop Falling in Love. Martika, I Feel the Earth Move, Carole King song. Hall & Oates, One on One. Another Cheap Trick, Can't Stop Falling in Love. We got two of those. All We Are is Dust in the Wind by Kansas. And I got 3 John Lennon, Woman's. Woman. And the B-side is Beautiful Boys. Both great songs. $6.99 on those. John Durden got Art of Noise. So did John Durden for $6.99. Chuck Haley got Moody Blues. Vicki Allison got Sweet, Fox on the Run. Chuck Haley second. Chuck Haley got Tequila by The Champs. Okay? And, of course, that's that original 1958 song. Pam Murray on a John Lennon. We got 3 nice picture sleeves here. All right, so out of there was 2 John Lennons now left. Kansas, Dust in the Wind. Hall & Oates, One on One. Martika, I Feel the Earth Move. 2 copies of that Cheap Trick song. Amy Grant from 1992. The Cars, Heartbeat City, Fleetwood Mac, Tusk, and Tina Turner, We Don't Need Another Hero. Okay, so over here I've been stockpiling. I'll probably, okay. So, let's see here. Just follow you down. I hear from you. Follow you down. Okay. Before I do those, yeah, let me do these over here. Jay Neutral wants a John Lennon. There's one left. Whoop, that's not John Lennon. Hold on a second. All right, so John Lennon sold to Pam Murray. She already got one. Jay Neutral got one. And Kansas, Dust in the Wind is sold to Chuck Haley. Okay, and now we got Benny Mardones, Into the Night, John Parr, St. Elmo's Fire, Barry Manilow, Mandy, and then several Bee Gees. We got Bee Gees, Too Much Heaven, Bee Gees, Tragedy, and 2 copies of Staying Alive, Staying Alive. Okay? Benny Mardones, John Parr. That was Barry Manilow, Bee Gees, Bee Gees, Bee Gees. 3 different ones, 4 total records. Okay, so Gin Blossoms. I've got Follow You Down. I've got 3 of those. Hold on a second. No, I don't. Man, I just messed them up. Hold on a second. As Long as It Matters. Allison Road, Follow You. All right, let's do Follow You Down first. So, Gin Blossoms, Follow You Down. I've got 3 of those. These are from 1996. Gin Blossoms, Follow You Down, and Till I Hear It From You LP version. And that's from the album Congratulations, I'm Sorry. 3 Gin Blossoms there, the same song. No Barry. So Benny Mardones to Chuck Haley. No Barry Manilow. All right, so there's those Gin Blossoms. And then the other one is Allison Road Live. And I think the A-side is called As Long as It Matters. Yeah. The A-side is As Long as It Matters. So Gin Blossoms, Gin Blossoms. And then we have 3 different Hootie and the Blowfish, Tuckerstown, and Araby. Nope, we got 2 Tuckerstowns. And then I Go Blind and Use Me. Tina Turner is not in the picture sleeve, no. Chuck Haley wants Gin Blossoms, Till I Hear From You. That's so to Chuck Haley. Unfortunately, no picture sleeve on Tina Turner. Okay, well, that's it. All these back here will be surprise auctions for tomorrow. You'll be wanting to tune in because as soon as I go live, we'll start those. We've been live for 7 hours. And we've been live for 7 hours and 41 minutes. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. I'll probably try to read through all those again. Right back there. I'm going to take all the sold ones in here. Pretty amazing what we've sold here tonight. And that's the end of the show. We'll stop there on a high note. We went through all 4 boxes that John sorted for us today. And we've sold probably all those will fit into 1 box. So we probably sold 2 whole boxes of 45s. No, that would be 2 boxes of 45s, I guess. There was 4 up here. Now there's whatever those fit into. Probably a box and a half. That's probably going to be 1 box, and then that's a little crate. I'll put all those in a crate. That's good stuff. I mean, that's stuff that I didn't feel comfortable letting go, obviously, for $7. Some of them are going to be $7 starts. They might get 1 bid. They might get 1 bid. They might be some in there for $10 starts, and I know they're going to sell for like 35 bucks. We'll probably start those as soon as we get started. The Elvis stuff will be tomorrow, probably starting as soon as I get going. $10 starts. There's a couple Elvis, kind of like the Beatles, I'll do for $25 starts, $25 starts. There's just some that's so beautiful and so clean. That was a great show. I'm just not saying that. That was pretty fun. That was pretty dang fun. We had a lot of fun. And, of course, if y'all didn't hear what happened to me at Paul McCartney, I'll tell you one more time the way I started the show. I got to the concert yesterday about 8 o'clock, which was 12 hours before showtime, 10 and a half hours before the doors opened. I sat down. I put up my chair. I was 24th in line. We didn't really know what line was what. Nobody from Pinnacle was there. Nobody was really telling us what was going on. But the box office opened at 10. I met a customer there I know very well, and he got in line at the box office. He didn't have a ticket. So when he got in line at the box office, he didn't know if he could get a ticket. Box office opened. They had tickets. He got one for $300, which was face value, $299. And at that time, people from the Pinnacle started coming out, and they basically said, and rumors started spreading around, everybody congregated there. If you bought a ticket on StubHub, your ticket is bogus. It's fake. And, of course, everybody started panicking. My stomach kind of dropped. I was like, holy crap, I have a fake ticket. How am I going to get into this concert? So that was about 10 o'clock, and we kind of started doing emergency planning, trying to figure out how to get a ticket. Finally, about 1 o'clock, they lined us up and said, if you bought a bogus ticket on StubHub, we'll sell you one at face value, general admission. And, of course, I was very excited. I was kind of worried, though. My position in line was 14. Everybody was like, they're going to release 20 tickets. And there was 14 people ahead of me, or 13 people. And I was like, dang, am I going to be able to get a ticket? But they actually released a lot. They released hundreds of tickets. So long story short, for about 5 hours, I didn't know it was about 3 hours. I didn't think I could get into that show. I thought I was out of luck. And the story I've been passing to everybody is this. if you're buying a ticket on StubHub, make sure the original source, it comes from a transferable site. So if you bought, if you're buying a concert ticket, make sure it's transferable from the original source. Because if you sold on Axis, if you bought on Axis, you could only sell them on Axis. So technically you could resell tickets, but it was only on the Axis website, AXS. And so really all that hype we've been talking about for weeks about how much McCartney was, and I've been seeing people complain on social media, those prices, anybody who paid those kind of prices did not go to that show unless they bought another ticket. Jim B, a lot of people were saying that. They was like, what if your ticket's not fake and they would just wanted to try to sell more general admission? That's a great question. And I didn't think that would be the deal. I don't know. It was pretty bizarre. So what it was a website. So when I went to StubHub, here's what happened. When you go to StubHub, you would click on my ticket. When you click on the ticket, so let's say I was on StubHub and I clicked on accept my ticket, it would take you to a website called Secure My Pass. Okay? And Secure My Pass is a website, according to Reddit threads, that bypasses the firewall of Axis. So what they're trying to say is Axis don't let you transfer tickets, but if you use Secure My Pass, it bypasses that and it breaks the code. I was worried. I was like, I can't risk it. So I went ahead and bought another ticket. And of course, I knew I could get my money back from StubHub because Pinnacle was telling me they would write StubHub an email and provide proof and say, this ticket was not supposed to be sold. But I can't believe the Pinnacle would allow StubHub to leave that up knowing that they were going to deny people access. So here was the catastrophe for everybody. I was there in line for hours, and I seen hundreds and hundreds of people show up, find out their ticket was fake, and then at that moment, the box office was sold out with no guarantees of selling more tickets, and they were just devastated. People were flying in. I saw one lady literally from out of the country that travels with McCartney, just goes to all of his shows. I met a guy from New York that was on his way to California to see the White Stripes at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and he was in town, and he bought one on StubHub. So all those people, I mean, it was disaster. I mean, it was the craziest thing for hours. And then I finally, after I got my ticket, I went and ate lunch and kind of walked around Nashville. But when I got back, it was still chaotic 4 hours later. It was like people panicking, freaking out, like asking me, did I have a ticket? Where could they get a ticket? What happened? You know, people just finding it out. So it was a wild day at the McCartney show. But I don't know, because I went in so early. I went in so early at the show, I was curious how many people got turned down trying to get in that were just devastated. And I haven't heard much. I meant to get on some Facebook groups today, but I basically have slept since McCartney. I woke up and came straight here. So I hadn't been on social media much. But yeah, it was... But see, the thing is, I don't think the scammers are getting paid because StubHub's going to block their payment. Evidently, the people selling those tickets don't get paid until you get scanned in or, you know, confirmed or whatever. So if somebody processed a refund, unless they've already got the money somehow and they've skipped town and deleted their account. But yeah, that was a major problem. That was crazy. I've never had that happen. I've never had a problem buying a ticket online. I thought StubHub was like guaranteed. which it is. StubHub is guaranteed. It's like you're going to get your money back if you're scammed, but I didn't think they could list tickets on there like that. So always make sure you do that. There will be flip videos in the morning. I apologize for not having any today, Friday morning. I went from McCartney to my bed, and I realized I didn't pre-record videos Thursday night. Or no, Wednesday night. Wednesday night I only recorded one for Thursday, and I didn't record because I thought maybe I'd stop back by here after the show and do it, but I was so exhausted, I drove right past the store and went to bed, and I didn't come in here and make those videos for Friday morning. So you can expect 2 videos, 6 and 9. I'm going to do that right now. I go ahead and do them right now, upload them, and then I get to work on everything else tonight. All right. So how far? Yeah, I know. I could have stopped by the store. It takes about an hour to do that, but man, I was so drowsy. I was afraid I'd come in here and sit down and fall asleep at the store, and I didn't want to do that. Or I'd get to doing other stuff and cut into very valuable sleep time. So I was like, yep, I need to get home. So we had to miss 2 videos. Probably missed quite a bit of sales, but it was worth it. Thank y'all, and I'm ending the stream. Good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you. See y'all later. Thank you for being amazing customers. Any TV or cameras? No, nothing special happened. Other than the fact Paul McCartney was just in a small room with us, and he mentioned it a couple times. He's like, this is amazing. We're like just in a small little room together. He mentioned it a couple times. And you could tell he liked that. You know, he doesn't like playing in those gigantic stadiums. He's been doing that his whole life. So he likes playing those small venues. It was pretty special. No taping, no special guest, clear-cut set list, just a regular old-fashioned rock show with Paul McCartney. Nobody came out. Nothing. Okay. He did have somebody made a sign. Somebody made a sign that says, help me come out, I'm gay. And they were on the front row, and Paul McCartney helped them come out. It was a wild experience for them. It was like Paul McCartney, it was that time of the night he read the sign. He read the sign. Somebody was holding a sign on the front row. It says, Paul, help me come out of the closet, I'm gay. And he acknowledged it, and he was like, repeat after me, I'm gay. And they did that 3 times in a row. That was that's got to be a wild experience. And then no light. Oh yeah, there was lights, lasers. Yeah, it wasn't primitive. It was definitely a rock show. It was lights, lasers, smoke, fog. They didn't do flames. No flames for Live and Let Die, but they did like smoke bombs. It's like smoke. It was weird. It's like red smoke instead of fire. The place was too small to do pyro. I mean, it was too small to do pyro. It was way too small to do pyro. But no photo. I don't, unless you can go pull up the professional photos. I don't think there's any. Nobody had phones. Nobody had phones. So. Yeah, I bet there's certain codes, like when that building was built, you can't use pyro for safety reasons. So. It's amazing. 83 years old, and he didn't stop for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'll always say that because I'm like, dang. I mean, we were exhausted in the crowd. Of course, we'd been out there all day standing, waiting in line, mental exhaustion from getting tickets. And, of course, he probably rolls in and pops some pills and gets out there and plays, but he stays rested all day. But he did amazing. All right, now I'm in the feed. Thank y'all. Good night, and I'll be back tomorrow to wrap up the week. Saturday night, big show. I'll be here. No Tennessee football game. I will be here tomorrow night. No, Vols do not play. Their season's over anyways. Thank y'all.